This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The complete works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Introduction and Dedication. To the Right Honourable Sir Robert Walpole, First Commissioner of the Treasury, Chancellor and Under-Treasurer of the Exchequer, one of His Majesty's most honourable Privy Council, a Knight of the most noble Order of the Garter. Sir, as you were the first who promoted the following work in a public manner, I take liberty to present it to the public under your name, and to do an act of acknowledgment for one of generosity. Be pleased to be the patron of a book which under your patronage was composed. It is natural and common for men who profess letters to seek the countenance and protection of men of power, and from such of them as to greatness of fortune were happy enough to join greatness of mind, they have not sought in vain. Power without politeness and complacency is at best distasteful, often hated, amiable when it knows how to condescend. It is thus that men in high stations avoid envy from such as stand below them. He who cannot rise to their height finds a sort of retaliation and amends in their coming down to him. No man is pleased with the behaviour which represents him as contemptible. To make us think well of ourselves by another showing us that we are well thought of by him is a generous and artful civility, a lesson which stately and rebuking men want to learn. A mean man of great quality and figure, for such incongruities we often meet, teaches others to scorn him by his showing that he scorns them. Affability, therefore, accompanied with good sense, which will always guard it from exceeding, is the art of keeping great splendour from growing offensive to the rest of the world. It must be owned that no affability, even the most flowing, no genius, even the most elevated, can escape particular distastes, and from the dislike of persons to that of actions the transition is easy and too common. Men do not easily discern good qualities and intentions in one to whom they do not wish well. All men, even those of the most unexceptionable characters, are apt to form their judgment over hastily when their passions are warmed, and from this cause it has often proceeded that the inevitable misfortunes of times and accidents have been charged upon such, whose interest and study it was to prevent them. This is one of the evils and uneasinesses inseparably attending every administration. When a state is under heavy burdens and difficulties, the means to relieve and support it will be almost always proportionably heavy, and as whatever proves heavy, however necessary, is easily called oppression, so the hand which administers a remedy may merely, because it is felt, be easily styled oppressive. Besides the reason which I have already given for this address, I have another one taken from the character of my author. As he was a man of affairs, a great minister, I chose to represent him to another, to one who, having been long engaged in public life, having had long experience of men, seen far into their bent and foibles, and being conversant with the mysteries and primary operations of government, can thus readily judge whether Tacitus has refined too much in his politics, or been over-severe in his censures upon mankind, or whether this charge has not been chiefly raised by men of speculation, who, however furnished with learning, were yet unacquainted with the transactions of states, and ignorant of human nature, or perhaps willing to do honour to it, or to themselves at the expense of truth. Men are to be known not by theories taken up in closets, but by commerce with men, and best of all in those great scenes of public life where you, sir, have sustained for so many years a high and important part, and gained eminent experience, as well as the just opinion of great sufficiency. I could here, agreeably to the usual style and purpose of dedication, say a great many advantageous things, without risking the usual censure incurred by dedicators. But such things I would much rather say of you than to you. In this place I shall only profess to be what I entirely am, with perfect truth and high regard. Sir, your most obliged and most obedient humble servant, T. Gordon. End of the introduction.
Section 1 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Father Ziley, Detroit, Michigan. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 1. Upon the former English translations of Tacitus. Section 1 of the translation by Greenway and Sir H. Saville. I am going to offer to the public the translation of a work which, for wisdom and force, is in higher fame and consideration than almost any other that has yet appeared amongst men. A work often translated into many languages, seldom well into any, into ours worst of all. The first was done in Queen Elizabeth's reign, the Annals by one Greenway, and 4 books of the history by Sir Henry Saville, a man exceeding learned, and esteemed for his critical notes upon Tacitus, as well as for those upon St. Chrysostom, of whose works he has published an elaborate edition. But though he was an able grammarian, and understood the antiquities in Tacitus and his words, his translation is a mean performance. His style is stiff, spiritless, and obscure. He drops many of his author's ideas, preserves none of his turns, and starves his meaning even where he best conveys it. 'Tis a mere translation, that rather of one word into another than that of a dead tongue into a living, or of sense into sense. The Roman idiom is forced and wire-drawn into the English, a task altogether impossible, and not adopted and naturalized, a thing possible enough. And out of a book profuse in eloquence, fine spirit and images, he has drawn a work harsh, halting, and barren. Ogilby is not more unlike Virgil. Greenway is still worse than Saville. He had none of his learning. He had all his faults and more. The former has at least performed like a schoolmaster, the latter like a schoolboy. Section 2 of the English translation by several hands. About 100 years after them, another English translation was undertaken by several hands, Mr. Dryden and others. Dryden has translated the first book, but done it almost literally from Mr. Amelot de la Houssay, with so much haste and little exactness, that besides his many mistakes, he has introduced several Gallicisms. He follows the French author servilely, and writes French English, rather than trust him out of his eye. It is true, La Houssay is an honest translator, and one of the foremost. He has gone as far as the 13th annal inclusive, but his phrases are often weak and trifling, and he is subject to all that faintness and circumlocution for which the French tongue is noted. Dryden copies his manner as well as his meaning. It was pure hurry and want of application, for he was a fine writer, had a copious imagination, a good ear, and a flowing style. Strike away all that is bad in his works, enough will remain to show him a great poet, a man of parts, and a master of language. Even his many enemies and opposers show the considerableness of the man. But his excellencies in many things excuse not his faults in others. His translation of Tacitus is poor and languid, nowhere derived from the original, generally full of mistakes. At best, it is only the French translator ill translated or ill imitated. Section 3. Of the last translation of the first annal. Tacitus, talking of the latter end of Augustus, his reign, says, Domi res tranquillae, eadem magistratum vocabula. These are two sentences independent of each other, yet Mr. Dryden translates, quotes open, all things at Rome being in a settled peace, the magistrates still retain their former names, quotes closed, as if the one was all the cause of the other. This blunder is owing to La Houssay ill understood. Tout et toi tranquille à la Rome, les magistrats avoient les mêmes noms. If instead of avoint he had said ayant, the translation would have come pretty near the French. But the English translator does not seem to understand French, though he has no other guide, else how could he so miserably mistake pars multo maxima imminentis dominos variis rumoribus discerebant, as to render it, quotes open, the greater part employed their time in various discourses of future matters, quotes closed. From this it is plain he never looked into the original, or understood it not. He was misled by the French, which he appears here to have as little understood. La plus par les paysans à faire divers jugements de ceux qui allant devenu le maître. But more wretched still is what follows. Tacitus represents the Romans discoursing during the decline of Augustus concerning the next successors in view, Agrippa, Posthumus, and Tiberius, and makes them say of Livia the empress, accedera matrem muliebri impotentia servendum feminae, etc. Quotes open, his mother of a violent and imperious nature, according to the sex themselves subjected to the slavery of a woman. Quotes closed. This is jargon and nonsense, though the author seems to have followed the French. Qui tibere a un mère imperius in violent, selon la coutume du sexe, à laquelle il faudra obéir en esclaves. Well may he be said to follow the French translator blindly, and less is the wonder that he adopts his Gallicisms where he happens to understand them. When Drusus, the son of Tiberius, entered the camp of the seditious legions in Pannonia, and the mutinous soldiery were gathered round him, Tacitus makes a charming and strong description of their behavior, with the several vicissitudes of their passions, which shifted strangely according as they dreaded his person and authority, or recalled their grievances, and surveyed their own numbers and strength. And he concludes the whole, according to his custom, with a fine reflection. Ili quotiens oculos ad multitudinem retulerant, vocibus truculentis strepere rursum viso caesara trepidare, murmur incertum atrox clamor et repente quies diversis animorum motibus pavebant terabantque. This is all pretty well translated by La Houssay. I shall only quote the last clause or reflection. Par des mouvements tout différents, ils prénoyent l'épouvante en la donuent. And this I quote only to show how impotently the English translator hangs by the French phrase and takes it literally. Quotes open. By their different motions, says he, they gave and took terror in their turns. Quotes closed. Is not this pithy and sounding? There are numbers of such instances both as to language and strength, insomuch that I have been sometimes tempted to think it not to be Dryden's, but I have many assurances of it being his. I take it for granted it was a job for the booksellers, carelessly performed by one who wanted no capacity, but only pains or encouragement to have done it much better, perhaps very well. Section 4. Of the last translation of the second annal. The next annal is translated by another hand, less negligently, but with small taste and vigor, no resemblance of the original, where in every sentence almost there occur surprising images and turns which nowhere appear in the translation. Quotes open. "'Tis not the fire of Tacitus, but his embers, quenched with English words cold and Gothic. Let anyone read particularly the two speeches of Arminius and Maroboduus to their different armies, just before they engaged, chapter 45 and 46, and he will find that between Tacitus and his translator there is just as much difference as between a living soul and a cold carcass. Yet the lifeless translation of this annal, compared with that of the third by a different hand, is an able performance." Section 5. Of the last translation of the third annal. "This translation is in truth wretched beyond belief. 'Tis below drollery, and a sort of middle between bad sense and good nonsense. Tacitus says of the arrival of the fleet, which brought Agrippina from Asia with her husband's funeral urn, and her children, now fatherless, classis Paulatim succesit, non alacri ut adsolet remigio, sed cunctis ad tristiam composistis." Annals, Book 3, Chapter 1. Quotes open. "The fleet," says the translator, "came in, not rowing briskly as they used to do, but slowly, and with sorrow in their countenances." Quotes closed. A translation worthy of one who could make Tacitus say elsewhere, quotes open, "Drusus left the city to inquire his fortune." Quotes closed. Would not one think that he went to some remote country to consult a cunning man? Or meant the translator to joke upon the religion and solemnities of the Romans? The words of Tacitus, which he thus perverts, or rather quite drops, are, "Drusus urbe egressus repetendis auspiciis." Quotes open. "Drusus went without the gates to repeat the formality of the auspices." Quotes closed. Tacitus, at the end of his discourse upon laws, says, "Caesar Augustus poten leae securus, quae triumviratu userat, abolevit, dedique jura, quis pace et principe ulleremur, bracket, editor, acriera, bracket closed, ex eo vincula inditi custodes et lege papia popea premiis inducti ut si, etc., sed altius penetrabant custodes scil urbemque et Italiam, et quod usquam civium correpurant multorumque excisi status, et terror omnibus intentabatur nisi Tiberius statuendo remedio, etc." Now observe the source and elegance and truth with which this is rendered by the translator. Quotes open. "Augustus Caesar, being settled in his authority, he abolished those things he commanded in the triumvirate, and gave new laws to be observed in time of peace and under a monarch. And that they might be the better kept, he appointed some to look after them." Quotes closed. As if laws had been a flock of sheep. Quotes open. "The law Popea provided, etc., but the informers went farther, not only in the city, but through all Italy, where any citizens were, ruined many families, and frightened them all, to remedy which Tiberius," quotes closed, etc. A little farther Tacitus says, "Adversus animis acceptum, quod filio Claudii socer Seianus destinaretur, polluisse nobilitatem familiae videbantur, suspectumque iam nimiae spe Seianum ultro extulisse." Quotes open. "There were," says the translator, "great discontents upon Claudius' son being to marry Sejanus' daughter, as a disparagement to him," bracket open. To what him? Sejanus was the last named, bracket closed. Quotes open. "But Sejanus, whose ambition was suspected, was much exalted upon it." Quotes closed. Tacitus, discoursing of the revolt of Florus and Sacrovir, and representing the sentiments of the people upon that and other alarms, says, increpabant Tiberium quod in tanto rerum moto libellis accusatorum insumeret operam, an Iulium sacrovirum majestatis crimine reum in senatu fore, extitisse tandem viros qui cruentas epistolas armis cohiberent, miseram pacem vel bello bene multare, tanto impensius in securitatem composistus, neque loco, neque vultu mutato, sed ut solitum per illos dies egit, altitudine animi an comparerat modica esse et vulgatis leviora. Hear how this is translated, blaming, quotes open, Tiberius for employing himself in reading informers' accusations where there was so great commotions. What, said they, have the Senate found Julius Sacrovir guilty of treason? Some have had the courage to suppress by arms the bloody libels of a tyrant. War is a good change for a miserable peace. But he neither changed place nor countenance, affecting to show he was not afraid, either through courage or that he knew things to be less than they were reported. Quotes closed. Was ever good sense so vilely burlesqued? Were one to study, to ridicule Tacitus, what more miserable stuff, void of all sense and sound, could one make him utter? It puts me in mind of a notable compliment in an address from a learned society to the late king. Quotes open, we perceive that you are one that is not afraid that posterity should make mention of you. Quotes closed. Or words of the like force and beauty. Neither have I picked out these passages invidiously as the worst. I have read the whole annal, and I know no part of it better done. Section 6. Of the last translation of the 4th, 5th, and 6th annal. The 4th, 5th, and 6th annals are done by another hand, and poorly done. In him you find little of the true meaning of Tacitus, of his spirit and manner nothing at all, but frequent deviations from his sense, and even from all sense. Tacitus, in the character of Sejanus, says, Intus summa apiscendi libido, eiusque causa modo largitio, et luxus saepius industria ac vigilantia, haud minus noxiae quotiens prando regno figuntur. Who but the translator would have discovered that by these words Tacitus meant to declare that, quotes open, virtues are as dangerous as vices when they meet with a turbulent spirit aspiring to empire, quotes closed. Yet the translation of this passage is as just as that of many others. Sometimes he drops whole phrases and passages, such as he knows not what to make of, and oftener loses out of sight the meaning of others, however plain. Tacitus says, Ut series futuri in Agrippinam exitii inciperet Claudia pulchra sobrina eius postulatur accusante Domitio afro. Is recens praetura modicus dignationis et quoque facinore properus clarescere. Crimen impudicitiae adulterum furnium, beneficia in principem et devotiones objectabat. Quotes open, to begin the ruin of Agrippina, bracket open, how insipid and defective, bracket closed. Domitius affer lately praetor, bracket open, not a word of modicus dignationis, bracket closed, and ready to engage in anything to gain himself credit, observe the force, bracket closed, accuses Claudia Pulchra of adultery with Furnius, bracket open, the words sobrina eius, which explain the rest, and the word impudicitiae, one of the articles of the charge, are omitted, bracket closed, quotes open, and to have a design on the life of that prince with her charms and person, quotes closed. What prince? Furnius was none. Tiberius has not been mentioned in several pages. It is nonsense, and, quotes open, a design on his life with her charms and person, quotes closed, multiplies the nonsense. What follows fares not much better. Agrippina semper atrox, tum et periculo propinquo accensa, pergit ad Tiberium. Quotes open. Agrippina, always of a violent temper, but at present extremely enraged, runs immediately to Tiberius, etc. Quotes closed. He drops periculu propinquae as useless words. Tacitus says that amongst other reasons assigned why Tiberius retired from Rome, some allege the authority assumed by his mother, who, having persuaded Augustus, contrary to his inclinations, to postpone Germanicus and adopt Tiberius, did afterwards upbraid Tiberius with so signal a service, and even challenge the empire as her own. Idque Augusta exprobrabat reposcibat. Quotes open, the empress, says the translator, seemed to reproach him with that favor and requested it for her son. Quotes closed. What gibberish! She had but one son, and he had it. She, forsooth, reproached her son Tiberius for having given him the sovereignty, and from the same Tiberius claimed it for the same Tiberius. Sejanus, once when a cave fell in upon Tiberius and his company, covered the emperor with his own body. Maior ex eo, says Tacitus. Quotes open, this admirable and undoubted fidelity, quotes closed, says the translator, which Tacitus never said nor meant. How miserably, too, does he translate ingentium bellorum cladem aquavit malum improvisum, eos initium simul et finis extitit. Quotes open, happened a calamity in which we sustained as great a loss as in the greatest defeats, though it was all done in an instant. Quotes closed. I will venture to say that this is as well done as any other part of all the 3 books. Section 7. Of the last translation of the 11th Annal. The 11th Annal is translated by another gentleman, but not with another spirit. It is like the rest, full of feebleness and mistakes and low phrases. I shall here give some instances. The pleaders in a speech to the Emperor Claudius in defense of taking fees, and in answer to Silius, who alleged against them the example of certain great orators of the former age, who had never taken any, say, facile Asinium et Messalam inter Antonium et Augustum bellorum primiis refertos, etc. Chapter 7. Quotes open, Asinius and Messala, who feathered their nests well in the civil wars twixt Antony, quotes closed, etc. This is the language of a chairman, but of a piece with the rest, such as a king's a playing the good fellow, trumping up Arminius' title, being equipped with money. His reputation began to exert itself far and near. He saw but one poor snake, far more bloody than he ought to be. Senators squabbling in the house, a silver mine which bled but a little. It was not come to that yet. Advice hurts not the guiltless. Men had recourse to impudence when their ill actions came to be discovered. Mothers were in the same predicament with them in that matter. Claudius, as he was easily angry, so he was easily pleased. Matrimony, the last comfort of those who give themselves to lewdness. Passadavits of her lewdness. The vast treasures given to Silius for his drudgery. Such cant, jargon, and ill-favoured nonsense is called the translation of Tacitus. Section 8. Of the last translation of the 12th and 13th Annals. The 2 succeeding Annals are Englished by another hand, and miserably Englished they are, rather worse than the former. 'Tis all wretched tittle-tattle, unmeaning and ill-bred, nor could any number of words thrown together at random, without thought or idea, be more shallow or vulgar, more destitute of ornament or sound. To pass by his top orators, knack of speaking, staving off a war any ways, he being rectine, the emperor himself their worthy. Yea, gentlemen and senators do make no other original to themselves, but from thence, and the like gibberish, which occurs in every sentence. I shall here transcribe a passage where he seems to aim at a meaning, and to exceed himself. Quotes open. The power his mother had over him, quotes closed, Nero, dwindled away by degrees, and Nero fell in love with Acte, a freed woman, and made Otho and Claudius Senecio the confidants of his new amour, one of which, to wit, Otho, was of a consular family, but Senecio a son of one of Caesar's freedmen, who at first, without the mother's knowledge, and since, in spite of all she could do, worked himself by degrees into the prince's affections, by luxury and secret ways that nobody knew, which the best friends he had indulged him in, and were pleased to see him take up and content himself with that woman, a thing which did nobody an injury, for he had the misfortune to dislike his wife Octavia, whether it be that we naturally slight what we can have, and eagerly pursue what is forbidden, of an illustrious family, and of an unspotted virtue, and, quotes open, 'twas feared he might fall into a vein of debauching women of quality if he was checked in that intrigue. But Agrippina could not bear that a freed woman should nose her, quotes closed, etc. That, quotes open, a freed woman should beard her, quotes closed, says the old translation. How clear, how strong, and how just! This is in the 13th book. Take one or two samples more out of the 12th. Quotes open, 'twas enacted that if they, women, married to slaves, without their master's consent, they should remain such. Quotes closed, bracket open. Who should, the women or the slaves? The former were none, and could not remain what they were not, and to say it of the latter is nonsense. Brackets closed. Quotes open, Maria Soranus, consul elect, moved that Pallas, whom Caesar said was the first that brought it into the house, should have the praetorial honors and 15,000,000 sesterces, and that Scipio Cornelius might have the thanks of the house, for that being descended from the king of Arcadia, he forgot his birth and quality to serve the public, and was contented to be one of the prince's servants. Claudius assured them that Pallas, satisfied with the honor the Senate had done him, would live as retiredly as he used to. In short, an act was made, quotes closed, etc. These two passages are as brightly translated as any in the two books, indeed beyond most passages. I shall quote one more. It is in the 13th Annal, chapter 26. It was importantly urged in the Senate that such freedmen as by abusing their lords had shown themselves unworthy of their liberty should remain at the mercy of the said lords, and be subject to their former claims, nec de erant qui conserent, says Tacitus, sed consules relationem incepere non ausi ignaro principe, i.e., quotes open, there were senators too ready to have voted for such a decree, but the consuls durst not propose it to the vote without acquainting the emperor, quotes closed. Of all this matter the translator understood not one word. He says, quotes open, neither were there those wanting who could censure them, nec de erant qui censerent, but the consuls durst not, without the emperor's knowledge, determine the matter, quotes closed. I cannot omit one polite phrase more out of this book. Sulius Senecam in Crepans, says Tacitus, quotes open, he laid it in Seneca's dish, quotes closed, says the translator, chapter 42, quotes open, laying it in Seneca's dish, quotes closed, says the old translation. He indeed has stolen all he knew of Tacitus from the old translation, with all its blunders and stupidity, and improved both notably. Behold another specimen, quotes open. At Rome he cheated men of their legacies, and wronged the fatherless, who were deluded by him. The words of Tacitus are, Romae testamenta et orbos velut indagine eius capi, chapter 42. Section 9 of the last translation of the 14th, 15th, and 16th Annals. A fresh hand has undertaken the 3 following Annals, and by good fortune such a hand has preserved an eminent uniformity with the foregoing, only he is somewhat more gross. Tacitus says it was reported that when Agrippina studied to draw Nero her son into an incestuous commerce with herself, Senecam contra mulieres in lecebras subsidium a femina petivice, emesamque acten libertan. Quotes open, Seneca, says the translator, soon brought in acte Nero's beloved woman to expel one whore with another. Quotes closed. When Agrippina had escaped the first attempt on her life, she dissembled, and seemed not to think it designed, nor to entertain any future apprehensions. Simulata securitate, quotes open, under the appearance of security, quotes closed, says the translator. But as Acharonia, one of her maids, had perished in that attempt, she ordered her will to be found, and all her effects to be sealed up. This she did, says Tacitus, without any dissimulation. Id tantum non per simulationem, chapter 6. Quotes open, she takes all necessary care, says the translator, for the cure of her wound, the testament of Acharonia to be looked out, her coffers to be sealed up, and all things necessary to be done without the least dissimulation. Quotes closed. How nicely he understands the original, and how grammatical is his English. Here, however, there seems to be some meaning aimed at. In what follows, even that is wanting. Quotes open, the image of the villains who were stained with the guilt of this parricide still haunted him. Quotes closed. The words of the original are observabanturque maris ilius et littorum gravis ad spectus, chapter 10. In truth, to expose the insipidness and nonsense of these annals were to transcribe them. In some places he is so gross that his words will not bear repeating, as particularly where one of Octavia's maids tells Tigellinus, Castoria esse muliebria Octaviae quam os eius. His translation of this is abominable, as well as ridiculous and false, and many such like instances there are in him. I beg leave to quote one short passage more out of this annal. When that lady was by the tyrant divorced, and banished into Campania under a guard, inde crebri questus, says Tacitus, nec occulti per vulgam cui minor sapientia, et ex mediocritate fortuna, pauciora pericula sunt, chapter 60. This is a fine reflection. Observe how execrably it is rendered. Quotes open, upon the clamour of the people who have nothing to lose, are commonly fearless, not out of any love of or relenting at his severity. This was remitted. Quotes closed. The 15th annal alone is done just like the 14th, wretchedly. Here follows a specimen. Corbulo and Cassenius Paetus commanded in the east, sed neque Corbulo I muli patiens, says Tacitus, et Paetus qui satis ad gloriam erat, si proximus aberetur despiciebat gesta, nibil caedis aut praedae usurpatas nomine tenus urbium expugnationes dictitans, sed tributa ac leges et pro umbra regis Romanum ius victis impositurum, chapter 6. The misfortune was, says the translator, quotes open, the one was impatient of a rival, and the other could not endure a superior. And Paetus, who ought to have contented himself in being second to Corbulo, ever took pleasure to diminish the glory of his actions, upbraiding him that his victory in taking of towns was imaginary, without conquest or plunder, that he would impose laws and demand contributions, introduce the Roman power in the place of their knights, and render them a mere shadow. Quotes closed. He often seems to be without the least glimmering of Tacitus' meaning, or any meaning, and puts down a parcel of words at random. How clearly does he English provisis exemplis Claudinae ac Numantina Cladis, quotes open, resolving to follow the example of Numantian and the Claudine defeat, which practice they thought they might justify, since the Parthians were at this time more powerful than the Carthaginians or the Samnites, quotes closed, bracket open. Were they in truth? What a discovery is here, bracket closed. Neque eandem vim santibus Italico populo aut poenis Romani imperii aemulis. He goes on, they were now beginning to talk that the ancients were always commended for their address in suiting all things to the times, and securing a safe retreat when fortune should frown upon them. This is another discovery which he has made from these words, validam quoque et laudatam antiquatem, quotiens fortuna contra daret saluti consuluisse. Chapter 13. That is, quotes open, these same venerable ancients, so very stubborn and invincible, and so much adored, always consulted self-preservation as often as pressed by the assaults of a calamitous fortune. Quotes closed. When Paetus had submitted to such shameful conditions from the Parthians, he, amongst the rest, made a bridge over the river Arsanius, and to hide his disgrace pretended it was to shorten his own march, when in truth it was done in obedience to the commands of the Parthians, as a monument of their superiority and conquest. Namque iis usi fuit nostri per diversum iera. Chapter 15. Quotes open. It being commodious to them, quoth the translator, and not in any manner to molest us, quotes closed. Were ever two meanings more remote? He often adds words of his own to those of Tacitus, and often drops many more of the original, sometimes whole sentences. Tacitus says, there prevailed then a pestilent custom of making fraudulent adoptions, such as candidates for office as had no children of their own, and as soon as the election was over, they instantly dismissed such as they had occasionally adopted. This abuse raised a storm from such as were real parents, who, having applied to the Senate with warm representations against such fallacious dealings in others, and such injury done to themselves, add, sibi promissa legum diu expectata, in ludibrium verti, quando quis sine solicitudine parens, sine loctu orbis longa patrum vota repente adiqueret. Chapter 19. All this is dropped by the translator, and the following jargon of his own inserted. They took children to quit them at their fancy in contempt of those laws, while they had a great many privileges for care or sorrow, the other with ease enjoyed the same. Quotes closed. I am afraid I have tired my reader, as I have done myself, with such a dull deduction of stupidities. I did not at first intend to say anything of the former translations. I took it for granted that every man who had seen them must have condemned them, and found them as pitiful and bad as they really are. But when, upon publishing my proposals, I found that some who by their titles and profession should be learned, others who by their high quality ought to have taste and elegance, had commended the former translation, and uttered their despair of seeing a better, I found it necessary to give some account of that performance, which I think to be as low, defective, and wretched as anything in print, neither language nor sense nor decency, and as much unlike Tacitus the historian as the meanest slave of Tacitus the consul was unlike his master. It is much worse than the old translation, which is exceeding bad. It is in my own defense, as well as in defense of Tacitus, that I have censured it, and against my inclination. It looks indeed as if the translators themselves had no opinion of it, since they have not, as is usual, said one word about it by way of preface. This is what Mr. Dryden particularly never used to omit doing. Why did he omit it now in the translation of a work of such name and weight? As far as the 6th annal, There is a translation, too, of Lahusse's notes, but done with great ignorance and errors. End of Discourse 1. Read by Father Ziley of Detroit, Michigan, December 2007.
Section 2 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Graham Redman. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 2. Upon Tacitus and his Writings, Part 1. Section 1. The Character of Tacitus. As to the character of Tacitus and his writings, he was the greatest orator, statesman, and historian of his time. He had long frequented the bar, he had passed through all the high offices of state, he was aedile, praetor, consul, and after long acquaintance with business and men, he applied himself to collect observations, and to convey the fruits of his knowledge to posterity under the agreeable dress of a history. For this task he was excellently qualified. No man had seen more, scarce any man had ever thought so much, or conveyed his thoughts with greater force and vivacity. A mighty genius, for which no conception or design was too vast, a powerful orator who abounds in great sentiments and description, yet a man of consummate integrity, who, though he frequently agitates the passions, never misleads them. A masterly historian who draws events from their first sources, and explains them with a redundancy of images and a frugality of words. A profound politician who takes off every disguise and penetrates every artifice. An upright patriot, zealous for public liberty and the welfare of his country, and a declared enemy to tyrants and to the instruments of tyranny. A lover of humankind, a man of virtue, who adores liberty and truth, and everywhere adorns and recommends them, who abhors falsehood and iniquity, despises little arts, exposes bad ones, and shows upon all occasions, by the fate and fall of great wicked men, by the anxiety of their souls, by the precariousness of their power, by the uncertainty or suddenness of their fate, what a poor price greatness obtained is for goodness lost, and how infinitely persecuted virtue is preferable to smiling and triumphant wickedness. Germanicus, under all his hardships and disfavour, is a happier man than Tiberius with all his power and empire, happier in peace of mind, happier in his fame and memory. Tigellinus is a great favourite with Nero, but detested by all the rest of the world, and fearful of all men. Seneca is disliked by the emperor, but universally beloved and regretted. Tacitus is a fine gentleman who suffers nothing pedantic or low, nothing that is trifling or indecent, to fall from his pen. He is also a man of wit, not such a one as is fond of conceits and the quaintness of words, but a wit that is grave, majestic, and sublime, one that blends the solemnity of truth with the fire of imagination, and touches the heart rather than the fancy. Yet for the better reception of truth pleases and awakens the fancy. The telling of truth is dry and unaffecting, but to enliven it with imagery is describing it, and every one knows the advantages that description has over bare narration. Hence the force of fine painting, though in my opinion the orator has the advantage of the painter, as words can multiply ideas better than the pencil, throw them thicker together, and inflame them more. What piece of Apelles could have animated the Athenians against Philip of Macedon like one of Demosthenes' orations? What picture of love can equal the description of that passion by Lucretius, the noblest wit of all the Latin poets? It is hardly, I believe, possible for colours to carry images higher than they are by Michelangelo carried in his piece of the Last Day, yet I believe it not only possible, but easy, to make a description of that day more affecting than the sight of that celebrated piece. Section 2. How much he excels in description and force. Painting in words is the strongest painting, and in that art Tacitus excels to amazement. His images are many, but close and thick. His words are few, but pointed and glowing, and even his silence is instructive and affecting. How justly does he represent that noble sullenness and disdain of the wife of Arminius when brought with other captives before Germanicus! Inerant et feminae nobiles, interquas uxor Arminii, eademque filia segestis, mariti magis quam parentis animo, neque victa in lacrimas, neque voces supplex, compressis intra sinum manibus gravidum uterum intuens. A circumstance of distress more moving than this last could not be devised, and what words or exclamations or tears could raise compassion so effectually as the representation of a spirit too great to weep or complain, of a grief too mighty to be uttered. The march of Germanicus and his army to the forest of Teutberg, to bury the bones of Verus and his legions there massacred by the Germans, the description of that camp, with the revival of the circumstances of that tragical event, and the sympathy and resentments of the soldiers, are all beautifully displayed with great force and brevity, with equal tenderness and horror. Per moto ad miserationem omni qui aderat exercitu, ob propinquos, amicos, denique ob casus bellorum et sortem hominum. Incedunt moistos locos, visuque ac memoria deformes. Prima vari castra lato ambitu, et dimensis principiis, trium legionum manus ostentabant. Dein semiruto vallo humili fossa, accisae iam reliquiae concedissi intellegebantur. Medio campi albentia ossa, ut fugerant, ut restiterant disjecta vel agerata. Adjacebant fragmina telorum equorumque artus, simul truncis arborum antifixa ora. Lucis propinquis barbarae arae, apud quas tribunos ac primorum ordinum centuriones mactaverant. Claudius eius superstites, pugnam aut vincula elepsi, referebant hic cecidissi legatos, illic raptas aquilas, primum ubi vulnus varo ad actum, ubi infelice dextra et suo ictu mortem invenerit, quo tribunale concionatus Arminius, quod patibula captivis quae scrobes, utque signis et aquilis per superbiam inlucerit. Igitur Romanus qui aderat exercitus, sextum post Claudis annum, trium legionum ossa, nullo noscenti alienas reliquias ansuorum humo tegeret, omnes ut conjunctos ut consanguineos aucta in hostem era moisti simul et infensi condebant. Here is eloquence and description. What can be added, what can be taken away? His style is everywhere warm and pathetic, and he never informs the understanding or entertains the imagination, but he kindles the affections. You are not only convinced by his sentiments, but governed by them, charmed with them, and grow zealous for them. This is a trial of the power and skill of a writer, this the drift and glory of persuasion and eloquence, and this the talent of Tacitus. To display tyrants and tyranny he chooses the strongest words and figures. Facinora ac flagitia sua ipsi quoque in supplicium verterant, si recludantur tyrannorum mentes, posse adspici leniatus et ictus, quando ut corpora berberibus iter saevitia libidine malis consultis animus dilaceretur, quippe Tiberium non fortuna non solitudines protegebant, qui in tormenta pectoris suasque ipsi poenas fateretur. It was his business and design to lay open the iniquity and horrors of their misrule. Saeva iussa continuas accusationes, fallaces amicitias, perniciem innocentium. You see the bloody hands of the executioners, Rome swimming in the blood of her own citizens, and all the rage of unrelenting tyranny, undantem per domo sanguinem, aut manus carnificum. You see the bands of accusers let loose, nay, hired to destroy, and breathing death and exile. Saevitiam oratorum accusationes minitantium, delatores per praemia elliciebantur. You see the barbarous outrages of an insolent and merciless soldiery. Cuncta sanguine ferro flamisque miscent. You see madmen bear rule, these mad rulers governed and made worse by slaves, villains, and harlots, yet all these monsters adored, their persons, wickedness, and even their fury sanctified, iniquity exalted, virtue trod under foot, laws perverted, righteousness and truth depressed and banished, every worthy man doomed to scaffolds, rocks, and dungeons, the basest of all men pronouncing that doom, and making a prey or a sacrifice of the best, fear and distrust and treachery prevailing, the destroyers themselves haunted with the perpetual dread of destruction, at last overtaken by it, yet seldom leaving better in their room. All these melancholy scenes you see exposed in colours strong and moving. The thoughts are great, the phrase elevated, and the words chaste and few. It is all a picture. Whatever he says, you see, and all that you see affects you. It puzzles one to give instances because there are so many in every page. How many affecting images are there in these few words near the beginning of the first annal? Quotus quisque reliquus qui rem publicam vidisset. How mournful too and expressive, yet how plain are these which immediately follow. Igiter verso civitatis statu, nihil usquam prisci et integri moris, as well as those a little before, rebus novis aucti tuta et praesentia, quam vetera et periculosa malent. With what thunder and vehemence does Arminius rouse the Cheruscans, his countrymen, to arms, when his wife became a captive to the Romans and his child a slave, though yet unborn. egregium patrem, magnanimum imperatorem, fortem exercitum, quorum tot manus unam mulierculam avexerint, sibi tres legiones totidem legatos procobuissi, non enim se proditione neque adversus feminas gravidas, sed palam adversus amatos bellum tractare. Cerni ad hoc Germanorum in lucis signa Romana, coleret segestes victam repam, rederet filio sacerdotium, etc. In how few words does he comprise a long and perplexed debate in the council held by Germanicus how to proceed with the mutinous legions. Augebat metum gnarus superior exercitus Romanae seditionis, et si omitteretur ripa invasurus hostis, ac si auxilia et socii adversum abscedentes legiones armarentur, civile bellum suscipi, periculosa severitas, flagitiosa largitio, su nihil militi, su omnia concederenter, in ancipiti res publica. Igiter, etc. Section 3. Further instances of the justness of his genius and of his great thoughts. His account of the persecutions of Germanicus, with his last words and amiable character, makes a fine tragedy. So does the death of Seneca. So does that of the conspirators against Nero. With what magnanimity and calmness does Sulpicius Asper, the centurion, answer the brutal tyrant when asked why he had conspired against his life. Non aliter tot flagitiis eius subveniri potuissi. With what silence and firmness did the consul Vestinus die, though he was Nero's old companion and friend, and unconcerned in the conspiracy, and no crime nor accuser against him. Vigens ad hoc balneo infertur, calida aqua mersatur, nulla edita voce qua se miseraretur. How beautiful, how deep and just are his observations upon human nature. Moles in calamitate humani animi. Mobiles ad superstitionem perculsae semel mentes. Cupidine ingenii humani lubentius obscura credi. Neque morum spernendus nisi quod paupertatem praecipuum malorum credebat. Vivorum ut magna admiratio iter censura difficilis. Eandem virtutem admirantibus qui irascebantur. Manebat admiratio viri et fama, sed oderant. Beneficia eo usque laeta sunt dum videnter exsolvi posse. Ubi multum anticessere pro gratia odium reditur. Exacto per scelera die novissimum malorum fuit laetitia. Rumore populi qui neminem sine aemulo sinit. Minore spe veniae crescit vinculum sceleris. Populus novarum rerum cupiens pavidusque. Vulgus eadem pravitate interfectum insectatur, qua viventem foverat. How masterly and profound are those upon government. Primas dominandis spes in arduo. Ubi sis ingressus ad esse studia et ministros. Arduum eodem loci potentiam et concordiam esse. Potentia cautis consiliis tutius habetur. Maior e longinquo reverentia. Principibus praecipua rerum ad famam dirigendo. In sociabile regnum. Cupido regni fratre et filia potio. Scarum cui implacabilius irascebatur Tiberius silentio tramisit. Intellegebantur artes, sed pars obsequii in eo ne deprehenderentur. In summa fortuna aequius quod validius. These I do not quote as the finest thoughts in Tacitus, but only such as occur to me. He paints thoughts and faculties, men and passions, tyranny and slaves. His imagination is boundless, yet never outruns his judgment. His wisdom is solid and vast, yet always enlivened by his imagination. His designing is great, his drawing just, his colouring beautiful. See the description of a pestilence at Rome. Domus corporibus exanimis itinera funeribus complebantur, non sexus, non aetas periculo vacua, sevitia perinde ac ingenua plebes raptim extingui, interconjugum et liberorum lamenta, qui dum accident, dum deflent, saepe eodem rogo cremabantur. Equitum senatorum quae interitus quamvis promiscui minus flebiles erant, tanquam commune mortalitate saevitiam principis praevenierent. Under a tyrant a plague was a blessing. Who but Tacitus could have said, as he does of the ancient Germans, argentum et aurum propitii an irati dii negaverint dubito, or that afterwards of the same people, mira diversitate naturae cum iidem homines sic ament inertiam quietem oderint, or that of the Cetones, a particular clan of Germans who were under the government of a woman, in tantum non modo a libertate sed etiam a servitute degenerant. These are such instances of discernment, sagacity, and happy expression as few writings can show. By them, and 1,000 more, it is manifest that Tacitus saw everything in a true and uncommon light, and his reflections are like mirrors, where human nature and government are exhibited in their proper size and colours. I cannot help thinking that, to be a bold and gallant saying of Boiocalus to the Roman general who refused him a mansion for himself and his people in the vacant lands of Frisia, and thence provoked him to implore the sun and stars, quasi coram interrogabat, velentne contueri inane solum, potius mare superfunderent adversus terrarum ereptores, deesse nobis terram in qua vivamus, in qua moriamur non potest. What a sublime thought is that of his concerning the Fenians, the most savage and wretched race this of all the wild Germans, their clothing, skins, their bed, the earth, their food, the grass, destitute of horses, houses, and arms, the thick branches of trees their only shelter against tempests and the ravening beasts. Here they find cradles and protection for their babes, here live the old men, and hither resort the young. Yet this miserable life they prefer to that of sweating at the plough, and to the pains of rearing houses. They thirst not after the fortunes of others, they have no anxiety about preserving their own, so that they hoped for nothing that was not theirs, and having nothing of their own could fear to lose nothing. Securi, says Tacitus, adversus homines, securi adversus deos, rem difficilimam adsecuti sunt, ut illis ne voto quidem opus sit. Section 4. The morality of Tacitus and his spirit virtuous and humane. As obvious, too, as his other great qualities, is his love of mankind, of civil liberty, and of private and public virtue. His book is a great tablature of the ugliness and horrors of tyranny, of the scandal and infamy of servitude and debasement, of the loveliness of virtue and a free spirit, of the odiousness of vice and sycophancy. Such was his sympathy for the sufferings and severe lot of the Romans under Tiberius, that he is glad of a digression from home, and keeps thence as long as he can, to relieve his soul from attending to domestic evils. Duabus aestatibus gesta conjunxi, quo requiesceret animus a domesticis malis. He grieves for the slavish spirit, for the stupid tameness of the Romans under the tyranny of the detestable Nero. So much Roman blood wantonly shed by that monster is a load upon his soul, and oppresses it with sorrow. Patientia servilis, tantumque sanguinis domi perditum, fatigant animum et maestitia restringunt. He delights in good times, in public liberty and virtuous reigns, and delights to praise them, such as those of Nerva and Trajan. Rara temporum felicitate, ubi sentire quae velis, et quae sentias dicere licet. In what a different strain does he speak of the foregoing emperors. Nobilitas opes omissi gestique honores pro crimine, et ob virtutes certissimum exitium. He glories, however, that the worst and most faithless times produced many instances of friendship and generous fidelity. Non tamen addio virtutem sterile saeculum, ut non et bona exempla prodiderit. He is fond of a virtuous character, as that of Labeo. Labeo incorrupta libertate, et ob id fama celebratio. Such as that of Lepidus. Hunc ego lepidum temporibus illis gravem et sapientem virum fuissi comperio, nam plerique absaevis adulationibus aliorum in melius flexit. And that of Lucius Piso, chief pontiff. Nullius servilis sententiae sponte auctor. How amiable are the death and last words of Lucius Arruntius, like those of a patriot and a prophet. But how vile everywhere, and even miserable and insecure, are tyrants, flatterers, and the ministers of iniquity. What he says of the first I have quoted above, and against the other hear his honest indignation. Tempora infecta et adulatione sordida fuere. Faedaque et nimia censerent. Adulatio perinde anceps si nulla et ubi nimia est. Delatores genus hominum in exitium publicum repertum perniciem aliis ac postremo sibi invenere. What an odious insect is Vatinius, what a horrible villain Tigellinus, what infamous sycophants are Capito and Vitellius, and what a shocking parricide is Serenus, the accuser of his father, and a general accuser. Section 5. The style of Tacitus, how pertinent and happy, his obscurity a charge of the moderns only. Besides the grandeur and dignity of his phrase, he is remarkable for a surprising brevity. But let his words be ever so few, his thought and matter are always abundant. His expression is like the dress of Poppaea Sabina, described by himself, velata parte oris ne satiaret aspectum, vel quia sic decabat. He starts the idea, and leaves the imagination to pursue it. The sample he gives you is so fine that you are presently curious to see the whole piece, and then you have your share in the merit of the discovery, a compliment which some able writers have forgot to pay to their readers. I cannot help thinking Mr. Locke a great deal too wordy, and that the plainness of his propositions as well as their strength suffers often by an explanation over diffuse. Dr. Tillotson's style is much better, indeed very fine, but takes up too much room. It is likely he chose it as fit for popular discourses, since it is plain from the vivacity of his parts and the many fine turns found in his writings that he could have been very sententious. These two great names are by no man reverenced more than I reverence them, and without malignity I mention them, as I do that of the worthy Lord Clarendon, whose language is weighty and grave, but encumbered and even darkened, I might say flattened, with a multiplication of words. Style is a part of genius, and Tacitus had one peculiar to himself, a sort of a language of his own, one fit to express the amazing vigour of his spirit and that redundancy of reflections which, for force and frequency, are to be equalled by no writer before or since. Besides, the course and fluency of his narration is almost everywhere broken by persons whom he introduces speaking and debating, insomuch that a great part of his history comes out of the mouths of other people, and in expressions suitable to their several characters. It is plain, too, that the older he grew, the more he pruned and curtailed his style, for his histories are much more copious and flowing than his annals, and thus what has been by others reckoned a fault was in him the effect of his judgment. Neither were his works intended for the populace, but for such as governed states, or such as attended to the conduct of governors, nor, were the style and Latin ever so plain, would they ever be understood by such as do not. As Plutarch came to understand the Roman tongue by understanding their affairs, Tacitus is to be known by knowing human nature and the elements and mechanism of government. It is madness to wish for the manner and redundancy of Livy in the writings of Tacitus. They wrote at different times, and of governments differently formed. Tacitus had transactions of another sort to describe, and other sorts of men, for by government men are changed. The crooked arts of policy, the false smiles of power, the jealousy, fury, and wantonness of princes uncontrolled, the flattery of the grandees, the havoc made by the accusers, and universal debasement of all men, matter chiefly for reflection, complaints, and rebuke. Nobis in arto et inglorious labor, moistae urbis res, etc. Livy had another field and more scope, the history of a commonwealth rising, forming, and conquering, perpetual victories, and matter of panegyric, and his pen flowed like the prosperity of the state. Ingentia bella, expugnationes urbium, fusos captosque reges, discordias consulum adversus tribunos, agrarias frumentarias qui leges, plebis et optimatium catamina, libero egressu memorabant. Doubtless he could have adopted another style if he would, perhaps the style of Livy, as I think this very quotation shows, but Tacitus had another view and different topics. Nor would another style, the easy and numerous style of Livy, have answered his purpose. I fancy, too, that nobody who knows Tacitus would wish him to have written in a strain different from what he has done. There are charms in his manner and words, as well as in his thoughts, and he wears the only dress that would become him. It is amazing that this obscurity of his should never be mentioned by any of the ancients who mention him. It is a fault discovered by the moderns, though, in my opinion, common to him with other classical writers, nor has he puzzled the commentators more than Horace, Cicero, Pliny, Sallust, etc. His Latin is truly pure and classical. He has few or no words which had not been used by approved writers, nor does he often give new ideas to old words. If his works were nowise obscure to men of sense when he composed them, as we have no reason to think, it is insolence and folly in us to reckon his obscurity a fault. It is a dead language which he writes in, and he wrote 1700 years ago. When Tacitus the emperor directed copies of his books to be placed in all the libraries, and for their better preservation to be transcribed 10 times every year, he ordered no grammarian to explain his abstruse places, though the historian had been then dead near 200 years. Great writers are in their manner and phrase a law and authority to themselves, and not confined to the rules that fill the heads or grammars of small wits and pedants. Milton has a style of his own, and rules for writing of his own, and who that tastes his genius would wish him more fashionable and exact, or to have written otherwise? I am even pleased with the jarrings of Milton's phrases, but here I chiefly mean his poetical style. Of his prose I shall make mention hereafter. When the subject varies, so should the style. That of Tacitus is marvellously suited to his subject and design. Had it been more familiar, it had neither been so just nor so beautiful. To me nothing is more so than the manner of Tacitus. His words and phrases are admirably adapted to his matter and conceptions, and make impressions sudden and wonderful upon the mind of man. The doleful condition of the Emperor Vitellius when deserted by his fortune and all men is strong and tragical as imagination and words can make it. Terret solitudo et tacentes loci, tentat clausa, inhorrescit vacuis, fessusque misero errore, et pudenda latebra semet occultans, a tribuno protrahitur. Vinctae pone tergum manus, leniata veste, faedum spectaculum ducebatur, multis increpantibus, he adds, nullo in lacrimante. And the reason he gives for this is judicious and fine. Deformitas exitus misericordiam abstulerat. What follows is in the same affecting strain, as are the first sensible approaches of his calamity. Vitellius capta urbe aventinum in domum uxoris cellula defertur, ut si diem latebra vitaviset, terracinem perfugeret. Dein mobilitate ingenii, et quae natura pavoris est, cum omnia metuenti praesentia maxime displicerent, in pallatium regreditur, vastum desertumque, dilapsis etiam infimis servorum, aut occursum eius declinentibus. Who would blame Tacitus for a paucity of words when he conveys so many images in so few? Is habitus animorum fuit, ut pessimum facinus auderent pauci, plures velent, omnes paterentur. Where can there be a happier expression than that concerning Galba, when the empire was already rent from him, and he knew it not? Ignorus interim Galba et sacris intentus fatigabat alieni iam imperii Deos. When Otho, proclaimed emperor by no more than 23 soldiers, was advancing to the camp, et paucitate salutantium trepidus. The behaviour and acquiescence of those he met in his way are accounted for with surprising brevity and justness. Alii conscientia, plerique miraculo, pars clamore et gladiis, pars silentio, animum ex eventu sumpturi. There is infinite pathos in what he says of the omens and phenomena which were observed during the civil wars, and the strife of princes. Coelo terraque prodigia, et fulminum monitus, et futurorum praesagia laeta, tristia, ambigua, manifesta. What can be more solemn, sounding, and sublime, even in Lucretius? When Nero was disgracing himself and the Roman state by debasing his person to that of a player upon the public stage, how pathetically is the behaviour and spirit of Burrus described in a few words: ad stabat Burrus maerens et laudans. Section 6. A general character of his works. There is no end of specimens and examples. It is all over a wonderful book, full of wisdom, full of virtue, of astonishing strokes of genius and superior sense. Yet he seems not to value himself upon his great thoughts. The finest things fall from him like common things. He says them naturally, and never dwells upon one, because he has always more to utter. When he has struck your imagination, and you want to stand still and ruminate, you have no time. He draws, or rather forces you forward, and the next thought strikes you as much. So does the third, and all of them, and you go on reading and wondering, yet wishing for leisure to ponder and recollect. But he gives you none, for from first to last the present reflection is always the best. 'Tis all of it eternal good sense, and will bear an eternity of time and censure. It is no wise akin to your pretty trifles of humour and fancy that just tickle the imagination, but go no deeper, and please for a day. His beauties are solid, and upon the strictest examination discover no paint or tinsel. His wisdom and instruction are inexhaustible, and his works consequently an everlasting feast. I have seen several performances of tolerable length and notable reputation, all derived from so many short sentences of Tacitus, well wire-drawn and paraphrased. He is indeed a fund for writers who have discretion and style, but want depth. There is a fine short character of Tacitus in Owen's Epigrams. Veracem fecit probitas, natura segacem, obscurum brevitas te, gravitasque brevem. Section 7. Tacitus vindicated from the imputation of deriving events from counsels too subtle and malevolent. He is accused, too, of overmuch subtlety and refining, and of deriving the actions of his princes, even the most innocent and plausible, from crooked designs and a base heart, and of imputing to craft and politics what was often no more than the effect of inclination and passion. A charge, in my opinion, entirely groundless. Tacitus describes things and men as they are, shows particulars acting agreeably to their characters, their situation and views, and represents counsels flowing from such sources only as were likely to produce them. Let us examine his reign of Tiberius, for which he is chiefly censured. The first feat of this reign was the murder of Agrippa, the grandson of Augustus. Tiberius ordered it and denied it, and threatened the centurion who was the executioner that he should answer for it to the Senate. This is the account given by Tacitus, and the same is given by Suetonius. The former adds that it was done from jealousy of state and for the removal of a rival. And what other reason is to be given? For he had shown how improbable it was that the same had been ordained by Augustus, though this was pretended, as Suetonius too testifies. Nor was anything more natural than his apprehensions of Germanicus, a young prince popular above all men, and at the head of a great army, who wanted him for their emperor in the room of Tiberius. This is matter of fact, and well attested. Now, where is the extreme refining to represent Tiberius as contriving to remove such a dangerous man, one of such good pretences and powerful interest, first from his faithful legions, and then from home, for ever, though at the same time he flattered him, extolled him, and heaped honours upon him? All this is but the common road of such courts when they have the same designs and fears. Is it not usual in Turkey to load a bashaw with imperial presents, to bestow upon him some great government, and to murder him before he arrive at it? Is not power a jealous and artificial thing, full of fears and wiles? And is not Tiberius allowed by all men to have been a prince of infinite distrust, craft, and cruelty? What meant he by making great men governors of provinces, and yet never suffering them to go thither for a course of years, nor even out of Rome, though they still held the name? What meant he by continuing others in the actual possession of provinces for a long tract of years, nay, frequently to the end of their life? Was it not his distrust of the former, and that as to the latter he could not make a safer choice, and therefore was afraid to choose any? Yet Tacitus, far from diving into his politics in this matter, or being subtle and dogmatical about it, gives you the sentiments of others. Alii taedio novae curae, semel placita pro aeternis servavisse, quidam invidia ne plures fruerentur. Sunt qui estimant ut calidum eius ingenium ita anxium judicium. Neque enim eminentis virtutes sectabatur, et rosum vitia oderat. Ex optimis periculum sibi, a pessimis de decus publicum metuebat. Never was anything said more impartial, never anything more just and solid. From the doubles and even contradictions that possess the heart of man, the conduct of men will be perplexed and contradictory. It is allowed that alieni appetens sui profusus was a just branch in the character of Catiline, and is reckoned one of the beauties and strong places in Sallust. Without peradventure as beautiful and strong and just is this of Tacitus, neque eminentis virtutis sectabatur, et rosum vitia oderat. The reason, too, assigned for it is equally just and fine. Ex optimis periculum sibi, a pessimist de decus publicum metuebat. Is not this accounting, from the principles of nature and self-preservation, for the conduct and politics of Tiberius? Many of his actions and measures recounted by Tacitus are supported by collateral evidence by Suetonius, Pliny, Dion Cassius, and others. Many by them omitted are by him related, with such probability, and so perfectly resemble the rest of his conduct, that we must deny Tiberius to have been such a prince as all men agree he was, or believe the account of him given by Tacitus. His dissimulation was constant and notorious. In the very beginning, while he confidently acted as emperor with all the pomp and might of majesty, he openly refused the empire. Principatum, says Suetonius, quam vis neque occupare confestim, neque agere dubitasit, vi et specie dominationis assumpta, diu tamen recusavit impudentissimo animo. Such severe language as this is not given him by Tacitus. Does Tacitus represent him as hating and fearing the great Romans and illustrious senators? And do not other historians, do not the facts themselves prove it? Was he not continually destroying them till they were almost all destroyed? Of the 20 grandees, particularly Principum Civitatis, whom he desired of the Senate for his confidants and counsellors, he left not above 2 or 3 alive; all the rest were by treachery and feigned crimes cut off by him. Horum omnium vix duos aut tres incolumes praestitit, caeteros alium aliade causa perculit, says Suetonius. Is Tacitus therefore too refined in discovering what facts demonstrate? Is it not Suetonius too who says, multa specie gravitatis ac morum corrigendorum, sed magis naturae obtemperans saevae et atrocita factitavit? It was usual with him to do actions exceeding barbarous and merciless, yet all under show of justice and the reforming of manners, but in reality from the instigation of his own cruel spirit. Is Suetonius also over subtle, the historian in the world the most plain, and seldom aiming at a reflection? For what reason did he suffer the boundaries of the empire to be invaded and provinces to be seized by the barbarians, but from fear of trusting any great officer with the conduct of the war? That he affected to derive all power from the Senate, yet left them but the shadow of authority, and was even jealous of that shadow, is sacredly true. It was even natural, and wanted no reasoning to discover it. Did not Cromwell do the same? And are not all men willing to have their power, however lawless, legitimated, and the odium of their acts of violence transferred upon others? Will any one say that the Senate liked his acts of sovereignty, his frequent impeachments of their members, often the best and most innocent, and his obliging them to condemn, for he that dares not refuse is forced to consent, and his leaving every particular in continual dread of being the next, which was a farther motive in each to hatred and complaisance? He knew he had earned their hate. Reputante sibi publicum odium. Is it likely now that he loved them, or that there was or could be sincerity or confidence on either side? What did his retirement in the Isle of Caprii, with his perpetual absence from Rome, infer, but continual distrust of the Senate and people? Just before he expired he was hastening from a ramble upon the continent back to his den. Non temere quidquam nisi ex tuto ausurus, to take measures of vengeance against the Senate, for that he had read in their acts that they had discharged certain persons accused, though he had writ to the Senate that they were only named by the informer. Pro contempto se habitum fremens, repetere caprias quoque modo destinavit, non temere, etc. This too is related by Suetonius. It is certain the Senate were to all these tyrants a constant mark of jealousy and hate, and some of them, particularly Caligula and Nero, had proposed to extirpate that venerable assembly by murdering the whole body. End of Discourse 2, Part 1.
Section 3 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by J.C. Guan. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 2, Upon Tacitus and His Writings, Part 2. Section 8. More proofs of the candor and veracity of Tacitus. Tacitus makes Tiberius no worse than he was, hardly so bad, that he doomed almost his whole family to exile, famine, or the executioner, that his cruel suspicion and distrust extended even to women, even to his mother, nay to children, relations and strangers, to names, nobility, and all men, is undeniable. Nor does Tacitus relate any part of the conduct or politics of Tiberius, but what evidently results either from the nature of the man or the nature of his power. He frequently speaks well of that prince, and ill he could not avoid speaking, if he spoke of him at all. Nay, the whole 6th chapter of the 4th annal is a fine panegyric upon the moderation and wisdom of his government for 8 years before. Publica negotia e privatum maxima apud patres tractabantur, dabaturque primoribus diserere e in adulationem lapsus coibebat ipse, mandabatque honores, nobilitatem maiorum, claritudinem militiae, in lustres domi artes spectando, ut satis constaret non alios potiores fuisse, sua consulibus, sua praetoribus species, minorum quoque magistratum exercita potestas, legesque si majestatis quaestio eximeretur bono in usu, etc. What can be fairer than this? And do not other historians agree that he grew worse and worse, that he had long smothered his vices, and was, first and last, a complete dissembler? And is it just upon Tacitus to accuse him of displaying the subtleties and craft of a prince, who was all craft and subtlety? Does he not give us the good and bad of his character, and frequently defend it? Does he not say of him, in opposition to popular opinion and report, non crediterim ad ostentandam serviciam, movendasque populi offensiones concessam filio materiam, quamquam equoque dictum est? AN 1 C76. Does he not represent Tiberius elsewhere as mollifying a rigorous sentence of the Senate, for banishing a criminal to a barren and desolate island, and arguing that to whomsoever they granted life, they ought to grant the conveniences of life, dandus vitae usus, qui vita consideretur? Does he not represent him in another place absolutely refusing a new accession of power, and arguing against it, like a republican, yet charges him there with no dissimulation? In Tacitus you have no false coloring, no true worth blemished, no bad qualities disguised, but fair representations and equal justice. Tiberius is a dangerous prince, extremely false, extremely cruel, but he has many abilities, and some good qualities. He is prudent in moderating the excesses of others, where he was not instigated by his own personal anger. Prudens moderanti, ubi propria ira non impereretur. He loved power without bounds, yet was constant and resolute in rejecting pompous honors. Spernendis honoribus validus. A great tyrant, but a prince observing the rules of primitive parsimony. Antique parsimoniae princeps. Furiously jealous of prerogative, yet the laws where processes of treason interfered not, where in proper force, leges si majestatis quaestio eximeretur bono in usu. He is inflexible in his vengeance, and wherever his jealousy or anger centers, there terrible tragedies are sure to follow. Yet the popular imputation of his poisoning his son is by Tacitus exposed as incredible and fabulous, with many the like instances of eminent impartiality. He gives fair quarter to the man, but none to the tyrant. To Claudius, a stupid prince, and almost a changeling, who had no judgment, no aversion of his own, but only such as were ensued and managed by others, he allows a share of sense at intervals, allows that he did some reasonable things, gave good advice to the Prince of Parthia, and wanted not elegance in his speeches, when his speeches were premeditated. He owns the spirit of sovereignty to be jealous and unsociable, but, as an exception from the rule, mentions the amiable friendship and union between Germanicus and Drusus, in the court of Tiberius, though their different interests had rent the whole court into factions. He owns the friendship of Drusus for the children of Germanicus, though the participation of power and the union of hearts are seldom compatible. The same fair temper and truth he observes in the conduct and character of Galba, Otho, and even of Nero and Vitellius, and it was his business and design to lay open the iniquity and horrors of the misrule. These are some of the objections made to the writings of Tacitus, and I think with extreme injustice. His critics are more subtle than he. They are false refiners, who for the reputation of sagacity make singular remarks, and serve him as they say he did Tiberius. They pervert and blacken his designs, and are too curious to be equitable. Tacitus, with a masterly discernment, unravels the mysterious conduct of Tiberius. It is from awe of his mother, it is from fear of Germanicus, it is from jealousy of the grandees, and with design to amuse and humour, or to deceive them all, that he rules and acts with such temper and moderation, against the bent and pride of his nature, always imperious and tyrannical. But when he had well established himself, when Germanicus was dead, when his mother too was gone, when he had crushed some of the grandees and terrified all, and especially when he was far from the eyes of Rome, is it not most true that he then gave a loose to all the excesses of vileness and cruelty? Cuncta simul vicie, male diu dissimulata, tandem profundit. It is not Tacitus who says this. Was he not continually mocking and deluding the Senate? First, he would by no means accept the empire. At a time when he was actually in possession, sometimes he was weary of it, and would needs resign at every turn. Before he quitted the city, he was for visiting the provinces, and for this purpose many preparations were made, and high expectations raised. Then, when he had retired to Capreae, he was continually amusing them with his immediate return to Rome, nay, begged one of the consuls to guard him. He carried the deceit so far that he often visited the continent, and the very walls and gardens about Rome, but never once returned to Rome, nor visited the provinces, nor had a thought of resigning. The Commonwealth was always in his mouth, even when he was acting the tyrant most. He professed eminent moderation while he was meditating acts of cruelty, and in instances of injustice and rigor, pleaded law and mercy. His malice in leaving so wicked a successor appears more from Suetonius than from Tacitus, who allows him to have had some thoughts of appointing another, but the former testifies expressly that Tiberius was wont to foretell what a devouring dragon he reared for the Roman people, and what a phaeton or incendiary to the whole earth. Tacitus is vouched by Suetonius in what he says was reported for the motive which determined Augustus to adopt Tiberius, ambitione tractum, ut tali successore considerabilitor, ipse quandoque fieret. Suetonius in Tiberius, c. 21. The same, too, is testified by Dion Cassius. Section 9. Mr. Bayle's unjust censure of Tacitus, and how well the latter knew and observed the laws of history. Mr. Bayle, in his dictionary, in the article of Tacitus, quotes some passages out of a book entitled Anonymiana, a very foolish book, where Tacitus is criticized as above, and approves those passages. This is the less matter of wonder to me, for that Mr. Bayle, with all his immense learning, acuteness, and candor, has a strange and unnatural bias to absolute monarchy, though he had fled from the fury of it, and taken refuge in a free state. A proof this, that great weakness cleaves to the great minds, and who can boast an exemption from prejudices, when a spirit so signally disinterested and philosophical as that of Bayle was not exempted. He himself says of Tacitus, qu'il y a bien à reprendre dans l'affectation de son langage et dans celle de rechercher les motifs secrets des actions et de les retourner vers le criminel. That this charge is groundless I have already proved. Much less to be regarded is the authority of Mr. St. Evremont in his censure upon Tacitus. His observations are without depth, to say no worse, nor have I found in his works any political observations remarkable for solidity and force. What he has said of the Romans is superficial, and often wrong. Tacitus knew perfectly the laws of history, and blames the passionate and partial accounts given by those who described the same reigns, since those of them which were written during the lives of the princes were falsified through dread of their tyranny, and, when dead, through detestation of their late cruelties. He had no motive to be partial. Free as he was from affection, free from resentment, he knew that truth uncorrupted was the business of an historian, and that personal affection and hate should have no share in the work. Nec amore quisquam, e sine odio dicendus est. Of Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, he says that to him they were known by no mark either of favor or diskindness. The same is true of Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. He shews how the truth was corrupted, first by flattery, then by resentment, and professes to be far from either. I think he is as good as his word. Section 10. An apology for the wrong account by Tacitus given of the Jews and Christians, and for his disregard of the religion then received. There are other accusations against Tacitus. He has misrepresented the Jews and Christians, and wanted religion. Concerning the Jews, he followed the tradition and accounts current amongst the Romans. He tells you what different relations there were, and neither adds anything nor misrepresents things maliciously. It was an obscure state, generally enslaved to some greater power, to the Assyrians, Egyptians, Grecians, and then to the Romans, and condemned by all, as much as they themselves hated all. They had not common mercy or charity toward the Gentiles and uncircumcised, and being persuaded that the Almighty loved only themselves, they fancied that he abhorred, and therefore they abhorred, the whole human race besides, so that it was said by Tacitus too truly, adversus omnes alios hostile odium. They were likewise ever solicitous to hide their mysteries from the eyes of the heathens, and could not blame them for not knowing what was not to be known. Yet he was not ill informed in some instances, especially in their spiritual notions of the Deity, with their aversion to images, and to the adoration of the emperors. Nulla simulacra urbibus suis, non regibus aec adulatio, non Caesaribus honor. Of the gospel it is manifest that he knew nothing. he could not else have made so ugly a picture of those who professed it. For it is not likely that the Christians were yet so degenerated as to disgrace the Christian religion. Tacitus wanted an opportunity to be better informed. That religion, as it began among the lower sort of people, had not probably hitherto gained many proselytes of name and quality to countenance and recommend it to men of figure. Tacitus considered it, like a statesman, as a new sect inconsistent with the laws of Rome, and threatening civil tumults and innovations. It is probable, too, that he had heard and credited the calumnies then usually thrown upon the manners and meetings of that people. Nor after the best instruction could he have become a believer without the illumination of the Spirit, which, it is plain, was withheld from him, and, without a change of heart, it was impossible for him to conceive the resurrection of the dead, and the crucifixion of the Son of God. Yet he does them the justice to vindicate them from the obloquy of Nero, and exposes the barbarity of their treatment by that tyrant. For his disregarding the religion then received, when I consider what sorts of absurdities the pagans held for religion, I cannot so much blame him. It was a worship paid to deities altogether frantic and impure, by sacrifices and follies ridiculous and vain, and both their worship and their gods were invented by the cunning or delusion of men. It consisted in no purification of the heart, nor amendment of morals, the things which men and societies require, but in sounds, gesticulation, and the blood of beasts, not in truth and sense, in benevolence and rectitude of mind, but in lying oracles, unaccountable mysteries, and raving imagination, sometimes in professed acts of lewdness, often in those of fury and madness, always in such as were foreign from real virtue, and the restraining of the passions. Public calamities were never thought to be brought down by public depravity and vice, nor to be averted or removed by public reformation. The gods were not offended but by the omission or wrong performance of some ceremony or grimace, and by grimace and ceremony they were to be appeased. And when the deities were deemed to be endowed with the peevishness and caprices of children and apes, or the frenzy of lunatics, what man of sense could reverence them or believe in them? It would not have redounded to the reputation of his sense if he had. Where religion is pure superstition, and the belief of it absolutely groundless and blind, where its rites are fanciful, foolish, and unmanly, as the religion, and gods, and worship of the pagans were, it would have been a revolt from common reason to have had any such religion. We know how freely Cicero deals with their gods. It is true that these great men of Rome, who either had no notion of religion, or one quite opposite to that publicly received and practiced, regarded it as far as it was interwoven with the constitution of the state, and subservient to the ends of government. Yet they suffered their poets, especially the dramatic poets, to treat their gods with severe jest and satire. They seemed to be of Tiberius's mind, deorum injurias dies curae, that is, to leave to the gods the avenging of indignities done to the gods. Men were punished for their libeling particulars, people of condition, and especially magistrates, but to ridicule and lampoon the deities, Jupiter himself, even upon the stage, was a matter of impunity and diversion. Their religion, therefore, consisting in rituals, a man might be very religious with a very debauched and libertine spirit. Cultor deorum Bacchus in frequens, is a complaint made by Horace himself, but does not seem to infer much heavenly mindedness, nor a departure from his impure pleasures. One might, on the contrary, be exactly good and just, nay, the pattern of virtue, and the public patriot, without any tincture of their religion. Such was Cato the censor, such Epicurus, and such was Tacitus. He thought that either there was no providence, for his mind wavered between the doctrine of necessity and that of chance, or such a providence as he could have well spared. Non esse curae, Dei securatem nostram, esse ulsionem. But this bold reproach upon the deities he uttered after his heart, zealous for the good of his country, had been heated by a terrible detail of her calamities, nor indeed, according to the ideas received from these odd beings, so easily humoured and provoked, could one say much good of them, or expect it from them. In the reign of Nero he enumerates many presages, from which, as from signals divinely sent, great changes for the better were inferred, but all vanished into air and disappointment. Prodiga crebra e inrita intercessere, etc. Hence he argues that all these omens happened so apparently without any direction or interposition of the gods, that, for many years after, Nero rioted in power and wickedness. Whatever were the speculations of our author about religion, his morality is strong and pure, full of benevolence to human society, full of every generous passion and every noble principle, a terrible rebuke to iniquity, vice, and baseness, in all stations and shapes, and one continued lesson of wisdom and virtue. These are the excellencies which in civil life recommend books and men. These the excellencies which recommend Tacitus, excellencies which he has carried as high as the utmost efforts of human genius could carry then. Mr. Bayle says, Ses annales et son histoire sont quelque chose d'admirable, et l'un des plus grands efforts de l'esprit humain, soit que l'on y considère la singularité du style, soit que l'on s'y attache à la beauté de ses pensées, et à cet heureux pinceau avec lequel il a su peindre les déguisements et les fourberies des politiques, et le faible des passions. Nor does he shew more abilities than probity, as astonishing as his abilities were. And, having so much, what more did he want for his design? Or what more could we wish in him? Which is the better instructor? He who has store of faith, but wants virtue, and abounds not in good sense, or he who wants the first, but abounds in knowledge and the rules of righteousness? It is for this we consult Tacitus, not for his theological speculations. How do his metaphysical notions impede his excellencies as an historian and politician, or his mistakes in one thing lessen his discernment and veracity in another? According to the accounts of our best travellers concerning China, the mandarins, who are the nobility of the country, the learned, and such as hold the magistracy, have no religion at all. Their governing principle is public spirit, their principal study the good of the state, and they are noted for politeness and virtue. The bonzes or priests, on the contrary, pretend to extraordinary devotion, but are vicious, sordid, base, and void of every virtue, private or public. Here is an instance of a monarchy the most thriving of any upon earth, or that ever was upon earth, an empire that contains more people than half the rest of the globe, these people full of industry and arts, yet administered by men who are of no particular religion or sect, but are guided by the natural lights of reason and morality. nor knows it a greater blot and disgrace than the vile lives of its priests and religions. Again this instance sets another, that of the Pope's dominions, the centre of the Romish religions, where holy men sway all things, and have engrossed all things, where tortures and flames keep out infidels and heretics, and every man who thinks awry, and where the champions for devotion, so called, protect the church, and feed themselves. Now where but here should one look for the marks of opulence, ease, and plenty, and public happiness, if, by an administration of priests and devotees, public happiness were advanced? But behold a different and melancholy scene. Countries fertile, but desolate, the people ignorant, idle, and starving, and all the marks and weight of misery. Does not this merit reflection? That a church, blended and debauched with excessive wealth and power, is worse, 1,000 times worse than none, and that the mere light of nature and reason is many degrees more conducive to the temporal welfare of humankind than a religion or church which is purely lucrative and selfish. Where the Romish Church, or any other church that teaches pains and penalties, any that exalts ecclesiastics into power, and leaves them the sword, or wields it for them, once established in China, there would in a little time be an end of their incredible numbers, and it would soon feel the cruel curse attending the change. In this sentiment I am vouched by that polite writer and candid prelate, Dr. Tillotson. Better it were, says he, there were no revealed religion, and that human nature were left to conduct of its own principles and inclinations, which are much more mild and merciful, much more for the peace and happiness of human society, than to be acted by a religion that inspires men with so wild a fury, and prompts them to commit such outrages. Sermons, Volume 1, page 206. Make another comparison between two particulars, a heathen guided by reason, and a Christian by passion and false zeal. Between Tacitus and Saint Jerome, behold the politeness, candor, eternal truth, and good sense in the one. Mark the rashness and enthusiasm, the fierceness and falsehood of the other. So much stronger were the passions and insincerity of this great saint than the impressions of the Christian religion, which is all meekness and candor. Nay, he often makes it a steel for his fury, forgeries, and implacable vengeance. I meddle not with his strange maxims, some foolish, some mad, some impracticable, and others turbulent and seditious. In Tacitus you have the good sense and breeding of a gentleman; in the saint, the rage and dreams of a monk. Does the religion of the latter recommend his reveries and bitter spirit, or the want of it in Tacitus weaken the shining truths that are in him? When a writer relates facts, or reasons from principles, his good sense and veracity only are to be regarded, and we have no more to do with his speculations or mistakes in other matters than with his person or complexion. Pliny and Aristotle are reckoned atheists. But what is this to their fine parts and learning? With small spirits and bigots every thing that is noble and free is atheism and blasphemy. The littleness and sourness of their own hearts is the measure of all things. Nerva, Trajan, and Marcus Aurelius were heathen princes, but they had virtue and benevolence, and their administration was righteous. What more did their subjects want from them? Justinian, Constantius, John Basilovitz, John Galeas, and Louis XI were Christian princes, and men pretending to high devotion, some of them great contenders for orthodoxy, some great builders of churches, but all barbarous and consuming tyrants. What were the people or themselves the better for their religion, without good nature and probity? Nay, they made religion one of the principal machines for tyranny, as religion in a tyrant or impostor is little else but an impious bargain and composition with God for abusing men. Such, in truth, is the situation of things below, such the frame and foible of man, that it depends, in a great measure, upon civil government, whether religion shall in this world do good or harm. It is a country filled with oppression, the happier for being filled too with churches and priests, as were Greece and Italy by Justinian. Or can a country that abounds in virtue and happiness and good laws want any more to all the purposes of social life? Like Lacedaemon and Rome in their best ages. Let us praise all who have true religion, full of mercy and void of bigotry, but let us not condemn such as, for want of the same lights and revelation which we have been blessed with, are, without any forms of religion, virtuous and wise. Certainly worse, much worse than none, is that religion which inspires pride, bigotry, and fierceness, and hath not charity for all men. To conclude this head, I shall here subjoin what I have said elsewhere to the like purpose, that black is not white, and that 2 and 2 make 4 is as true out of the mouth of an atheist as out of the mouth of an apostle. A penny given by an atheist to a beggar is better alms than a halfpenny given by a believer, and the good sense of an atheist is preferable to the mistakes of a good Christian. In short, whatever reputed atheists do well or speak truly is more to be imitated and credited than what the greatest believers do wickedly or say falsely. Even in the business of bearing testimony or making a report, in which cases the credit or reputation of the witness gives some weight or none to what he says, more regard is to be had to the word of an unbeliever who has no interest on either side, than to the word of a believer who has. Neither are the good or bad actions of an atheist worse, with respect to the world at least, for his being one, though the sin of a saint is more sinful than that of a pagan. It is the greatest folly to think that any man's crimes are the less for him who commits them, or that truth is less or more truth for the ill or good name of him who speaks it. Section 11. The foolish censure of Boccalini and others upon Tacitus. The censure passed upon Tacitus by Boccalini and some of the other commentators, as if he maliciously taught lessons of tyranny, is so senseless and absurd that it merits no notice, much less consultation. As well may they say that Luther and Father Paul display the encroachments and frauds of the Church of Rome, on purpose to teach that or other churches how to oppress and deceive, or that Livy, as great a republican as ever lived, exposed the usurpations and tyranny of Tarquin, in order to instruct usurpers to support themselves and extinguish public liberty. Tacitus represents tyrants as odious to all men, and even to themselves. But what answer could one give to a man who should advance that Grotius wrote his book in the truth of Christianity, with a view to promote and confirm paganism? Section 12. of the several commentators and translators of Tacitus. It were almost endless to mention all who have written upon Tacitus, and their success. Numbers have done it, many as critics, some politically, and several of the former with sufficiency and applause, such as Lipsius, Franz Hemmius, old Gournovius, and Riccius. From the edition published by this last I have made my translation. The text is very correct, and his notes are judicious and good. Of all those who have commented upon his politics, I can commend but very few. I mean such as I have seen. Many of them are worse than indifferent. Tedious compilations of commonplaces, or heavy paraphrases upon the original, where its vigor is lost in superfluous explications, and the lively thoughts of Tacitus converted into lifeless maxims, frequently wrong converted, frequently trifling and afflicted, often such discoveries as are oblivious to every peasant or child, or puffy declamations, tedious, labored, and uninstructive. Of one or the other sort are the commentaries of Boccalini, Annibal Scotti, Forstnerus, Schildus, and divers others. Mr. Amelot de la Houssaye has made a large collection of political observations upon Tacitus, as far as the 13th Annal inclusive, some of them pertinent and useful, but many of them insipid, and little worth. The very first which he makes is flat and poor. Dès que la royauté commence à dégénérer en tyrannie, le peuple aspire à la liberté. Little better is this. Quand un prince commence à devenir infirme ou cassé, tout le monde tourne les yeux vers le soleil levant, c'est-à-dire vers son successeur. Or this, les refus du prince doivent être assaisonnés de douceur et de courtoisie. Or this, ceux-mêmes qui ont renoncé à leur honneur et qui font gloire de leur scélératesse s'offensent d'être appelés traîtres. Or this, un bon général ne doit jamais hasarder une bataille, qu'il n'ait mis bon ordre partout. This too, il n'y a rien dont un favori ou un premier ministre doive se mettre plus en peine que de bien connaître l'humeur de son prince. This too, un prince dépouillé de ses états ne reste pas volontiers entre les mains de celui qui en est emparé. All this is trite, void of force and instruction. The Spanish translation by Don Alamos de Barrientos is accompanied by numerous annotations, by him styled aphorismos, which are as indifferent and impotent as the translation itself is good and strong. His observation upon cuncta discordiis civilibus fessa nomini principis sub imperium accepit is, cuando alguno se viniere a hacer señor de una grande y poderosa ciudad libre, lo más ordinario será después de una larga guerra civil. The opportunity for anyone to become master of a great and powerful free city is most commonly at the end of a great civil war. Tacitus says that Augustus left the first lords of the Senate, his heirs, in the 3rd degree, though most of them were hated by him. Plerosque in visos sibi, se jactantia gloriaque ad posteros. Don Alamos observes upon this, El príncipe muchas veces hace honra a las personas que aborrece para ganar fama de modestia y sufrimiento. A prince often confers honors on those he hates, purely for the reputation of a moderation and temper. Tacitus says of Germanicus, Anxius occultis in se patrui aviece odiis vorum causae acriores quia inique. El hombre inocente y bueno, says Don Alamos by way of annotation, de ninguna cosa recibe tanta congoxa como de los secretos aborrecimientos que sabe le tienen sus parientos sin merecerlo. A worthy and innocent man feels so much anguish from nothing as from the secret hate which he knows his parents bear him, without deserving it. Of small value are such reflections, and small thought they cost to produce them. The less is the wonder that Don Alamos has vented such a myriad. Canini, an Italian, has however translated them into his own language, with high encomiums, and published them with the Italian translation of Politi, a translation which reads well, but hampers the thoughts of Tacitus, and, from an affectation to be as concise as the original, loses much of its weight and spirit. Don Alamos, on the contrary, opens the sentiments of Tacitus fully, often over fully, by supplemental parentheses that are sometimes perfectly needless, and always mar and embarrass the reading. These are the only Spanish and Italian versions which I have seen of Tacitus. There are 2 more of the former, by Sullero and Coloma, both well esteemed, and as many more Italian by Dati and Davazzanti, not at all commended. Of French translations there are 5 or 6, all except 2, good for little, some of them good for nothing. These 2 are by Mr. Darlé de Champvallon, who has done the whole, Mr. Amelot de la Houssaye, who has only gone as far as the 13th annal. The former is vigorous and just, like that of a man of sense and observation. Nor has the latter any advantage over him, save that his French is more modern, if that be any. Ablancourt is likewise one of the French translators of Tacitus, a man of name and of a flowing style, but if he has abused other authors as he has abused and transformed Tacitus, it is fit they were all done over again. There is some life in him, and harmony, but no justness nor strength. All the force and fine ideas of Tacitus are lost in Ablancourt. Section 13. A conjecture concerning the modern languages, more largely concerning the English. Of the French tongue itself I may venture to say, after better judges than myself, that, from a laxness and effeminacy essential to it, it cannot naturalize the strong expressions of the ancients, without spreading and weakening them considerably. It has a number of relatives, particles, and monosyllables that return incessantly, and flatten the sense, and tire the ear. The English language has indeed many words more harsh than the French, but it has likewise many more spirituous and sounding. And though it be also loaded with relatives, particles, and words of one syllable, yet I think not to the same degree, nor do those we have return so often, and we can frequently drop the particles, and leave them to be understood, as well as the relatives. In this respect, the Latins had an advantage over the Greeks, as those 2 languages have over every other that is now in the world, or perhaps ever was. We are infinitely behind them in significancy and sound, and, with all our adventitious words and refinements, are still crude and Gothic to them. Nearest in language to the ancients come the Spaniards and Italians, though still far behind, yet they stand over the heads of the English and French, and walk while we creep. The Spanish is the more sonorous and lofty, the Italian the more sweet and gliding. Both excel in harmony, numerosity, and the pomp of words. The Italians seem to have spoiled their tongue by wild hyperboles and phrases of mere sound and compliment, whether it be from the turn of the nation to love and music, whether it be from the legends of their saints, and their extravagant panegyrics upon them, or from their slavery to churchmen, or the severity of their government, or from what other cause I do not pretend to determine. The French profess to have greatly refined their tongue, and it is indeed brought to be exceedingly glib and perspicuous, but whether the refiners have not pared away its strength, to make it more shapely and regular, has been doubted. Some refinements we also have made in ours, perhaps by imitating the French, though I hope we have better preserved its force. Easy writing has been studied to affectation, a sort of writing which, where the thoughts are not close, the scent strong, and the phrase genteel, is of all others the most contemptible. Such were the productions of Sir Roger Lestrange, not fit to be read by any who have taste or good breeding. They are full of technical terms, of phrases picked up in the street from apprentices and porters, and nothing can be more low and nauseous. His sentences, besides their grossness, are lively of nothing, which can never be translated, a sure way to try language, and will hardly bear repetition. Between hawk and buzzard, clawed him with kindness, alert and frisky, guzzling down tipple, would not keep touch, a queer put, lay cursed hard upon their gizzard, cram his gut, conceited noddy, old chuff, and the like, are some of Roger's choice flowers. Yet this man was reckoned a master, nay, a reformer of the English language, a man who writ no language, nor does it appear that he understood any. Witness his miserable translations of Cicero's Offices and Josephus. That of the latter is a version full of mistakes, wretched and low, from an easy and polite one of M. d'Andilly. Sir Roger is one amongst the several hands who attempted Tacitus, and the third book of the history is said to be done by him. He knew not a word of it, but what he has taken from Sir Henry Savile, and him he had wretchedly perverted and mangled. Out of the wise and grave mouth of Tacitus he brings such quaint stuff as this. To cast the point upon that issue, sneaking departure of Vitellius, at the rate of a man at his wit's end, sottish multitude never went beyond bawling, an emperor's lugged out of his hole, the sexton of the Capitol, the government dropped into a Vespasian's mouth, not cut out of a soldier, went not a sneaking way to work. Valens in the interim with his dissolute train of capons. Into this senseless cant word Sir Roger elegantly changes that of eunuchs used by Sir H. Savile, for I dare he neither saw nor knew the original, agmine spandonum. The emperor guzzling and gormandizing like a beast. Such jargon is hardly good enough for a puppet show. Sir Roger had a genius for buffonry and a rabble, and higher he never went. His style and his thoughts are too vulgar for a sensible artificer. To put his books into the hands of youth or boys, for whom chiefly Aesop, by him burlesqued, was designed, is to vitiate their taste, and to give them a poor low turn of thinking, not to mention the vile and slavish principles of the man. He has not only turned Aesop's plain beasts from the simplicity of nature into jesters and buffoons, but out of the mouth of animal inured to the boundless freedom of air and deserts, has drawn doctrines of servitude, and the deference of tyranny. The taste and style of the court is always the standard of the public. At the Restoration, a time of great festivity and joy, the formal and forbidding gravity of the preceding times became a fashionable topic of ridicule. A manner different and opposite was introduced, jest and vagary were encouraged, and the king himself delighted in drollery and low humour. Hence the language became replete with ludicrous phrases. Archness and cant grew diverting. The writings of witlings passed for wit, and if they were severe upon the sectaries, as the fashion was, they pleased the court. By this means Lestrange got his character. It is very true that there appeared at the same time men of just wit, and polite style, but it cannot be denied but that the other manner was prevalent. The greatest wits sometimes fell into it. The humour ended, not with that reign nor the next, but was continued after the Revolution by Lestrange, Tom Brown, and other delighters in low jests. Their imitators, and such witlings have contributed considerably to debauch our tongue. If we go so high as Queen Elizabeth's time, we shall find that a good style began then to be used, agreeably to the good sense of that princess and her court, and we have the language of that age in Sir Walter Raleigh, whose genius was too just and strong to go into the miserable pedantry of the next reign. Many of the productions then, and particularly the royal productions, are wretched beyond measure. I wish the honour and politics of those days had been better. Nor could so considerable a man as Sir Francis Bacon escape the infection. The next prince affected a high and rigid gravity, and the pomp and solemnity of style became common. Yet the language began to recover, when the cant and enthusiasm ensuing gave it a new turn, extremely insipid and offensive. But between the reign of King James and the Restoration, several writers appeared eminently happy in their style. Such particularly was Mr. Chillingworth, whose language is flowing, and free as his own candid spirit. The same character is due to the excellent Lord Falkland, and Mr. Hills of Eton. Mr. Hope's English is beautiful almost, if not altogether, beyond example. Nothing can be finer than his way of expressing his thoughts. His style is as singularly good, charming, and clean, as many of his principles are dangerous and false. Under this character of his style I do not comprise his translation of Thucydides, as it does not, however just it be, resemble his other works. Hence I am inclinable to believe what I have heard, that it was done by some of his disciples, and by him revised. Yet it far excels most of our translations. Milton's English prose is harsh and uncouth, though vigorous and expressive. The style of Selden and Hammond is rugged and perplexed. Section 14. A conjecture concerning the present state of the English tongue, with an account of the present work. Of the character of writing in our own time, where I give my opinion, I should be apt to say that in general it comes too near to talking, a method which will hardly make it delightful or lasting. No words upon paper will have the same effect as words accompanied with a voice, looks, and action. Hence the thoughts and language should be so far raised as to supply the want of those advantages. But indeed this is impossible, and therefore there is the greater cause for heightening the style. Now, because laboured periods are offensive, and flat ones are insipid, the excellency lies between pomp and negligence. Let it be as easy as you please, but let it be strong. Two advantages that are very compatible, and often found in the same writer. Livy is remarkable for both. It is his eloquency and ornaments which have preserved him in such esteem, as much as his matter and good sense. The late Lord Shaftesbury, though he has been perhaps too anxious and affected in forming his phrase to easiness and fluency, has yet had good success, since it is manifest that his soft alluring style has multiplied his readers, and helped powerfully to recommend his works. Dr. Burnet of the Charterhouse wrote with great eloquence and majesty, yet easy and unaffected. Dr. Tillotson's style is plain and pleasant, enlivened too with fine images and strong sense. Yet many, while they strove to imitate him, have written very poorly. This has happened to some of our divines, who, studying his manner, but wanting his genius, have utterly a flow of words, which sound not ill, but lack spirit and matter. I have looked over whole pages of Bishop Blackall's sermons, without finding anything which offended the ear, or pleased the imagination, or informed the understanding. I cannot help mentioning another writer, who has gained great reputation for style, without deserving any. I mean Dr. Spratt, Bishop of Rochester. His expression is languishing and insipid, full of false pomp, full of affectation. He is always aiming at harmony and wit, but succeeds ill, for his manner is starched and pedantic. With much greater justice has the style of Dr. Atterbury, his successor, been admired. Our tongue is naturally cold, and the less force our words have, the more they must be multiplied. This multiplying of words is tedious. Hence the remedy is as bad as the disease. The Latin phrases, on the contrary, are short and lively, and a few words convey many images. These difficulties, with many others, I found in this translation very sensibly. I wanted new words, but have rarely coined any, as the creating of words is generally thought affected and vain. Yet I have sometimes ventured upon a new phrase, and a way of my own, upon drawing the English idiom as near as possible to that of the Latin, and to the genius of my author, by leaving the beaten road, dropping particles, transposing words, and sometimes beginning a sentence where it is usual to end it. I have studied to imitate the spirit, eloquence, and turns of Tacitus, as far as I could, assisted by a language weak in its sounds, and loose in its contexture. This manner of writing, I own, would be strange and even ridiculous in plain and familiar subjects, but where the subject is high and solemn, there must be a conformity of style. In the political discourses following, I have likewise taken a method of my own, in reasoning largely upon topics which to me seemed of the most moment to this free nation, and giving an idea of the politics of the Caesars, of the vis, artes, et instrumenta regni, as they are called by Tacitus. I have vindicated the principles of civil liberty. I have examined the defences made for Caesar and Augustus. I have displayed the genius of these usurpers, the temper and debasement of the people, with the conduct and tyranny of their successors, to the end of the annals. In my translation of the history I have done the same. I have little troubled myself with the strife and guesses of commentators and various readings. I have chosen the best editions, and where the meaning was dubious, taken the most probable, for, after all, there is a good deal of guesswork and uncertainty, difficulties not peculiar to Tacitus. I was persuaded to this undertaking several years ago by a friend of mine, a gentleman of letters in the city, for then I had never seen the English translation, and knew not but it was a good one. Mr. Trenchard approved the design with his usual zeal for everything which favoured public liberty. My Lord Carteret, who understands Tacitus perfectly, and admires him, was pleased to think me not unfit for it, and gave me many just lights about the manner of doing it, that particularly of allowing myself scope and freedom, without which I am satisfied every translation must be pedantic and cold. A translation ought to read like an original. The Duke of Argyll espoused it generously, with that frankness which is natural to him, agreeably to his knowledge and the taste of polite learning, and to his sincere love of liberty. So did my Lord Townshend. Sir Robert Walpole encouraged me in the pursuit of it in a manner eminently to my credit, and to many gentlemen of my acquaintance I am much obliged upon this occasion. I own I have been long about this translation. That it was so, is to be ascribed not so much to idleness as to diffidence. It was done a long while before I put it to the press. After all my care and many revises, I continued apprehensive that much fault might be found, and many objections made, a misfortune which I still doubt I shall not be able to escape, and wish I may not deserve. I therefore rely more on the candour of my readers than on my own sufficiency. Those of them who understand Tacitus in the original will easily make allowances for the difficulty of making him speak in any other language. I have been chiefly careful not to mistake the sentiments of my author about human nature and government, and I will venture to say that no man who has not accustomed himself to think upon these two subjects can ever make tolerable sense of Tacitus, let him be as learned in other things as he will. For the same reason, no man that is merely learned can ever be pleased with a free translation, however faithful and just, for his chief attachment will ever be to words and criticism. Who had more learning than Sir H. Savile? 'Tis plain he abounded beyond most men, but I suppose learning was his chief accomplishment, and thence his translation is a very poor one. The fault cannot be ascribed to the time, for that time the polite world wrote and spoke well, and if Sir Walter Raleigh had then translated it, nobody, I believe, would have ever attempted to mend it. End of Discourse 2, Part 2.
Section 4 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Discourse 3. Upon Caesar the Dictator. Section 1. Of Caesar's usurpation, and why his name is less odious than that of Catiline. Nothing has been hitherto found a sufficient check and barrier to the exorbitant passions of men, neither kindness nor severity, nor mox nor pain, nor honor nor infamy, nor the terrors of death. A proof how far human malice or ambition is an overmatch for human wisdom, since laws and constitutions framed by the best and wisest men have, first or last, become the sport and conquest of the worst, sometimes of the most foolish. Could wise establishments have ensured the stability of a state, that of Rome had been immortal. Besides adopting all the best institutions of the free states of Greece, her principal struggle and employment for some centuries was the subduing of foreign enemies by arms, and the securing of domestic liberty by wholesome laws. And for laws and arms she was the wonder and glory of the earth. But she, whose force and policy no power could withstand, not that of Greece, nor of Carthage, nor of the world, fell by the corruption and perdiciousness and violence of her own citizens. The only sword that could hurt her was her own. With that she trusted Caesar, and that he turned unnaturally upon his own mother, and by it enslaved her. Catiline's conspiracy and crime every man detests, yet Caesar accomplished what Catiline only intended. Had he better qualities than Catiline? He was so much the worst, and able to do higher mischiefs. See how infatuation prevails. The same men who abhor Catiline admire Caesar, who actually did more evil than ever the wicked heart of Catiline ever conceived. But Catiline had no success, nor, consequently, flatterers. Had he succeeded, had he entailed Rome upon his race, and such as would have been concerned to have guarded his fame, there would not have been wanting flattering poets and historians to have echoed his praises and genius divine, his eloquence, courage, liberality, and politics. And how much the degeneracy of Rome wanted such a reformer, with every other topic urged in defense of Caesar. But Catiline failed, and is owned to have been a traitor. Caesar's iniquity was triumphant, so was his name, and after ages have continued to reverence him by the force of habit, and of superstition which swallows everything and examines nothing. When popular opinion has consecrated a man or a name, all that man's actions, however wicked or foolish, and everything done under that name, are sure to be consecrated too. The force of authority is irresistible and infatuating, and reason and truth must yield to prejudice and words. Section 2. Of the public corruption by Caesar promoted or introduced, with his bold and wicked conduct. Was the commonwealth become disjointed and corrupt? As in truth it was deeply and dangerously. Who had contributed so much as Caesar to that wicked work? From his first appearance in the world he confederated with every public incendiary, with every troubler of the peace of the state, with every traitor against his country, insomuch that he was divested of the dignity of praetor by the solemn decree of Senate, and when he solicited for his consulship, his ambition and violent designs were so much apprehended that supreme office, that to check him with a proper colleague the senators contributed a great sum of money, nor did even Cato deny that such a contribution, however against law, was necessary then to save the state. He began that office with violent acts of power, by violence dispossessed his colleague of all share of the administration, and during the whole term he raised and pulled down, gave and took away by mere will and power whatsoever and whomsoever he would, terrified some, imprisoned others, forged plots, suborned lying accusers, and then murdered them, and trampled upon all faith and law. To escape punishment for all these outrages, he corrupted and bribed the people to choose his own creatures into the magistracy, or bribed the magistrates after they were chosen. He went so far as even to engage some of them by oath and writing never to call him to account, nor suffer him to be called. By the same wicked methods he obtained for his lot the province of Gaul, and kept it for 10 years, committing fresh treason every day, making war of his own head, right or wrong, upon friend and foe, insomuch that it was proposed in Senate to deliver him up to the enemy, but faction and bribery saved him, and from the most extensive rapine he derived his power of bribing. He feasted the people, he gave them largesse, he gained the senators by money, the soldiers by donatives, nay, the favorite servants and lowest slaves of considerable men were bribed by him. Every prodigal, every expensive youth, every man indebted and desperate, every criminal found in him a ready support and protector. And when their expenses, debts, and crimes were so excessive as to admit of no relief from him, to such was he wont to preach the absolute necessity of a civil war. Nor did foreign kings and nations escape his court and gifts. Upon them he bestowed aids and arms and captives, all belonging to the Roman people, and without their authority, thus to purchase foreign friendship against the day of usurpation and need. To do all this, he robbed the provinces, plundered towns, pillaged temples, even the Capitol he plundered, whence he stole a vast quantity of gold, and placed so much gilt brass in the room of it, and put whole kingdoms and provinces under contribution to his privy purse. How many thousands deaths did this man deserve, even before he had committed his capital iniquity? It was he who thus principally corrupted the state, and embroiled it and unsettled it in all its parts. He offered indeed to disband his forces, if Pompey would do so too. But even this offer was given law to Rome. The Senate was to judge, and not Caesar, what armies were to be disbanded, what to be retained. Besides, even that proposal was justly suspected to have been faithless and hollow, since, had he executed the same, it would have been easier for him to have reassembled, upon occasion, his veteran soldiers, than for Pompey, his troops lately levied. Had there been no corruption in the state, such a man was enough to introduce it. From his infancy he was thought to have meditated the enslavement of his country, and in order to enslave it, created corruption or improved it. To commit the blackest treason and iniquity that the malice of man could devise, he struck at no other, but by a babel of crimes accomplished the highest. Section 3. Caesar might have purified and reformed the state, but far different were his intentions. His art, good sense, and continued ill designs. Did the state want reforming? Why did not Caesar reform and restore it? This would have been true glory, the only true use of his absolute power, and the only amends for having assumed it. The work, too, was practicable. The wisest and gravest men in Rome thought it so, even after all the poison and depravity introduced by him. Brutus, Cicero, and the Senate thought so. Else he would never have been put to death by those who did it. If the state had been deemed irretrievable, and a usurper a necessary evil, they could not have had a better than Caesar. But they judged themselves, and for some time liberty was actually restored. Why it subsisted no longer was owing to casualties and the faithlessness of Octavius. No human wisdom can take in all incidents and possibilities at one view. To see them by succession is often to see them too late, and against what is not foreseen no remedy can be provided. Cicero, who swayed the Senate in hatred to Antony, trusted Octavius too much, and raised him too high, and was by that false creature given up to the slaughter, to satiate the vengeance of Antony, to cement their late union, and to begin the bloody tragedy which they had meditated against their country and her liberty, by the murder of so signal a patriot. What followed was horrible. Continued massacres in the rage of the sword, the people armed against one another, 2/3 of them destroyed, and Augustus established sovereign over the rest. He, too, thought it possible to resettle the old free state, by proposing once or twice to resign. However insincere he were, it was a confession that he thought it to be practicable, and Drusus, his wife's son, declared his own purpose to effect it. Nay, it was what Tiberius, after he was emperor, pretended to do. Caesar was said to have foretold the public calamities and civil wars to ensue. Why did he not prevent them? By his dictatorial power he might have removed what enormities, and made what regulations he would, suppressed the insolence of particulars, revived the force of laws, and reduced the commonwealth to her first principles and firmness. Instead of this, he continued more and more to break her remaining balance, to weaken and debauch the people, and to destroy every law of liberty. Liberty and the republic were adjust to Caesar. He treated the very name with ridicule and contempt. He punned upon Sulla for resigning his usurped power. He had nothing in his head or heart but absolute rule, a diadem, the title of king, and controlling the world according to his lust. Nay, to have his very words go for laws, and as a proof that he meant to entail all this pompous dominion upon his race, he had a law ready to be proposed for a privilege of taking as many wives as he thought fit, and of what quality and condition he thought fit. His acts of tyranny were indeed so many, so high and insupportable, that even his dear friends, the populace, notwithstanding all his bounties, his feasts and shows, and his other arts to soothe and debauch them, grew sullen and discontented. They declaimed against such usurpation in their houses and in the forum. They called aloud for avengers, and gave him public affronts. By the laws of Rome, the dominion of one, and consequently the dominion of Caesar, was detestable and accursed, and any man was warranted to slay the tyrant. Nor was there any valid reason against killing Caesar, but that someone as bad or worse was to follow. Now the best and ablest Romans judged themselves, as I have shown, and who is better qualified to judge? As to Caesar's prophecy of worse times, it was decided in his favor, and not to be credited, and there was policy in it as well as vanity. The accomplishments of Caesar, the mildness of his administration, and the mercy to his enemies have been much magnified. It is certain that he had exquisite abilities and address, but how did he apply them? Was it not to be master of mankind? And was not this interest and self-love? What could be more interested, what more selfish than to take the world to himself? Caesar had good sense and experience. He knew that particular acts of cruelty and revenge were odious, even more odious than the slaughter of thousands. under the title of war and conquest, however unprovoked and unjust. So much more quarter from the world has ambition than cruelty, though the former is often the more mischievous passion. He knew that, while general acts of blood would pass for heroism, fit to be distinguished with praise and laurels, a particular life, taken away in anger, would pass for barbarity. What fallacy is there in sounds, and in the imaginations of men! We judge not of evil by its quality, the true medium of judging, but by its name, and the quality of the doer and the sufferer. Hence the foolish causes of popularity without merit and innocence. Acts of rage, the execution of particulars, and a vindictive reign would have diminished the hero and tarnished his fame, as much as his generosity to enemies, his noble contempt of fear and offenders, blazoned his glory and begot admirers. Section 4. The probability of his waxing more cruel had he reigned much longer. The generous, the forgiving temper of Caesar was no sure warrant that he would not have broke out into personal cruelties, for, of his public cruelty, Rome and the world were the theatre and the witnesses. He must have acted agreeably to the necessities and jealousy of power, broken those necks which would not bend, and destroyed such as he could not but constantly fear. I own there came after him some emperors who reigned without many acts of blood, but the sovereignty was then thoroughly established, and they had no high spirits to fear, bred in the notions and possessions of liberty, as were all Romans in his time. Nor, even after servitude had begun, and for some time suffered under Caesar, could the second triumvirate think themselves secure, till they had destroyed at once by prescription a whole army of illustrious Romans, such as they conceived would oppose and even extirpate their dominion. Nor did this tragical precaution and general barbarity put an end to barbarity in particular instances. Augustus, for the first years of his reign, was making almost daily sacrifices of noble blood to his fears and safety. Power of itself makes men wanton, distrustful, and cruel. Caesar lived not long enough in purple to show what he would prove. 5 months were but a short time for a trial. It would be rash to assert that he who had shed the blood of nations and armies, without provocation, without authority, he who had violated liberty and law, and put chains upon his country and the race of men, would have spared particular lives, when from particular lives he had come to apprehend danger and revolt. He that could be piqued even to folly and ridicule, because Aquila the tribune did not rise as he passed by. He who could not put up this, nor forget it, nor cease mentioning it upon every occasion for a long while after, nor even forbear scolding at it, must have been capable of carrying his resentment very far, as well as of sudden anger, nay, been full of capricious and childish humors. How far such humors and vanity and anger might have carried him he lived not to show, but he had amply shown that his ambition was dearer to him than Rome and the whole earth, and to this private passion of his every public regard had yielded. The genuine mark this of a tyrant who rules the state for his own sake, and, rather than not rule it, enthralls it. Caesar, who had committed all wickedness to gain power, would have committed more to have kept it, as soon as he found it to be necessary. What avails the fair behavior of one who may do what he pleases? What avail his fair promises, which he may break when he pleases? The worst of the Roman emperors began their reigns well, many of them excellently well, as Nero, Claudius, Caligula, Domitian. Some of them reigned well for some years. Caesar was generous, magnificent, and humane to affection. But every passion, every sentiment must yield to the ardent lust of reigning. Had it not been for his great and acceptable qualities, he could not have introduced public bondage. The hero, the orator, and the fine gentleman hid the usurper, and palliated, at least, the usurpation. Let any man consider Caesar as a subject of a state altogether private, one who never bore office or authority, as a physician, a scribe, or an artist, or one just started out of obscurity, or come from another country, and then ask himself, what has this man, this private unknown man, to do with governing all men against laws established by all? His being once consul, his commanding of armies, and appearing in a great public light, gave him no more right to do what he did than the quality of an artist, a scribe, physician, upstart, or stranger would have given him. Public trusts betrayed were aggravations of his crime, horrible aggravations. So were his excellent parts impiously applied. Section 5. Caesar no lawful magistrate, but a public enemy. Of Caesar, his usurpation and death, I have reasoned largely elsewhere, and shall here abridge part of that reasoning. He had no sort of title but success, gained by violence and all wicked means. The acquiring and exercising of power by force is tyranny, nor is success any proof of right. If the person of Caesar was sacred, so is the person of every usurper and tyrant. And if all the privileges and impunity belonging to a lawful magistrate do also appertain to a lawless intruder and public oppressor, then all these blessed consequences follow. There is an utter end to all right and wrong, public and private. Every usurper is a lawful magistrate. Every magistrate may be a lawless tyrant. It is unlawful to resist the greatest human evil. The necessary means of self-preservation are unlawful. Though it be lawful and expedient to destroy little robbers, who are so for subsistence, it is impious and unlawful to oppose great robbers, who destroy nations out of lust and ambition. Public mischief is defended by giving it a good name, since tyranny may be practised with impunity if it be but called magistracy, and the execrable authors of it are sacred, if they but call themselves magistrates. Though it be unlawful to be a public destroyer, yet it is unlawful to destroy him, and to prevent or punish that which is most unpious and lawful. In fine, any man who has wickedness and force enough to destroy or enslave the whole world may do it and be safe. If Caesar was a lawful magistrate, every powerful villain may make himself one, and lawful magistrates may become such by mere force and iniquity. But if lawful magistracy be not acquired by violence and butchery, Caesar was none. If he was not, how came he by the rights and impunity of such? Against lawless force every man has a right to use force. Caesar had no more right than Alaric, Attila, or Brennus, who were foreign invaders. His crime was greater, as to that of usurpation he added those of ingratitude and treachery. It is owned that when he first made war upon his country had a right to make war upon him. How come that right to cease when he had heightened that iniquity by success? Is it lawful to resist a robber before he has robbed you, but not after? Is a wickedness lessened by aggravations? Caesar had forfeited his life by all the laws of Rome. Was it not as lawful to take it away by 30 men as by 30,000, in the Senate as in the field? A private man in society, however capitally injured, must not be his own judge, but leave revenge to the more impartial law. But a capital offender against all, who sets himself above law and judgment, is a public enemy, and violence is the proper remedy for violence, when no other is left. In a state of nature, every man has a right to vindicate himself. When society is dissolved, the same right returns. Men can never be deprived of both public protection and private defense. Caesar had violated every tie that can bind the human soul, oaths, trust, and law. He had violated everything dear to the human kind, their peace, liberty, rights, and possessions. He did all this by means the most black and flagitious, by plots, faction, corruption, robbery, devastation, sacrilege, and slaughter. What was left to the oppressed Romans to do, under the bonds of the oppressor with his sword at their throat? Laws and appeals were no more. A tyrant was their master, the will of a tyrant their law. Because he had slaughtered and destroyed one half of the people, had he thence a right to govern the rest? There was no public force to oppose him. He had destroyed many of the armies of the state, and appropriated the rest to himself against the state. It would have been madness to have thought of judicial process. In short, there was no other way of abolishing his tyranny but by dispatching the tyrant. Section 6. Of the share which casualties had in raising the name and memory of Caesar. The judgment of Cicero concerning him. People suffer their own imaginations to abuse and mislead them. The sound of Caesar's name, the superstitious reverence paid to him, his great employments, great victories, and even his great usurpation are all pompous images that dazzle the eyes, and give a false luster to the blackest iniquity and imposture. Nay, it proved an advantage to the fame and defense of Caesar that he was assassinated. Hence so much popular pity and lamentation for him. Hence so much rage and obloquy upon the tyrannicides. A violent death or violent sufferings often pass for great merit, often atone for great crimes, and in the compassion for the doom of criminals, the abhorrence of their villainies is often extinguished. Malefactors the most barbarous, who never showed any mercy in their lives, are bewailed at their execution, only because they are executed. There were circumstances also in his death favorable to his fame. He died with decency and a manly spirit, and he fell by the hands of his friends. These circumstances, and his bloody shirt displayed to a mob, with an artful melting speech from Antony, inflamed them with sorrow and fury, two gross passions which do not reason but feel. The same topics have ever since furnished undiscerning declaimers with big words and vehemence in behalf of so fine a man, slain for no fault but that of his usurpation and tyranny, a small crime, that of being the enemy of humankind. As to the glory and prosperous fortune of this mighty conqueror, Cicero says with great truth, that felicity is nothing else but good fortune assisting righteous counsels, nor can he whose purposes are not upright be from any success esteemed in any wise happy. Hence it is, that from the impious and abandoned pursuits of Caesar no true felicity could flow. Happier, in my judgment, was Camillus under exile from his country, than Manlius his cotemporary had been, though he had acquired over his country that tyranny which he had lusted after. The same wise man says elsewhere, that he would have preferred the last day of Antonius the orator, tragical as it was, to the usurped rule of Cinna, by whom that worthy Roman was barbarously murdered. I cannot admire Caesar's ambition. He would rather have been lord of a poor village than the second man in Rome. To me it appears more glory to be the member of a free state, especially the greatest state upon earth, than a lord of slaves, the biggest lord. Section 7. How vain it is to extol any designs of his for the glory of the Roman people. It is said that Caesar was meditating great and glorious things for the Roman people when he was cut off. He might have indeed gathered empty laurels for himself by more wars at the expense of the people, but how could this have redounded to their advantage I cannot see. I can easily see that all the future strength he could have acquired must have been acquired to himself and over them, and every accession of power must, by raising his tyranny higher, have sunk them lower, and strengthened their chains. He wanted to fight the Parthians, but first he wanted to be king, and for this purpose a prophecy was forged that none but a king could conquer them. Was this impudent forgery too, and the design of it, for the glory of the people who were abused by it? In short, he could have done nothing beneficial or glorious for the Roman people, but to have restored them to their ancient and substantial glory, that of their liberty and laws. This too would have been the highest glory of his own life, which, to those who consider things as they are, stripped of foolish fair names and disguises, is, without this, all over black and infamous. No man's life can be said to be detestable if his was not, seeing all the malefactors condemned since there were men in crimes, did not half the mischief which he did. It was even currently believed, and what worse could be believed of him than what he had done, that he had meant to translate the seat of empire with all of its strength to Ilium or to Alexandria, and having exhausted all Italy by great levies, that she might never recover herself, he would have begun probably a new sort of sovereignty upon his own model, exempt from the names and appearances of the old constitution and laws, which still had reverence paid to them at Rome, and consequently were so many grievances to him. Rome he intended to have left to the dominion of his creatures. It is probable he thought himself not safe at Rome, nor in any place which had ever known the governance of laws, nor anywhere but at the head of armies. He had reason for his fear. The severest oppressor can never tie the hands of all the oppressed, nor put chains upon their resentments. Section 8. Of his death, and the rashness of ascribing to divine vengeance the fate of such as slew him. In the midst of his farther designs, whatever they were, a bloody doom overtook this man of blood, and he was lawfully slain, though not by the forms of law. His lawless power had made this impossible. It is true, they who slew him were themselves slain. The righteousness of a cause does not always ensure its success, too seldom, God knows. But they who perish in defense of the laws are slain against law. Such was the difference between his death and theirs. They were vanquished and slain in a great civil war, at a time when courage and virtue and patriotism were capital and proscribed. Did none of those who destroyed Caesar die a natural death? No more did Caesar, who destroyed the state. If this was not a judgment upon him, why should theirs be one upon them? What rule have we to know a judgment, but from the justice or iniquity of a cause? If so, Caesar fell by the appointment of heaven, Brutus and his brethren by the malice of men. But if there is no rule, or if judgments like parties take different sides, how dare we pronounce? How many of the Caesars, his successors, died naturally? Not one, if we believe the historians and probability, from Caesar the dictator to the emperor Vespasian. Augustus was poisoned by Livia his wife, Tiberius smothered by Macro his favorite, to make way for Caligula, who was slain with the sword by the officers of his guard. Agrippina poisoned her husband Claudius. Nero stabbed himself. Galba was murdered by the soldiers. So was Vitellius. Otho fell by his own hands. End of Discourse 3. Section 5 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon, Volume 1. Discourse 4, upon Octavius Caesar, afterwards called Augustus. Section 1, of the base and impious arts by which he acquired the empire. By the death of the usurper, liberty was restored, but lasted not, and Octavius succeeded Caesar by no superior genius, by no military prowess, or magnanimity, for tricking and deceit constituted his chief parts, and though he was bold in council, he was a coward in the field. But he usurped the empire by methods so low and vile as brought disgrace even upon usurpation, by 1,000 frauds and turns suddenly made, without the common appearances of decency or shame, by thousands of murders deliberately committed, without process or provocation, by multiplied treacheries, assassinations, and acts of ingratitude, by employing ruffians, and being himself one, and by destructive wars conducted by the bravery of others. He levied forces without authority, and, under a lying pretense of defending liberty, got to be employed by the state against Antony. He then robbed the commonwealth of her armies, and was thought to have murdered both her chief magistrates, the consuls Hirtius and Pansa, the former by his own hand in the hurry of battle, and the other after it, by causing poison to be poured into his wound by Glyco his physician. It is certain that the physician was suspected, seized, and even doomed to the torture, but was saved by the credit of his master Octavius, whose villainy had these farther aggravations, that he was generally believed to have been apathic to Hirtius for hire, and Pansa had ever a tender regard for him, a regard superior to that which he owed his country, as he manifested by the advice which he gave him before he expired under agonies caused by the hard-hearted contrivance of that his beloved and perfidious friend. With this very army of the commonwealth he turned head upon the commonwealth, marched in an hostile manner to Rome, and sent a deputation of officers to his masters the senate, to demand the consulship in the name of the legions, and upon some hesitation shown by that venerable body, one of these armed ambassadors laid his hand upon his sword and told them, "If you will not make him consul, this shall." For his first credit with the senate he was beholden to Cicero, at whose suit he was trusted with command in conjunction with the consuls, and dignified with the title of propraetor. We see how he requited the senate, we see how he served the consuls, and Cicero, his father in council, and the father of the republic, he delivered up to be murdered and mangled by his implacable enemy. Section 2, of the vindictive spirit of Octavius and his horrid cruelties. In the battle of Philippi, Octavius was beaten out of the field, his camp seized, and but for the fortune and valor of Antony, the day must have been lost. After the victory, he showed as much insolence and cruelty as he had wanted courage in it. He could not forbear manifesting cowardly spite to the dead body of Brutus, before whom he had a little before fled for his life, and sent the head of that excellent person to Rome, to be laid ignominiously at the feet of the statue of Caesar. Different was the treatment shown by Antony, who had saved Octavius and beat Brutus. Antony beheld his corpse with grief and tears, covered it with his own armor, and treated it with respect and tenderness. Octavius had not greatness of heart enough for such generous humanity, but treated every illustrious captive with bitter words and cowardly insults, and put them to death without mercy, says Suetonius. To one of these, imploring the privilege of burial, the base tyrant answered, that the fowls of the air would soon regulate that matter. When the father begged mercy for his son, and the son for his father, the merciful Octavius commanded the father and son to fight for the survivorship. This barbarous fight he beheld the son slay his father, and then himself for having done it. Had not the remaining prisoners reason, when they were brought before Antony and him, to salute the former with the honorable title of Imperator, and the latter with invectives and contempt? With the same cruel spirit he behaved himself after the siege of Perusia. All who applied to him, whether they pleaded innocence or begged mercy, had one and the same merciless answer: "Death is the lot of you all," and they had it. 300 of the chief, comprising their nobility and magistrates, were carried in chains to an altar raised to Julius Caesar, and there butchered like cattle, as victims to his ghost, upon the Ides of March, the anniversary of his assassination. The city itself he delivered to the lust and plunder of his soldiers, contrary to articles and his faith given. Never was a more tragical and horrible scene. After killing, robbing, and ravishing, what the sword could not destroy, the fire did. And that great and beautiful city, one of the fairest in Italy, was reduced to ashes. There were historians who asserted that the quarrel between him and Lucius Antonius, who had shut himself up in that city, was all feigned, and a contrivance between them, for two reasons: first, to try who were real friends, and who were covered enemies; and then, by the conquest and confiscation of such, to find a fund for paying the veterans their promised largesse. From the citizens of Nursia he took all that they had, their substance and even their city, and sent them forth to wander and starve, for no other crime but that, for their fellow citizens slain at the siege of Modena, they had raised a monument with an inscription that they died for the public liberty, though he had but just before fought and declared for the same side. It is impossible to paint the horrors of the proscription. By it every considerable man in the Roman world, who was disliked or suspected by the triumvirate to disapprove their tyranny, was doomed to die. It was death to conceal or to help them, and the rewards were given to such as discovered and killed them. Many were betrayed and butchered by their slaves and freedmen, many by their treacherous hosts and relations, and many fled with their wives and tender children to the howling wilderness, and lived or perished amongst woods and wolves. Nothing was to be seen but blood and slaughter. The streets were covered with carcasses. The heads of the illustrious dead were exposed upon the rostra, and their bodies upon the pavement, denied the mercy of burial, other than such as they found in the entrails of devouring dogs and ravenous birds. This looked like dooming Rome to perish at once, and when the other two were satiated with so many butcheries, Octavius, who never had blood enough, still persisted to shed more. No sort of men escaped his cruelty, nor nobles, nor knights, strangers, nor acquaintance, nay, nor his confidants and favorite freedmen, nor even his old companion and tutor, Turannius, no one knows why, unless for being an honest man and a lover of his country. These victims continued daily for a course of years. The slightest suspicions, the vilest forgeries, were grounds for slaughters, for illustrious slaughters. Nor could the great quality and venerable station of Quintus Gellius the praetor, nor his innocence exempt him from the bloody hands of the executioner. Nor was execution the worst part of his doom. He was by a band of soldiers seized in his seat of justice, hurried away and subjected to the torture, like the meanest slave, but confessed nothing. Nor did all this injustice and barbarity satisfy the gentle Augustus, so much renowned for moderation and clemency. He had the brutal baseness to dig out the eyes of that magistrate with his own hands, before he allowed him the mercy of being murdered outright. One of his favorite ministers showed his sentiments of the clemency of Augustus plainly enough, upon the following occasion. That prince was judging some criminals, and giving himself over to revenge and bloody decrees, without check or compassion, when the minister, who abhorred to see him engaged in such feats of cruelty, sent him a note, told him he was a butcher, and bade him come down from his tribunal. Section 3. Of the treachery, ingratitude, and further cruelties of Octavius. That the same were wanton and voluntary. The conduct of Octavius in regard to Antony was, like the rest of his conduct, all one train of perfidiousness. First he made court to Antony, then suborned rogues to murder him, then made war upon him with the arms of the state, then joined with him against the state. Then by the bravery of Antony he conquered the empire, and then by plots and the valor of Agrippa he conquered Antony. Then he was devising ways to destroy Agrippa, and but for an expedient offered by Maecenas had destroyed him. Was it strange that against such a prince conspiracies were frequent? As he was a usurper he could not escape some. His falseness and his cruelties begot others, and from considerations public as well as personal there was abundant cause for many. To punish one plot with exceeding violence is a sure way to produce more, and when there is no safety found in innocence, further methods will be tried. It is a poor defense for Augustus to say that it was from necessity and to serve himself that he shed so much blood. For, besides that his cruelty was natural, wanton, and unnecessary, why did he seek to be in a station where acts of blood were necessary? Why did he usurp the state? Why did he make himself a mark for public and private vengeance? Was it not by ambition? Was it not by treachery that he assumed sovereignty? Was he not a public traitor? And was it not his choice to be so? Why did he willingly commit crimes so flagitious that in their defense he must commit more? Can one horrible iniquity efface another? Is a subject justified, who, because he has deserved the pains of treason, raises a rebellion against his prince, nay, kills him to be safe? No villainy ever was, or ever can be perpetrated, which such reasoning will not justify. When some were bold and honest enough to talk to Oliver Cromwell about his excesses and usurpation, he asked them, "What would you have one in my station do?" He was well answered, "Sir, we would have no body in your station. To vindicate murder from the necessity of committing it, in order to conceal robbery, is to argue like a murderer and a robber. But it is honest logic to reply, do not rob, and then you need not be tempted to murder. But if you will do one, and consequently both, remember that punishment does, or ought, to follow crimes, and the more crimes the more punishment. If by a repetition of crimes you become too mighty to be punished, you must be content to be accursed and abhorred as an enemy to human race. You must expect to have all men for your enemies, as you are an enemy to all men. And since you make sport of the lives and liberties of men, you must not wonder, nor have you a right to complain, if they have all of them memories and feeling, and some of them courage and swords." Section 4. Of the popular arts and accidents which raise the character of Augustus. Many things concurred to favor the same of Augustus, and to obliterate his reproach. He reigned very long, and established a lasting peace, a special blessing and refreshment after a civil war so long and ruinous. For, though that war was the child of his ambition, yet in a series of ensuing tranquillity it was forgot. Nay, the greatness of the public calamities was a reason for forgetting them. The generation who felt them were almost all cut off by them, and the next generation, which had not suffered, did not remember. What the people had not seen, they did not lament. When he died there was scarce any living who had beheld the old free state. The people too were deceived into a belief that they still enjoyed their old government, because their magistrates had still their old names, though with just as much power as he thought fit to leave them. It was the advice of Montanus that to the officers of the state the same names, pomp, and ornaments should be continued, with all the appearances of authority without power. They were to have no military command during their term, but to possess the old jurisdiction of adjudging all causes finally, except such as were capital; and though some of these last were left to the governor of Rome, an officer newly created by the emperor, yet the chief were reserved. Moreover, Augustus paid great court to the people. The very name that covered his usurpation was a compliment to them. He affected to call it the power of the tribuneship, an office first created purely for their protection, and as the strongest effort and barrier of popular liberty. It was for their sake and security he pretended to assume this power, though by it he acted as absolutely as if he had called it the dictatorial power. Such energy there is in words. The office itself was erected as a bulwark against tyranny, and by the name of it tyranny is now supported. In the same manner he used and perverted the consulship, another magistracy peculiar to the commonwealth, but by him abused to the ends of his monarchy. He likewise won the hearts of the people by filling their bellies, by cheapness of provisions and plentiful markets. This has infinite effect. If people have plenty at home, they will not be apt to discover many errors, or much iniquity in the public, which will always be at quiet when particulars are so. But famine, or fear of it, children crying for bread, mothers weeping for their children, and husbands and fathers unable to stop their tears, and find the necessaries of life for themselves and such dear relations, all these are terrible materials for tumults, sedition, and even for revolutions. But people in ease and plenty are under no temptation to be inquiring into the title of their prince, or to resent acts of power which they do not immediately feel. He frequently entertained them with shows and spectacles, a notable means to produce or continue good humor in the populace, to beget kind wishes and zeal for the author of so much joy, and to make them forget usurpation, slavery, and every public evil. These were indeed used for the ends of corruption and servitude. They rendered the people idle, venal, vicious, insensible of private virtue, insensible of public glory or disgrace. But the things were liked, and the ends not seen or not minded, so that they had their thorough effect. And the Roman people, they who were wont to direct mighty wars, to raise and depose great kings, to bestow or take away empires, they who ruled the world, or so directed its rule, were so sunk and debauched, that if they had but bread and shows, their ambition went no higher. By the same arts, Cardinal Mazarin began to soften and debase the minds of the French, and after his death the like methods for promoting the idleness and luxury were pursued. Shows, debauchery, wantonness, and riot were encouraged and became common, and after the Restoration England adopted the modes of France, her worst modes. There were some, too many, who, unworthy of their own happiness and liberty, came to admire her government and misfortune, and labored with the spirit of parricides, though without their punishment, to bring ours to the model of that. I cannot omit observing here, that, by the same means that Caesar and Augustus acquired the empire, they destroyed its force. In the civil wars great part of the people perished, and the rest they debauched. They had utterly drained or corrupted that source of men which furnished soldiers who conquered the earth. Henceforth the plebs in Genua became a mere mob, addicted to idleness and their bellies, void of courage, void of ambition, and careless of renown. Armies were with difficulty raised amongst them; when raised, not good, or apt to corrupt the rest. It was such who excited the sedition in the German legions after the death of Augustus. The recruits lately raised in Rome, men accustomed to the softness and gaieties of the city, and impatient of military labor and discipline, inflamed the simple minds of all the rest by seditious infusions and harangues, etc. Indeed, the Roman armies, so chiefly in name, were mostly composed of foreigners. To engage new creatures and dependencies, he created many new offices, as the multitude of offices in France is reckoned a great support of the authority royal. He raised many public buildings, repaired many old, and to the city added many edifices and ornaments. He attended business, reformed enormities, showed high regard for the Roman name, was sparing in admitting foreigners to the rights of citizens, preserved public peace, procured public abundance, promoted public pleasure and festivity, often appeared in person at the public diversions, and in all things studied to render himself dear to the populace. In truth, when he had done all the mischief he could, or that he wanted, and more, he ceased his cruelty and ravages. This too was imputed to him for merit. He was reckoned very good, because he begun to do less mischief. It was a rational saying of that madman Caligula, that calamitous and tragical to the Roman people were the boasted victories of his great grandfather Augustus, and therefore he forbade them to be solemnized annually for the future. Section 5. Though Augustus courted the people and particular senators, he continued to depress public liberty and the Senate. But amidst all these acts of popularity and beneficence, and this plausible behavior of Augustus, the root of the evil remained and spread. The bulwarks of liberty were daily broken down, and having lulled the public asleep, he was sowing his tares. The best of his government was but the sunshine of tyranny. Augustus was become the center and measure of all things. He was the Senate, magistracy, and laws. The arms of the republic he had wrested out of her hands. Those who had wielded them for her he had slain. The armies of the state were now the armies of Augustus. And every province, where legions were kept or necessary, he reserved to himself. Such as were unarmed he left to the Senate and people, in kindness forsooth to them, for he studied to relieve them from all anxiety and fatigue, and to leave them nothing to do, but would take all the care and trouble to himself. Italy, the original soil of liberty and free men, he utterly disarmed, agreeably to the maxims of absolute monarchy. The Roman people and the Roman Senate he had reduced to ciphers and carcassism. Hence all the submissions and duty formerly paid to the free state were, with her power, transferred to the emperor, and certain wealth and preferment were the rewards of ready servility and acquiescence. This shows that, however he depressed the power of the Senate, he paid great court to particular senators; and it is too true, that as men generally love themselves better than their country, they too easily postpone the public interest to their own. Section 6. What fame he derived from the poets and other flattering writers of his time. The renown of Augustus was so notably blazoned by the historians and poets of his time, men of excellent wit, but egregious flatterers. According to them, Augustus had all the accomplishments to be acquired by men, the magnanimity of heroes, the perfections and genius of the deity, and the innocence peculiar to the primitive race of men. After so many instances of his cruelty, revenge, selfishness, excessive superstition, and defect in courage, after all the crying calamities and afflictions, all the oppression and vassalage that his ambition had brought upon his country and the globe, one would think that such praises must have passed for satire and mockery. But ambition, successful ambition, is a credulous passion, or whether he believed such praises or no, he received them graciously, and caressed the authors. Hence so much favor to Virgil and Horace, and to such other wits as knew how to be good courtiers. And hence every admirer of those charming poets is an admirer of Augustus, who was so generous to them, and is the chief burden of their panegyrics. Suppose he had miscarried, suppose the commonwealth restored, and had him punished as a traitor instead of gaining the sovereignty, would not the historians, would not the poets have then spoke as the law spoke, that law by which he had certainly forfeited his life? Would not Brutus and Cassius have then filled their mouths with panegyrics as the saviors of the state? Would they have lamented that the usurpation failed, and extolled the usurper, as Catiline extolled, or are the usurpations of Cinna, Sulla, or Marius? Nor was the conduct and domination of either half so barbarous and tragical as that of Augustus for a course of years. The truth is, their tyranny was short-lived, unsuccessful, or resigned. Iniquity, unprosperous or punished, no man praises; but wickedness, exceeding great and triumphant, almost all men do, as well as decry virtuous attempts defeated. Caesar and Augustus succeeded, and their flattery continued, because their government and race did. Sycophancy is ever a constant attendant upon greatness, says Paterculus, who was himself a scandalous flatterer, and has in his history miserably perverted truth, or utterly suppressed it, that he might lie for the Caesars. When truth was treason, who would venture to speak it? And when flattery bore a vogue and a price, there were enough found to court it and take it. Hence the partiality or silence of poets and historians. Section 7. Of the false glory sought and acquired by Augustus, from the badness of his successors. Another signal advantage to the name and memory of Augustus was the badness of his successors, and for his posthumous lustre he was indebted to the extreme misery of the Roman people. In proportion as Tiberius, Caligula, etc., were detested, Augustus was regretted. Yet who but Augustus was to be thanked for these monsters of cruelty? They were legacies by him entailed upon that great state, and he was even suspected to have surrendered the Roman people to the tyranny of Tiberius, purely to enhance his own praise with posterity, by the comparison and opposition of their reigns. He sought renown from a council for which he deserved abhorrence. He had made a feint or two to abdicate the sovereignty. Had he been in earnest, he might at least have contrived that his usurpation should last no longer than his life, and have left for a legacy to the Roman people that liberty of which he had robbed them, that dominion over themselves which none but themselves had any right to exercise. The truth is, his power and name were dearer to him than the Roman people or human race. He made provisions by a long train of successors against any possible relapse into liberties. While he had no longer any heir of his own blood, or none that he liked, he adopted the sons of his wife, and even the worst of them was destined to the succession. If it is to be said that by such adoption he fortified himself, and considered heirs as the stays and security of his domination, this still shows what was uppermost in his views, that he meant to perpetuate slavery. If he had studied the good of Rome, why was not Tiberius, whom he knew to be tyrannical and arrogant, postponed? Why was not his brother Drusus, the most accomplished and popular man in the empire, preferred? Or, after his death, Germanicus, his son, one equally deserving and equally beloved? It is even said that he loved Drusus, loved Germanicus, and was suspected to have hated and despised Tiberius. Yet Tiberius was preferred, and had the world bequeathed to him. Was it done to please his wife? Then he loved her better than the Roman people, nay, preferred her caprice to the felicity of humankind. Drusus had declared his purpose to restore the commonwealth. The same intention is supposed to have been in Germanicus. This perhaps was the reason for setting them aside, as was said of Tiberius. Section 8. The character of Augustus. As to the character of Augustus, he was a man of sense and art, his courage below his capacity below his fortune, yet his fortune below his fame, because his fame was the child of able flattery as well as of propitious fortune. He was a cunning man, not a great genius, dexterous to apply the abilities of others to his own ends, and had ability enough to be counselled by such as had more. His designs were rather incidental and progressive, than vast and conceived at once. He cannot be said to have mastered fortune, but to have been led by it. In the times of the Republic he would have made but a middling figure; in the station and pursuits of Julius Caesar, none at all. It is not in the least likely that he would have thought or attempted what Caesar accomplished. He wanted Caesar's masterly spirit, the éclat of the consummate warrior, his boundless liberality, his enchanting eloquence. For the eloquence of Augustus, which was easy and flowing, such as became a prince, was quite different from that torrent of language and power of speaking necessary to agitate and control the spirit of republicans. and came far short of the talent of Julius, who stood in rank with the most distinguished orators. I know not whether the vices of the dictator had not more popular charms than the virtues of Augustus. Caesar made his way to the throne; Augustus found it already made, or, where difficulties occurred, was conducted by the superior lights and force of others, whom he rewarded with all the meanness of ingratitude and even cruelty, and did many things which the great heart of Caesar would have scorned. No great mind ever delighted in petty mischiefs, though to do mighty evil an elevated genius is not always necessary. Section 9. Of the helps and causes which acquired and preserved the empire to Augustus. His great power and fortune no proof of extraordinary ability. That Augustus acquired the empire is not a proof of talents grand and surprising. A thousand things concurred to it; times and accidents, friends and enemies, the living and the dead, thought and contrived for him. Caesar, Antony, the authority of the Senate, the folly and corruption of the people, the eloquence and abilities of Cicero, seasonable conjunctures, the opposition of some, the compliance or intoxication of others, nay, the charms of Cleopatra, and his own treachery and fears, all these coincided to push him forward, and to hoist him into sovereignty. Nor indeed wanted he dexterity to improve opportunities, for he was a notable man, judged well, and had a turn for business. Nor did it require much genius to hold the empire when he got it. All who could oppose him were slain or subdued. He had armies and guards, and the people were disarmed and enslaved. The state was so thoroughly mastered, the Roman spirit so entirely broken, that any the most contemptible wretch among men, provided he were but vouched by the armies, and called Caesar, might rule, insult, and lay waste the Roman world at his pleasure. What was Caligula? What were Nero and Claudius? Were they not monsters, who but for shape and speech were utterly disjoined from humanity? Yet were not these monsters suffered, nay, adored and deified, while they were wallowing in the blood of men, and making spoil of the creation? Nor were the savages cut off by any effort of the Roman people, but by the instruments of their own cruelty, their wives, soldiers, and slaves. Thus it was possible to be masters of mankind, not only without common sense and common mercy and compassion, but even armed with intense and settled hate against the race of men, and daily exerting it. The rule and havoc of a lion, or any other beast of prey, would have been less pernicious and less disgraceful to the Roman people, though he had required for his subsistence a vessel of human blood every day. Nay, had the imperial lion kept about him a court and guard of subordinate lions for his instruments and counselors, they could not have been worried and devoured faster than the accusers, freedmen, poisoners, and assassins of the emperors. Cruelty, inspired by hunger, ceases when hunger is assuaged, but cruelty, created by fear and malice, is never satiated, nor knows any bounds. So much less dangerous and pernicious are the jaws and rapaciousness of a tiger, than the jealousy and rage of a tyrant, his flatterers and executioners. Now where was the difficulty to Augustus? Where the necessity of high wisdom to maintain the sovereignty, when such despicable wretches could maintain themselves in it for a course of years? The Romans, who were masters of mankind, were become the tame property, the vassals and victims of creatures equal to no office in a state, even the meanest and most contemptible office. Creatures void of understanding, void of courage. Such, without aggravation, were the lords of Rome for several successive reigns. Such as were a scandal to human nature, trod upon the necks and wantoned in the blood of humankind, nay, dedicated this work, and the disposal of the Romans' life and property, to the vilest of their domestics and dependents, their spies, informers, and bondslaves. End of Discourse 4.
Section 6 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The complete works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 5, of Governments Free and Arbitrary, more especially that of the Caesars, Part 1. Section 1, The Principle of God's appointing and protecting tyrants, an absurdity not believed by the Romans. I do not find that a servitude so beastly and ignominious was borne by the Romans out of principle. Their religion, as vain and superstitious as it was, had never offered such an insult to common sense as to teach them that their deities, as capricious as they thought them, warranted tyranny and sanctified tyrants, that the brutal and bloody Caligula was the beloved and viceregent of Jove, almighty, all-wise, and all-merciful, that the worst of men had a commission from heaven to oppress all men and to destroy the best, that murder, rapine, and misrule were government, and such lawless and bloody robbers were governors divinely appointed, that society had no remedy against devouring lust and the raging sword, which were destroying all the ends of society and society itself. These are absurdities below paganism and all its chimeras. Even the superstition of pagans never broached such blasphemies and indignities to God and man, never propagated doctrines which would have turned men into idiots, destitute of reflection and feeling, nay, into beasts of burden and beasts for sacrifice, turned the deities into devils, human society into a chaos of blood and carcasses, and this earth into a place of torments. It never entered into the heart of a Greek or a Roman, nor into any heart which felt the sentiments of virtue and humanity, that it was unlawful to defend law, a crime to ward against murder, barbarity, and desolation, and an impiety to do the most godlike action which can be done on this side of heaven, that of disarming a tyrant and saving one's country from perishing. It is true that the Romans flattered their tyrants, as tyrants ever will be flattered, but, as the names and appearances of the old government still subsisted, they pretended to believe that none but the old laws were exercised, and by the old laws the emperors still pretended to act. For several generations after the state was enslaved, and even during the reigns of the worst of the Caesars, the Romans expressed high contempt for nations who were avowedly slaves, and for kings who were avowedly arbitrary, and it then continued usual to behold foreign monarchs attending the levee and train of the Roman magistrates and governors of provinces. Nay, they were sometimes denied access, and treated with great scorn. Government is doubtless a sacred thing, and justly claims all reverence and duty, but in the idea of government is implied that of public protection and security, that it is the terror of evildoers and the encouragement of such as do well. But when what was government ceases, and what is called government is in reality a general oppression, havoc, and spoil, when a power prevails which is swayed by evildoers to the destruction of all who do well, when law and righteousness are banished, lust and iniquity triumph, property is violently invaded, and lives are wantonly destroyed, is this government too? If it be, I should be glad to know what is not government. Section 2. The reasonableness of resisting tyrants asserted from the ends of government and the nature of the deity. Opinions the most impious and extravagant, why taught, and how easily swallowed. It is certainly unlawful to resist government, but it is certainly lawful to resist the deviation from government, and to resist what destroys government and men. To resist the abuse of government is to assist government. It is allowed to be just to help our protectors, but it is equally just to oppose our enemies, madmen, and spoilers. Now, what was Nero, what Caligula and Claudius, one a bloody idiot, the other an inhuman madman, the first like the second, and all of them public robbers and butchers. If their course of cruelties and oppression was government, so are plagues, tempests, and inundations. But if their lives and actions were altogether pernicious and detestable, the exterminating of such monsters from amongst men would have been a service to the whole race. Was Tarquin half so black and odious? Yet who has ever blamed his expulsion? Was the insolence and tyranny of Tarquin the ordinance of God? What then was the succeeding government of the people and senate? If this was the ordinance of God too, then every government, good and bad, or rather misgovernment as well as government, public robbery and ruin as well as public security and protection, may be equally said to be his ordinance. And there are ordinances of his that combat one another, like the two angels contending in one of the prophets. But if the tyranny of Tarquin was, and the establishing of the free state was not the ordinance of God, then are not the patrons of this opinion obliged to say, and to maintain this gross and blasphemous absurdity, that the divine being disapproves of good government, equity, and laws, and delights in injustice, cruelty, and confusion, not in the rule of equal justice, but in the ravages of lust and iniquity? To say that all governments, the good and the bad, are alike to him, equally inviolable, is to say that he takes no cognizance of things below, and at this rate there is in his sight no such thing as guilt and innocence. To allege that that government which is best for men is disliked by him, and the rule of lust is preferable to that of laws, is to make him worse than indifferent, the patron of wantonness and oppression, a foe to order and benevolence, fonder of one man's caprice and violence than of the happiness of millions, nay, a professed advocate for iniquity, a professed adversary to all public righteousness. If it be said that he approves not of tyranny himself, and yet would not have it resisted by others, this is nonsense added to profaneness, since what he neither checks nor allows to be checked, he may be said to approve. If I see a man going to commit murder, and by terrible threatening and penalties restrain such as would restrain him, will it not be construed that I chose to have the murder perpetrated? It makes him besides a hard-hearted being, who forbids to remedy the highest human evil, nay, wilfully dooms humankind to the severest misery. I never heard that he has forbid under any penalty the use of medicines against the plague, and I think I have found the reason why I had never heard it. The plague has no treasures nor dignities to recompense flatterers. Had it been worth while to have made such a prohibition a doctrine of religion, that is, had it been pleasing to power, and the way to favour, I doubt not but it would have gained ground, and many followers, as other doctrines equally absurd have done, where the gain and craft of a few have been followed and defended by the superstition and zeal of many. Witness transubstantiation, purgatory, auricular confession, blind obedience under the rod of tyranny, etc. The Turks, out of bigotry to that of predestination, forbear all precautions against the plague, when raging on every side of them. It is impossible to invent a doctrine so monstrous and mischievous, but it will meet with partisans and admirers, provided the inventors have convenient names and habiliments, without which the most illustrious and benevolent truths will hardly pass with a multitude bewitched with the magic of words and superstition. It is impossible for the hearts of men to contrive a principle more absurd and wicked than that of annexing divine and everlasting vengeance to the resisting of the most flagrant mischief which can possibly befall the sons of men. Yet it has found inventors and vouchers. It is plain from this instance, and from 1,000 more, that there is no wickedness of which the hearts of men are not capable, and that the wretchedness of the whole race weighs not so much with them as their own profit and pleasure. It would seem from hence as if we had lived in the dregs and barbarism of time, since to the late age, at least here in Christendom, was reserved the infamy of hatching a monster so horrible that to its birth was sacrificed all sense and humanity, all the considerations and even the essence of truth, order, and liberty. The advocates for this impious tenet, which represents the great and good God as incensed with men for striving to remove their chains and sorrows, are, by defending tyranny, so much worse than tyrants, as a scheme of barbarity coolly and deliberately contrived or defended is more heinous than particular acts of barbarity committed in the heat and hurry of passion, and as murder is a greater crime than manslaughter. What avail laws and liberty, ever so excellently framed, when they are at the mercy of lawless rage and caprice? If we are forbid by God to defend laws, why do we make them? Is it not unlawful to make what it is unlawful to defend? What else is the end of government but the felicity of men? And why are some raised higher in society than others, but that all may be happy? Has God ever interposed against the establishment of society upon a good foot? If he has not, but wills the good of society and of men, how comes he to interpose against the defence of an establishment which he nowhere forbids, and against that good which he is said to will? What more right had Nero to take away the lives of innocent men than any other assassin? What more title to their fortune than any other robber? What better right to spill their blood than any tiger? And it is unlawful to resist robbers, and assassins, and beasts of prey? Did the Almighty ever say of that beastly tyrant, "Touch not Nero my anointed, nor do his ruffians any harm"? Did Nero's station lessen or abrogate his crimes? What idea does it give of God, the Father of mercies and of men, to represent him screening that enemy to God and man as a person sacred and inviolable, and holding his authority from himself, the merciful and holy Jehovah protecting an inhuman destroyer? What more relation could there be between God and Nero than between God and an earthquake, God and a conflagration or massacre? The very phrase is shocking to the soul. Is such representation likely to make the name and nature of God amiable to men, likely to excite them to love and reverence him? Satan is said to be delighted with the miseries and calamities of men, and to suppose that wicked being concerned for the security of a tyrant, whose office it is to debase and afflict human race, is natural and consistent with his character. But I wish men would not father upon the author of all good such counsels and inclinations as can only suit the father of cruelties and lies. Section 3. The danger of slavish principles to such as trust in them, and the notorious insecurity of lawless might. Neither have tyrants and oppressors been much obliged to this enslaving doctrine, which has generally filled them with false confidence and security. It has always made them worse, seldom safer, and, without doing any good, been the cause of much evil to their poor subjects. The Turks hold it as an article of faith, and it is one worthy of Turkish grossness and barbarity. Yet where has the deposing and murdering of princes been so common as in Turkey? The monarch is told he may do what he pleases. Their religion tells him so. The holy mufti, who explains it, tells him so. And from God he tells him so. But, notwithstanding all these holy authorities, this person so sacred, and guarded with securities human and divine, is often butchered with less form than a common malefactor, and even with the mufti's consent and assistance. Thus it has happened to several in a century. Had not their power been so great, their security would have been greater. An absolute prince is of all others the most insecure. As he proceeds by no rule of law, he can have no rule of safety. He acts by violence, and violence is the only remedy against him. Now violence which is confined to no rule, but as various and unlimited as the passions and devices of men, can never be parried by any certain provision or defence. His acts of cruelty upon particulars, whether done for revenge or prevention, do but alarm other particulars to save themselves by destroying him. Men who apprehend their lives to be in danger will venture anything to preserve them, or if they do more than apprehend and be already become desperate, we know to what lengths despair will push them. Thus Caligula, thus Domitian, and Commodus were slaughtered by those whom they had doomed to slaughter. Nor armies nor guards can prevent the machinations and efforts of a secret enemy. Even amongst his armies and guards such a one may be found, nay, in his household, in his bedchamber, amongst his kindred, nay, amongst his children. When princes act by law in case of hardship upon particulars, there is a remedy to be sought from the law, and when the law, fairly administered, will afford none, they will acquiesce, or, if they blame anything, they will blame the law, but a remedy they will be apt to seek, and, when they suffer not from law but from mere violence, they will have recourse to violence. Neither can a people be ever so sunk or deadened by oppression, but much provocation, some management, and a skilful leader will find or raise some spirit in them, often enough to accomplish great revolutions. Witness Sicily under the French, Switzerland under the yoke of Austria, and the Low Countries under that of Spain. Nay, the most consummate and professed slaves, those of Turkey, often rouse themselves, and casting their proud rider to the earth, trample him to death. Indeed, slaves enraged are the most dangerous populace, because, having no other resource against oppression, they repel violence with outrage. A little spark often raises a great flame, and a flame soon spreads to a conflagration, where materials are prepared, as they almost eternally are in governments that are absolute, or aiming to be so. The commotions at Paris during the minority of the late king were followed by others all over France, though the whole kingdom had been for a great while before, by the tyranny of the administration, frightened, despairing, and even lethargic. But the resentment and convulsions that followed this false calm had like to have overset the monarchy. Nor can any public calm be certain, or any government secure, where the people are pillaged and oppressed. People that are used like beasts will act like beasts, and be mad and furious when buffeted and starved. Section 4. Princes of little and bad minds, most greedy of power. Princes of large and good minds choose to rule by law and limitations. It is poor and contemptible ambition in a prince, that of swelling his prerogative and catching at advantages over his people. It is separating himself from the tender relation of a father and protector, a character which constitutes the glory of a king, and assuming that of a foe and an ensnarer. This is what a prince of a great and benevolent spirit will consider, not himself as a lordly tyrant, nor them as his property and slaves, but himself and them under the amiable and engaging ties of magistrate and fellow citizens. Such was the difference between a Queen Elizabeth and a Richard II. How glorious and prosperous the reign of the one, how infamous and unhappy that of the other. What renown accompanies her memory, what scorn his. It is indeed apparent from our history that those of our princes who thirsted most violently after arbitrary rule were chiefly such as were remarkable for poor spirit and small genius, pedants, bigots, the timorous and effeminate. The French historians observe that the worst and weakest of their kings were fondest of dominion, and their best and wisest contented with stinted power and the rule of laws. Louis XI, says Cardinal de Retz, was more crafty than wise. He was in truth a genuine tyrant. He trampled upon the laws of the kingdom and the lives of his subjects, pillaged and oppressed all manner of ways, and followed no counsel but that of his lust and caprice. But what advantage or content, what security or fame did he draw from his exorbitant encroachments and power? No man ever lived under a blacker series of fears and cares and suspicions, or died in greater misery and terrors. And in his life and death and memory he is equally detestable. Louis XIII, a man naturally harmless but silly, was jealous of his authority purely because he was ignorant about it. But Henry IV, who was born with a soul great and generous, never distrusted the laws because he trusted in the uprightness of his own designs. Il ne se défie pas de loi, parce qu'il se fie en lui-même, says de Retz. Another French monarch of great name loved and enjoyed unbridled dominion, but had no greatness of mind or genius answerable to the measure of his ambition. He had a sort of stiffness and perseverance, by his flatterers styled fortitude and firmness, but in reality arising from arrogance or obstinacy, qualities found in the weakest woman and eminently in his mother. In religion he was a bigot, in politics false, suspicious, and timid, in government insolent and oppressive, the property of his mistresses, the pupil of his confessors, the dupe of his ministers, a sore plague to his neighbours, a sorer to his own people, vainly addicted to war without the talents of a warrior, a dishonourable enemy, a faithless ally, and, with small abilities, a great troubler of the world. It was natural to such an imperial wolf as Caligula to delight in power as savage as his own bloody spirit, and to boast that he had an unlimited privilege to do whatever his will or fury suggested. But worthy of the benevolent and humane heart of Trajan were the words by him used to his chief officers when he presented them with the sword. "This sword, this badge of authority, you hold from me, but turn it, if I deserve it, against me." Now, did the challenging and exercise of this monstrous power secure Caligula, or did the disavowing of it lessen the security of Trajan? Quite otherwise. The former was abhorred and assassinated as a tyrant, the latter was adored living, and died lamented as a public father and guardian. Trajan knew no other purpose of imperial prerogative but that of protecting the people. Nor indeed is there any other use of emperors and prerogatives upon earth. Cardinal de Retz says that with all the arguments and pains he could use, he could never bring the Queen Regent to understand the meaning of these words, the public. She thought that to consult the interest of the people was to be a republican, and had no notion that the government of a prince was anything else but royal will and authority, rampant and without bounds. Was it any wonder that the people of France gasped under oppressions and taxes, when the government was swayed by such a woman, herself blindly governed by Mazarin, a public thief, if ever there was any, one convicted to have stolen from the finances 9 millions in a few years, one who spent his younger years in low rogueries, who had no maxims of rule but such as were adapted to the severest tyranny in Italy, that of the Pope, and one who, in the highest post of First Minister, could never help showing the base spirit of a little sharper. Le vilain car parfois soit toujours au travers, says de Retz. The Duke of Orleans called him un scélérat, et ministre incapable et abhorré du genre humain, un menteur fieffé. Section 5. The wisdom and safety of ruling by standing laws to prince and people. It was a fine answer of Theopompus, king of Lacedaemon, to his wife, who reproached him that he would leave the kingship diminished to his sons by creating the ephori. "Yes," says he, "I shall leave it smaller, but I shall leave it more permanent." Valerius Maximus explains this by a very just reflection. Theopompus's reason was full of pertinency and force, for in reality the authority which bounds itself and offers no injuries is exposed to none. The king, therefore, by restraining royalty within the just limits of laws, did as much endear it to the affections of his countrymen as he pruned it of all licentiousness and terrors. It is as rare for a prince limited by laws and content with his power to reign in sorrow or to die tragically, as it is uncommon for those who have no bounds set them, or will suffer none, to escape a miserable reign and unbloody end. The power of the Roman kings was, from the first establishment, very short. They had no negative voice in the Senate, and could neither make war nor peace. What Tacitus says of Romulus can only mean his administering justice as the chief magistrate between man and man, or perhaps his encroachments upon the Senate towards his latter end, for which, it is thought, he paid dear. Where the government is arbitrary and severe, the oppressed people will be apt to think that no change can make their condition worse, and therefore will be ready to wish for any, nay, to risk a civil war, risk fresh evils and calamities to get rid of the present, and to be revenged on their oppressor. Such was the temper of the Romans upon the revolt of Sacrovir. They even rejoiced in it, and, in hatred to Tiberius, wished success to the public enemy. People will be quiet and patient under burdens, however heavy, which law lays on, for they suppose that laws are founded upon reason and necessity. But impositions the most reasonable will be apt to appear unreasonable and tyrannical where they proceed from the will of one. Mere will is supposed to act without reason, and to be only the effect of wantonness. Hence the acquiescence of a free people, however taxed, and from their acquiescence the safety of their governors. Hence, too, the industry and wealth, and consequently the peaceableness of the country. For industry and wealth are things exceeding quiet and tame, and only aim at securing themselves, whereas idleness and indigence are uneasy, tumultuous, and desperate. Besides, he who pays 20 shillings in a free government, and pays it cheerfully, would not, perhaps, were the government changed, pay willingly 10, nay, perhaps be unable to pay it, though by the change no new taxes were added. While the law requires it, he will imagine that no more than enough is required, and as the same law leaves him all the rest to himself, he will be industrious to acquire more, and as much as he can. But when the quantity of his tax depends on the caprice or avarice of one, when the more he is worth, the more he will be taxed, or even fancies that he will grow idle, discontented, and desponding, and rather live poor and lazy than labour to make his tax-master rich. Not to mention the furious monarchies of the East, destructive of all diligence and arts. The Comte de Boulainvilliers, in his Élat de France, says that in some provinces in France the soil is left uncultivated, and several trades and professions are disused, because the labour of the husbandman and the skill and application of the artist are rendered abortive by rigorous impositions. They choose rather to starve in idleness than to work and starve. Section 6. The condition of free states, how preferable to that of such as are not free. No arbitrary prince upon earth could have raised from the states of Holland the 5th part of what they have, as a free state paid to their own magistrates, nor could have found whence to have raised it. I will venture to say the same of England. Under a monarchy of the late King James's model, was it possible to have supported 2 wars so long and consuming as the 2 last, or to have raised sums so immense to carry them on? It would be madness to assert it. By this time numbers of our people would have been driven from their country, much of our soil been waste, many of our manufactures laid aside, our trade sunk, our wealth fled, and the condition of England have resembled that of France, as well as our government theirs, and for the same reason. It is in vain boasted of the House of Medici that in a long course of years they had laid no new tax upon a country where their power was absolute, since the cities and territories under their sovereignty are by it reduced from great wealth and populousness to such miserable desolation and poverty that it is downright oppression to oblige them to pay any considerable part of the old, much more all. To reason from experience and examples is the best reasoning. Compare any free state with any other that is not free. Compare the former and present condition of any state formerly free, or once enslaved and now free. Compare England with France, Holland with Denmark, or the 7 provinces under the states with the same 7 provinces under Philip II. You will find in these and every other instance that happiness and wretchedness are the exact tallies to liberty and bondage. Florence was a commonwealth ill-framed at first, and consequently subject to frequent convulsions, factions, parties, and subdivision of parties. Yet, by the mere blessing and vigour of liberty, she flourished in people, riches, and arms, till, with her liberty, she lost all spirit and prosperity, and became languishing, little and contemptible, under a small prince with a great name. She has long been cured of all her former frolics and tumults by an effectual remedy, servitude, and beggary the child of servitude, and by depopulation the offspring of both. All arguments for absolute power are confuted by facts. No country governed by mere will was ever governed well. Passion governs the will becomes the measure of right and wrong and of all things, and caprice the balance of the will. And I know not but it may be maintained that a free state, the worst constituted, as was that of Florence, is, with all its disorders, factions, and tumults, preferable to any absolute monarchy, however calm. Section 7. The misery and insecurity of the Caesars from their overgrown power. These emperors of Rome, who had sacrificed their country and all things to their supreme power, found little ease and security from it being supreme. From Caesar the dictator, who had sacrificed public liberty, and was himself sacrificed to Hermanes, till Charlemagne, above 30 of them were murdered, and 4 of them murdered themselves. The soldiery were their masters, and upon every peak put them to death. If the prince was chosen by the Senate, this was reason enough for shedding his blood by the armies, or if the armies chose him, this choice of their own never proved an obstacle against shedding it. It was the soldiers that dispatched the Emperor Pertinax, after he had been forced to accept the empire. These lofty sovereigns, having trodden underfoot the Senate, people, and laws, the best supports of legitimate power, held their sceptre and their lives upon the courtesy of their masters the soldiers. He who swayed the universe was a slave to his own mercenaries. Though Augustus had reigned so long, and so thoroughly enfeebled or extinguished the maxims of liberty, and introduced and settled those of monarchy, Tiberius, his immediate successor, thought himself so little safe that he lived in perpetual vassalage to his own fears. By making all men slaves, he could not make himself free, and was only the most overgrown and gaudy slave in the empire. So much do princes gain by being above law. They who will be content with no terms of reigning, but such as make all men fear them, will find reasons to fear all men. Tiberius did so, and the many sacrifices which he made to his fear, far from lessening, did but increase it, as such sacrifices did but multiply enemies and terrors. First he dreaded Agrippa Postumus, and murdered him. But the murder ensured not his repose even from that quarter, for a slave of that prince personated his master, and alarmed Tiberius more than Agrippa had done. He dreaded Germanicus, and when that excellent person was dead, by no fair means it was supposed, he dreaded Agrippina his wife, and her little children, and when by all manner of treachery and cruelty he had oppressed them, he was seized with new dread from Sejanus, the greatest and justest of all. Nor ceased his dread after the execution of Sejanus, insomuch that he commanded a general massacre of all his family, friends, and adherents. Next, his fears still continuing, he doomed to the most barbarous death his own grandsons by Germanicus, for their being already under miserable imprisonment and exile did not suffice. And when the family of Germanicus was destroyed, he had remaining fears from the friends and dependents of that house. These were the next objects of his vengeance, which he executed fiercely. Nor small was the terror which he entertained of his own mother, and when she was gone, he let loose his rage upon the favourites and adherents of his mother. Now, after all these precautions, so many and so bloody, did his suspicions abate? No, they were rather whetted and inflamed. Of the great lords of the Senate he was under perpetual apprehensions, and making daily victims. Their wealth and race, nay, their poverty, names, and qualities frightened him. He feared friends and enemies, those who advised him in counsel, those who diverted him at his leisure hours. His confidants, counsellors, and bottle companions were all martyrs to his jealousy and fury. He was so afraid of considerable men, or giving them employments which made them so, that some who were appointed governors of provinces were never permitted to go thither, and great provinces for a course of years left destitute of their governors. And though he dreaded stirs and innovations above all things, yet he suffered the loss and devastation of provinces, the insults and invasion of enemies, rather than trust any one with the power of avenging the state and repulsing the public foe. Thus he left Armenia to be seized by the Parthians, Moesia by the Dacians and other barbarians, and both the Gauls to be ravaged by the Germans, says Suetonius. End of Discourse 5, Part 1. Section 7 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 5. Of Governments Free and Arbitrary, more especially that of the Caesars. Part 2. Section 8. A representation of the torments and horrors under which Tiberius lived. What joy, what tranquillity did Tiberius reap from his great and unaccountable sovereignty? Did it exempt him from disquiet, or could all his efforts, all the terrors of his power, prevent or remove his own? Did his numerous armies protect him from the assaults of fear and apprehension? Did he sleep the sounder for his praetorian bands? Did the rocks of Capri, hardly accessible to men, keep off those horrors of mind which haunted him at Rome and on the continent? Or rather, with all the éclat of empire, with all his policy and all his guards, was he not the most miserable being in his dominions? Doubtless he was. Other particulars, the most obnoxious and threatened, had but some things and some persons to fear. Tiberius dreaded all men and everything. Was his power unlimited? So was his misery. The more he made others suffer, the faster he multiplied his own torments. He himself confessed that all the anger of the deities could not doom him to more terrible anguish than that under which he felt himself perishing daily. Imagine this great prince, this sovereign of Rome, in hourly fear of secret assassins, daily dreading and expecting the news of armies revolted, a new emperor created, and himself deposed. Imagine him fixed upon a high rock, and watching there from day to day with a careful eye and an anxious and boding heart for signals from the continent, whether he must stay or fly. Imagine him every moment ready to commit himself to the waves and tempests, and to escape whither he could for life and shelter. Imagine him, even after a conspiracy suppressed, lurking for 9 months together in one lodge under such terrors as not to dare to venture an airing even in his beloved Capri, however walled with rocks and defended with guards. In short, he feared everything but to do evil, which yet was the sole cause of his fears. Such was his situation and life, and such the blessing of lawless might. To Tiberius, not his imperial fortune, not his gloomy and inaccessible solitude could ensure repose, nor keep him from feeling, nor even from avowing the rack in his breast and the avenging furies that pursued him. His death, too, was like his life and reign, tragical and bloody. Section 9. The terrible operation of lawless power upon the minds of princes, and how it changes them. Tiberius was an able man. He had talents for affairs. He had eminent sufficiency in war. During the Commonwealth he would have well supported the dignity of a senator. He would have filled the first offices of the state. He would have probably been zealous for public liberty. He had, even under Augustus, while he was yet a subject, acquired a signal name and estimation. Nay, it is likely he might have left behind him a high reputation and applause, for he had art enough to have hid or suppressed the ill qualities which were naturally in him, so that he might have lived happy and admired, and died in renown. But being, unhappily for himself and his country, invested with power without control, he let loose all his passions, and he, who might have proved an excellent and useful member of a free state, became a prince altogether merciless and pernicious, a terrible tyrant, void of natural affection for his own blood and family, void of all regard and tenderness for his people, and possessed with intense hate towards the Senate and nobility. One of his discernment was not to be deceived by flattery. He knew that, whatever submissions and even prostrations were made him, the yoke of sovereignty was grating and grievous to the Romans, and he sought revenge upon their persons for hating his usurpation. This conduct made him more hated, and this hatred enraged him so that, at last, renouncing all shame and throwing away his beloved arts of dissimulation, he commenced, as it were, an open enemy to his people, surrendered himself over to every act of cruelty and to every abomination, even to rapaciousness and plunder, a vice to which for a long time he seemed to have no bias. But what is not to be apprehended from power without control, and who is to be trusted with it, when a man of such strong parts and long experience as Tiberius was so entirely mastered and perverted by it? It is a task too mighty for the soul of man, and fit for none but God, who cannot change, cannot act passionately, cannot be mistaken, and is omnipresent. There are few instances of men who have not been corrupted and intoxicated with it, and many of whom the highest hopes were conceived have degenerated notoriously under it. When men are once above fear of punishment, they soon grow to be above shame. Besides, the genius and abilities of men are limited, but their passions and vanity boundless. Hence so few can be perfectly good, and so many are transcendently evil. They mistake good fortune for great merit, and are apt to rise in their own conceit, as high at least as fortune can raise them. Galba was, in the opinion of all men, worthy of empire, and that option would have ever continued, had he never been tried. And Vespasian was, till then, the only instance of an emperor by power changed for the better. Section 10. The wretched fears accompanying the possession of arbitrary power, exemplified in Caligula and the other Roman emperors. Nor was this anguish and these fears peculiar to Tiberius. His successors felt them eminently, as did everyone who reigned as he reigned. Caligula was so haunted by inward horrors, and his imagination so terrified, that he became almost a stranger to sleep, and used to roam about the palace while others slept, afraid of the night and invoking the return of day. Upon an alarm from Germany, he prepared to run away from Rome, and was always provided with exquisite poison against an exigency. Claudius scarce lived a moment of his reign free from affrights and suspicions, nor was there any accident so trivial, or any man, woman, or slave, or child so contemptible, as not to dismay him, and set him upon sanguinary precautions and punishments. He was several times almost frightened out of his sovereignty, and willing to creep away into safety and solitude. Even before the Senate, which upon the sight of a dagger he had summoned in great haste and earnestness, the poor unmanly wretch burst into tears and howling, bewailed his perilous condition, that in no place or circumstance could he be out of the way of danger. His whole life was governed by fears, and his fears by his wives and freedmen. Hence his excessive cruelty, according to the measure of his own timidity, or of their ambition, vindictiveness, and rapacity. The horrors of Nero's guilt never forsook him. They were sometimes so violent that every joint about him trembled. He dreaded his mother's ghost as much as he had her living spirit, and made doleful complaints that the Furies pursued him with stripes and rage and burning torches, and that he was alarmed with horrid shrieks and groans from his mother's tomb. What else did Heliogabalus apprehend but a violent death, when he went always provided with a silken halter and a golden poniard as expedients to escape death by the hand of an enemy? For the like purpose Caracalla made himself a copious provision of poisons. This barbarous parasite was wont to complain that the ghost of his father and that of his brother, by him murdered, terrified and pursued him with drawn swords. So sorely did the bloody horrors of their crimes and infamy haunt these men of blood and become their executioners. What availed their power and armies against the alarms of their conscience? Could all their titles and might, all the guards at their gate, scare away reflection, or rescue them from the agonies and gorings of their own breasts? Section 11. What it is that constitutes the security and glory of a prince, and how a prince and people become estranged from each other. What then is it that a prince may rely on for the security of his person and the quiet of his soul? Hear the opinion of a great and good prince, Marcus Antonius, delivered to his friends and counsellors just before he expired. Verily, it is neither the influence of revenue and treasures, nor the multitude of guards that can uphold a prince, or assure him of obedience, unless with the duty of obedience the zeal and affections of his people do concur. Surely only long and secure is the reign of such a one as by actions of benignity stamps upon the hearts of his people the impressions of love, not those of fear by acts of cruelty. He adds that a prince has nothing to fear from his people as long as their obedience flows from inclination and is not constrained by servitude, and that subjects will never refuse obedience when they are not treated with contumely and violence. A man who means no ill would not seek the power to do it, and he who seeks that power, or has it, will be eternally suspected to mean no good. Now the only way to obviate such suspicion is to act by known rules of law. He who rules by consent is obnoxious to no blame. Such restraint may probably at some times keep a just prince from doing good, but it certainly withholds a bad one from doing much greater mischief. An arbitrary prince who can do what he will is for ever liable to be suspected of willing all that he can, hence his people mistrust him. Hence his indignation for their mistrust, and hence the root of eternal jealousy and uneasiness between him and them. The people likewise expect complaisance from the prince, expect to have their sentiments and humours considered, while the prince probably thinks that they have no right to form any judgment of public matters, or to make any demands upon him, but, on the contrary, requires of them blind reverence and obedience to his authority, and acquiescence in his superior conduct and skill, that all his doings should pass for just, himself for a person altogether sacred and unaccountable, and his words for laws. If their behaviour towards him does not happen to square exactly with these his sovereign notions and high conceit of himself, he will be apt to think, or some officious flatterer will be ready to persuade him, his royal authority is set at naught, the people are revolted, and what remains but that they take arms? To punish, therefore, their disobedience, he proceeds to violence, and exercises real severity for imaginary guilt. Mischief is prolific. Violence in him begats resentment in them, the people murmur and exclaim, the prince is thence provoked, and studies vengeance. When one act of vengeance is resented and exposed, as it ever will be, more will follow. Thus things go on. Affection is not only lost, but irrecoverable on either side. Hatred is begun on both, and prince and people consider themselves no longer as magistrate and subject, but one another as enemies. Hence, perhaps, Caligula's inhuman wish that he could murder all his people at a blow. The sequel of all this is easy to be guessed. He is continually destroying them, they are continually wishing him destroyed. Section 12. How nearly it behoves a prince to be beloved and esteemed by his subjects. The terrible consequences of their mutual mistrust and hatred. How much does it import princes to preserve the good opinion of their people? When it is once lost, it is scarce ever to be recalled. When once they come to believe ill of their prince, there is nothing so ill that they will not believe, as in the instance of Tiberius, of whom things the most improbable and horrid were believed. It is hardly possible for any merit, the most genuine and exalted, to preserve popular favour for a long time. Accidents and disasters will be falling in to sour the spirits of the populace, or some fresh merit, more new or more glaring, may appear, and lessen or intercept their admiration of the other. Or the same person may not always have the same opportunities to oblige them, so that the best care and conduct can only serve to retain it to a certain degree, and this by good conduct is certainly and always to be done. But when the reputation of the prince with his subjects is entirely gone, something worse than the bare want of it will ensue. Between a prince's forfeiting the public affection and his incurring the public hatred there is scarce any medium, and even that medium is a terrible one, since it is to be scorned as not much better than to be hated, and often infers it. Would a prince live in security, ease, and credit? Let him live and rule by a standard certain and fixed, that of laws, nor grasp at more than is given him. Many, by seeking too much, have lost all, and forfeited their crown through the wantonness and folly of loading it with false and invidious ornaments. While nothing would serve them but lawless power, even their legitimate authority grew odious and was rent from them. They set their people the example of assuming what was none of theirs, to do acts of violence in defence of violated laws, to judge for themselves and to sanctify by the title of right whatever they could accomplish by force. Rather than live upon bad terms, people will be apt to make their own terms, and think no fealty is due where no sooth is kept. Who would not rejoice more in a free gift than in plunder? For such is the difference between power conferred and power usurped. What new prerogative acquired to the crown, or what new revenue can make amends for the hearts of the people estranged and embittered? This is such a loss as no acquisition, no pomp of power whatever, can atone for. We have seen under what gloom, affright, and despair the Caesars lived and swayed, though their sway was without check and bounds. Machiavel says that when a prince has once incurred the public hate, there is no person nor thing which he ought not to dread. He who does no ill fears none, but such as are continually creating terrors and calamities to others have abundant reason to be under continual apprehensions themselves. How much more desirable, how much more just and easy and safe is the condition of a prince who lives and rules by laws over a free people by their own consent. Both people and laws are his guard, and what secures them secures him. They see that he loves them, and he is conscious that they ought to love him. This is government and the effects of it, not the triumph of boundless arrogance or folly, not the insults of one over all, nor, consequently, his distrust of them, nor their slavish dread of him, but the equal administration of eternal righteousness and stated laws, an endearing intercourse of fatherly care and protection, and of filial gratitude and duty. How amiable must it be, how refreshing to a generous spirit, to oblige and solace a whole people, to have a whole people adore and bless him! What master of slaves, even the highest and most unbounded master, can boast so much of himself and his slaves? The grandeur of such a prince is all false and tinsel, painted and hollow. He is never secure, because he is not innocent. He is not innocent, because he is an oppressor. To rule by mere will is to rule by violence, and violence is war. He who puts himself in a state of hostility with his subjects invites hostility from them, as did the late King James, who, having no confidence in the laws which he had violated, nor in his people, whom he had oppressed, put himself in a posture of war against his subjects, so that when they too had recourse to arms, they did but stand in their own defence. They had no quarrel to that King James, who had taken an oath to rule by law. But when that king assumed another person, and, in spite of oaths and laws, would oppress and spoil, they who owed this man of violence no allegiance opposed might to might, since he would abide by no law. It was not their prince, therefore, that they resisted, but their enemy and spoiler. He, in truth, had no more right to what the law gave him not than the great Turk had. They therefore opposed not an English monarch, but an invader and a tyrant. Nor do I know of any people who threw off their monarchy wantonly. And if they did it through oppression, the oppressor might blame himself. Had he conquered his subjects, what would he have gained but the detestable glory of a triumphant oppressor, of seeing a rich country reduced by servitude to poverty, and of bearing the curses of a free people oppressed? Whoever has beheld the condition of a great neighbouring kingdom, naturally the finest in Europe, has seen in the condition of the inhabitants, poor, pale, nasty, and naked, what genuine glory their princes have reaped by reducing all the laws of their country into one short one, that of royal will and pleasure. Section 13. Public happiness only then certain, when the laws are certain and inviolable. It is allowed that amongst the Roman emperors there were some excellent ones. But was not all this chance? They might have proved like the rest, who were incredibly mischievous and vile. They had nothing but their own inclinations to restrain them. And is human society to depend for security and happiness upon uncertain inclinations and will? They were good by conformity to the laws, as laws are the only defence against such as are bad. The bad ones had almost sunk the empire to a chaos before there appeared one prince of tolerable capacity and virtue to retrieve it. Insomuch that Vespasian declared it to be absolutely necessary to raise a fund of above 300 millions of money, of our money, purely to save the state from absolute ruin and dissolution. After Domitian there succeeded 5 good reigns, during which law and righteousness prevailed, and the emperors took nothing, neither power nor money, but what laws long established gave them, and professed to derive everything from the law, and to occupy nothing in their own name. But, as the emperor might still be a tyrant if he would, that wild Prince Commodus resumed the old measures of violence, and, becoming a second Caligula, dissipated and overturned in a few years all the treasure, wise provisions, and establishments contrived and gathered by his predecessors during the best part of a century. To conclude, if princes would never encroach, subjects would hardly ever rebel, and if the former knew that they would be resisted, they would not encroach. Every subject knows that if he resist against law, he will die by law. It is certain mischief to both prince and people to assert slavish doctrines, and no security to either, since nature oppressed will depart from passive principle. But to assert the reasonableness of vindicating violated laws is no more than asserting that laws ought not to be violated, as they ever will be where there is no penalty annexed. The least attempt upon public liberty is therefore alarming. If it is suffered once, it will be apt to be repeated often. A few repetitions create a habit. Habit claims prescription and right. Such also is the nature of man, that when public affairs are once disconcerted, it is hard, sometimes impossible, to restore them to their first firmness. Numbers become engaged in the corruption, and will be trying all their arts and power to support it. Where it grows extensive and general, the public authority will probably espouse and defend it, and even where that authority is against it, the torrent may be so strong as to bear down authority itself. How many great and good men have fallen themselves while they strove to restore the state? Attempts to reform the soldiery, to reform the clergy, to reform the civil administration, have often drawn down a tragical doom upon the authors of them. It is much easier to prevent than to cure. End of Discourse 5, Part 2.
Section 8 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anna Simon. the complete works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 6, of the old law of treason by the emperors perverted and extended. Section 1, the ancient purpose of that law, the politics of Augustus in stretching it. I proceed now to shew by what arts and supports the tyranny was preserved and exerted, how the old laws, especially that of treason, were perverted, and to explain the instrumenta regni. This law, says Tacitus, in the days of our ancestors had indeed the same name, but implied different arraignments and crimes, namely those against the state, as when an army was betrayed abroad, when seditions were raised at home. In short, when the public was faithlessly administered, and the majesty of the Roman people was debased. These were actions, and actions were punished, but words were free. Augustus was the first who brought libels under the penalties of this wrested law. In that sense of this law, and doubtless it is the true sense, the emperors were the criminals, they who had enslaved senate and people, usurped and destroyed the state. But they had got the power of interpreting laws, or of directing those who did, and consequently were become the law-makers. As laws observed had defended liberty, laws wrested secured the usurpers. Hence the old law of treason was degraded and perverted to involve in its penalties the authors of lampoons and pasquinades. This law of majesty was so much and so long prostituted and abused, so much bloodshed and oppression was committed by the succeeding emperors under its name, that at last every sentence and punishment, however just, which was pronounced by virtue of it, was thought unlawful and cruel, so that out of detestation to this abused law many other good laws perished. Doubtless reputation is a tender thing, and ought no more to be violated than property or life, and they who attack and blacken it are as vile offenders as they who rob and steal. But there was no better pretence for making it treasonable than for construing any other offence against particulars to be an offence against the public. In truth, Augustus could have no other view in this than the suppressing of that freedom of speech which was an effect of the freedom of the ancient government, and inconsistent with his usurpation. When words were made treason, it was time to be wary of one's expressions, especially when the construction of them was merely arbitrary, and the law that made them so was utterly silent about them. There remained no sort of rule to know when they were otherwise. Nor had he who was to be judge any rule but his own suspicion, anger, and partiality. For every word, for every action, men were involved in process for treason, provided there appeared but an informer to charge him, and call it so. It is to no purpose to say that Augustus sometimes overlooked or pardoned invectives against himself. It was all grimace and false generosity. Since, after this law was so terribly inverted, there was little likelihood that men would run such capital risks. If contumelies upon private persons were high treason, what must it be to meddle with the prince or his administration? He took care of himself without seeming to do so. He found his own sanctuary in providing one for others, and the regulations made for his own defence and gratification had an appearance of a spirit altogether public and disinterested. But it was a downright insult upon the sense of mankind to convert a petulant imagination and a few wanton words into a crime against the state. He who exposed the gallantries of a lady of quality, or the faults and foibles of a patrician, was, forsooth, deemed to bear hostile purposes against the commonwealth, for this is the construction of treason by the lawyers. Yet Augustus himself had made obscene libels, particularly upon Fulvia, the wife of Antony. This multiplying of treasons from words and writings had a melancholy aspect, for, besides that treasons multiplied are the bulwarks and engines of tyranny, looks at last became treasonable, as did natural sympathy and sorrow, nay, sighs and silence. Augustus was cunning enough to know the advantages of treasons multiplied to his own domination, and wrested adultery also into a crime of state. His daughter and her daughter were prostitutes, and all their gallants, according to this merciful monarch, were traitors, and because this sort of traitors were very numerous, as well as considerable for quality and credit, he had here a good pretence to get rid of many considerable Romans, who gave him uneasiness and jealousy. With death or banishment, therefore, he punished their gallants. For to a crime common between men and women he gave the grievous name of treason and sacrilege, and trod upon the moderation of antiquity. Nor was this sort of treason limited to the reigning house and the blood of the Caesars; it was universal, and every adulterer was a traitor; by which he made himself the greatest traitor in Rome, as he was the most universal adulterer. Nor were his own severe laws any check upon him, no more than the sacred ties of friendship, for he spared not the wife of his own favourite and faithful counsellor Maecenas. This was not extreme prudence in so great a politician to be daily violating institutions of his own making, especially when by the rigour of the penalties and the formidable name which he had given to the crime he had shewn how important and unpardonable he thought it; unless, like the princes of Italy in Machiavel's time, he broke penal laws to encourage others to do so, on purpose to ensnare delinquents and gain confiscations. Section 2. The deification of the emperors, what an engine of tyranny and snare to the Roman people. The deification of Augustus and his usurping even in his lifetime the attributes and prerogatives of a deity was another snare for power and crimes. Henceforth every offence offered to this new deity was high treason against the gods, for he was a god as well as the best of them, and indeed more to be dreaded than all of them. It became a high crime to swear falsely by his name, the same as if the name of Jupiter had been falsified; nay, to sell his statue in the sale of a house or gardens, and the citizens of Cyzicus, notwithstanding their faithful adherence and strenuous services to the Romans in the Mithridatic war, were bereft of their freedom for neglecting the worship of the deified Augustus. The name of Apicius Merula was raised from the list of senators because he had not sworn upon the acts of the deified Augustus. One of the articles charged against C. Silanus, proconsul of Asia, was that he violated the deity of Augustus. Virilia, in the opinion of Tiberius, deserved to be condemned if she had uttered aught irreligiously concerning the deified Augustus, for this was treason and blasphemy. Such was the awe and reverence paid to this fresh deity, and such care had he taken to tie up the tongues of men from censuring him living or dead. He was instar omnium diorum. You might say what you would of other gods, but beware of injuring a deified emperor. He had done more mischief, committed higher oppressions, spilled more human blood than all the men in the world, and was made a deity. Nor was it out of any principle of superstition that Tiberius guarded the fame and godhead of Augustus with such severe sanctions, for he little mattered the gods and godly rites, being himself a fatalist, and only infatuated with notions of astrology. Neither was it from any regard to Augustus, who was suspected to have been poisoned to make way for him, and whose blood and posterity he was daily destroying, a proceeding inconsistent with the adorations and sacrifices which he affected to offer him, as Agrippina truly told him. But he did it to promote superstition in others and rivet the public slavery, since in religious devotion paid to a prince civil submission was included and enforced. It in truth imported him nearly to have all the laws and doings of Augustus pass for sacred, and to set an example himself that he thought them so. Augustus had left him, as he pretended, his successor, and it behoved him that Augustus should pass for a prince of consummate wisdom; for had he erred in other great councils and events, he might have erred in that. Besides, Augustus was a popular prince, and it would have been unpopular to have neglected him or rescinded his deeds. Nero too acquired the sovereignty by the murder of Claudius, and, to keep it, murdered his children and kindred. Yet he at first treated his memory with high regard, vindicated the reign, and even extolled the parts and prudence of this deified fool. For Claudius too was listed among the gods, he who had been the most stupid, cowardly, and bloody idiot that could possibly wear and disgrace a diadem. This strange animal or human monster, just begun by nature, but never finished, as his mother used to say, was utterly unfit for any office in the empire or private life, yet came to be an emperor and a god, so that to bear sovereign rule or to be exalted to a god no qualification at all was necessary. His grandmother Livia contemned him even to loathing; she could not bear to speak to him. His nephew Caligula, when he had butchered many of his kindred, saved Claudius purely to keep him for a laughingstock. He was held in the same scorn by his sister Livilla, by Augustus and all his family. He was the jest of the court. The kindest word Augustus gave him was that of missalus, retching. Section 3. The images of the emperors. How sacred they became, and how pernicious. As flattery begot servitude, so it was by servitude propagated, and whatever tended to sink and debase the spirit of the people, as sycophancy did, exalted the tyrants. Nay, their images and statues became sacred and revered, and any villain or profligate might offer what outrage he pleased to every worthy man, every slave insult his lord, every criminal escape justice by sheltering himself under the emperor's statue, or by carrying his effigies about him. Nor could so considerable a man as a senator of Rome, even in the face of the tribunal and in the very portal of the Senate, escape the insults and menaces of a profligate woman who thus defended herself with the image of Tiberius, though he had legally convicted her of forgery, so far was he from daring to bring her to judgment. So that in this impious reverence to a silent stone, all law and punishment and protection was swallowed up. This gives probability to what Philostratus tells us in the life of Apollonius Tyaneus, that a master was condemned, as one sacrilegious and accursed, for having chastised a slave who happened to have about him a small coin impressed with the effigies of Tiberius. So vastly had servitude grown upon the Romans so early as the reign of Tiberius, and in the best part of his reign, even while he yet kept tolerable measures with law and liberty, and warily avoided all excesses of power and cruelty. Yet in his second year, Granius Marcellus being arraigned of high treason, it was one of the articles that the statue of Marcellus stood higher than that of the Caesars, and from that of Augustus the head had been taken off, and the head of Tiberius put on. At the recital of this, Tiberius waxed into such a flame and fury that, departing from his wonted caution and silence, he cried aloud he would vote in this cause himself under the tie of an oath. He was excellently answered by Cnaeus Piso, who asked him, "In what place, Caesar, will you choose to vote? If first, I shall have your example to follow; if last, I fear through ignorance I may happen to differ from you." Hence the reflection of Tacitus that there even then remained some faint traces of expiring liberty. It is not strange, however hideous, to find afterwards these statues, these dead representatives of the dead, invested with such extravagant and inviolable sanctity that it was death without redemption for a master to chastise his slave near the picture or image of Augustus, death to change one's garments there, death to carry a coin or a ring with his image into the privy or into the stews, death to drop a word that seemed to censure any action or any saying of his, and death was the portion of that unhappy man who suffered some public honour to be decreed him by his colony on the anniversary of the same day when Augustus had once public honours decreed to him. The execrable Caligula, who was a professed foe to the human race, a monster gorged with blood, and died in it, assumed godhead as well as the rest, and claimed all the apparatus of divinity, a temple and altars, worship and choice sacrifices. It is incredible what dreadful punishments he inflicted upon many even of principal fashion, for no other crime than that they had never invoked his celestial genius by an oath. This was capital, it was majesty violated, and for it the offenders, after they had been first torn and mangled with stripes, were doomed to the mines, or to the drudgery of mending the public roads, or to be thrown to wild beasts, and some were sawed asunder. A bloody deity! Had he been omnipotent, the race of men must have been extinct. All his own murders, all the efforts of his malice and rage, were not able to accomplish it, and he wished to derive the glory of his reign from some signal calamities happening in it, as if the monster himself had not been curse and calamity enough. He envied Augustus the happiness of an army massacred, and Tiberius the sad disaster at Fidenae, where 50,000 souls were maimed or perished outright by the fall of the amphitheatre there. Hence he longed passionately for the blessing of some public calamities great and dreadful, the slaughter of great armies, famine, pestilence, conflagrations, and earthquakes. The acclamations of the crowd in the theatre differing from his, he uttered a godlike wish, that the whole Roman people had but one common neck, for then one execution would have dispatched them all. To complete the character of this benevolent deity, he boasted that of all his great qualities none delighted him so much as his defiance of all shame. These celestial titles and worship divine were sometimes bestowed upon the wives of the emperors, their sisters, harlots, and infants. Caligula was wont to swear by the divinity of Drusilla his sister and concubine. Claudius had divine honours decreed to Livia his grandmother. Nero's daughter by Poppaea was deified. Worship, priest, and chapel were assigned her, and it was one of the crimes imputed to Thrasea Paetus that he did not believe Poppaea herself to be a divinity. Nay, it would seem as if Nero's voice had been created a divinity, since I think it was treason never to have sacrificed to it, a crime imputed to the same Thrasea. Domitian likewise adjudged himself a god, and proved much such another as Caligula. Section 4. What a destructive calamity the law of majesty grew, and how fast treasons multiplied under its name. I have said so much of this humour of deifying princes living or dead, not so much to expose it, as to shew the wicked effects it had upon liberty and the state. It opened a new source of flattery, and accusations, and punishments, and strengthened the hand of tyranny. Of this I have given sufficient instances, and many more might be given, all manifestly proving with what impudence and cruelty the law of majesty was stretched and embittered. In this law all laws were swallowed up, and therefore all crimes brought under the article of treason, as treason was the highest crime, as in the case of C. Silius, whose chief offence was overmuch service done to Tiberius. Thence that refined observation of Tacitus, quote, that benefits are only so far acceptable as it seems possible to discharge them, but when once they have exceeded all retaliation, hatred is returned for gratitude. End quote. Under Tiberius, says Suetonius, every fault passed for capital, even that of words, however few and undesigning. When C. Silanus was arraigned for maladministration in Asia, Tacitus says that besides all the other methods of artifice and violence, manifold and barbarous, used to destroy him, that none of his relations might dare to aid him and plead for him in his trial, articles of treason were subjoined, a sure bar to all assistance, and a seal upon their lips. One of the great charges against Libo Drusus was, that he asked the fortune-tellers whether he should not one day be immensely rich. This too was the sin of majesty violated, and for it he was pursued to death, and his estate seized. Note that these were two men of high quality, akin to the Caesars, and obnoxious to Tiberius. This seems to have been their real crime. Caesius Cordus was accused of rapine in his government of Crete, but to make sure of the criminal, he was likewise charged with the crime of violated majesty, a charge, says Tacitus, which in those days proved the sum and bulwark of all accusations whatsoever. It was treason in Cremutius Cordus to have inserted in his history the praises of Brutus; treason to have styled Cassius the last of the Romans, though in doing it he only quoted the words of Brutus; treason in Titius Sabinus to have been a follower of Germanicus, and after his death a faithful friend to his wife and children; treason in Pompeia Macrina; treason in her father and brother, the former an illustrious Roman knight, the latter once praetor, to have been descended from Theophanes of Mytilene, a noble Greek, in great confidence with Pompey the Great; treason in L. Ennius, a Roman knight, to have turned the effigies of the emperor into money; treason in Litorius Priscus, another Roman knight, to have composed during the illness of Drusus a poem for an elegy, in case he died; treason in Mamercus Scaurus, an illustrious orator nobly born, that in a tragedy by him composed there were certain verses capable of two meanings; treason in Torquatus Silanus, a nobleman of the first rank in Rome, to live splendidly and entertain several principal servants. Another Silanus, his nephew, died soon after for the very same sort of treason. In another nobleman it was treason to have preserved the image of Cassius amongst those of his ancestors. Treason in the two brothers surnamed Petrae, both illustrious Roman knights, to have dreamt something about Claudius. Treason in Appius Silanus, that Messalina the empress and Narcissus the freedman had forged a dream concerning him. And, to add no more, it was treason, it was majesty violated, for a poor distressed lady to have bewailed the blood of her son, spilt to satiate an implacable tyrant incensed by his gay raillery. This was Fuchsius Geminus, lately consul, and his ancient mother was murdered for bewailing the murder of her child. End of Discourse 6.
Section 9 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 7. Of the Accusations and Accusers under the Emperors, Part 1. Section 1. The pestilent employment of these men, their treachery and encouragement. From law thus perverted there arose encouragement, more than enough, for informers and accusers, and a plentiful harvest. A sort of men, says Tacitus, born for the destruction of mankind, and by no terrors or penalties ever sufficiently restrained. Yet by the emperor such sons of perdition were sought out and invited by great rewards. Tiberius had the front to tell the Senate that these insects, enemies to law and liberty, were the guardians and defenders of the laws. They were his defenders, if he pleased, the champions of imperial violence and lust, but the pests of the public, dogs of prey thirsting after the blood and fortunes of every worthy and every wealthy man. That prince who does not punish informers encourages them, said Domitian. But this he said in the beginning of his reign, while he yet retained the appearances of benevolence and humanity. Afterwards, when the disguise was taken off, and he followed the bent of his brutal nature, it was enough to ruin any man, if he were but charged to have done some deed, or spoke some word, no matter what, against the majesty of the prince. Men were then capitally arraigned, and the estates were seized of both the living and the dead, for any fault whatsoever, upon the credit of any accuser whatsoever, in inheritances, to which he could have no possible title or pretense upon earth, were usurped by him, if there was but one person, one informer, who could say that he heard the deceased declare Caesar to be his heir. The same pretense served Caligula. Nay, when people had out of fear named him amongst their heirs, he wondered at their impudence to keep him out of his share by living afterwards, and for that offense poisoned many such. In short, the chief and most frequent incidents in the reigns of almost all the Caesars were but the bloody efforts and success of the accusers, and the groundwork and support for all accusations was the perverted law of violated majesty, which came to signify everything which the accusers averred and the emperors disliked. In the beginning of Tiberius's reign, Lucius Piso, one of the boldest men then surviving, owned himself so much intimidated by the merciless pursuits of the impleaders, who breathed nothing but terror and accusation, that he threatened in open senate to relinquish Rome and retire into some distant corner of the earth. He had reason for his complaint and fears. He was afterwards marked out as a victim, and prayed by one of the tribe, and arraigned for certain works secretly dropped against the majesty of the prince. These accusations were no other or better than the cruel proscription continued. By the latter, senators and knights, patriots obnoxious to the usurpers, were butchered in the lump. Afterwards, under the process of the accusers, they perished piecemeal, but were incessantly perishing, often a great many at a time. Every law of the old free state, and every man who loved his country and her laws, were repugnant to the reigning tyranny. Hence, as the republic was swallowed up in the sovereignty of the Caesars, all her laws were made to center in that of majesty, and all men who adhered, or were suspected to adhere to the ancient constitution, were either destroyed by this new law, rather an old law turned into a new snare, or at the mercy of its guardians and accusers. And all this new violence was committed under old names and constitutions, so that the commonwealth was made to cut her own throat, just as cruel and ambitious men justify persecution and oppression by the authority of the gospel, which abhors it. The Church of Rome calls everything that displeases her heresy and blasphemy. This is the lex majestus of some churchmen, and by cruelties committed under that name they have more than vied with the Neros and the Domitians. Thus, after a solemn murder committed by the Senate, to gratify Tiberius, he sent them a letter of thanks for punishing a person who was an enemy to the commonwealth, as if the republic had been then subsisting and vindicating her own wrongs. The accusers were the agents and tools of tyranny, and by the tyrants upheld and animated with open countenance and high rewards. Their business was to hunt down and destroy every man signal for blood, or wealth, or dignity, or virtue, because all such men were obnoxious to imperial jealousy and displeasure. Had a noble Roman sustained public offices? He was a dangerous man. Had another refused to bear them? He was equally dangerous. And for public offices either exercised or declined, he was sure to be attacked as a criminal of state, and if he were conspicuous for any notable ability or virtue, his doom was inevitable. Valerius Asiaticus perished because he had delightful gardens, which tempted the avidity of Messalina, as did Statilius Taurus, for the same reason, by the avarice and subornation of Agrippina. So did Sextus Marius, for his immense wealth in gold mines under Tiberius. This gives one an idea of the terrible spirit of the emperors, as well as of the accusers, how much the former feared and hated, and how fast they destroyed everything that was noble, good, or amiable amongst men, and what a pestilent employment was that of an accuser. Was it any wonder that to carry on so detestable a trade they were to be tempted with lucrative earnings? In truth, the recompenses were so public and ample that they were detested not more for their iniquities than for the wages of their iniquities. These pests of Rome were, for being so, frequently raised to the highest offices in the Roman state, and that imperial city, the mistress of the earth, saw her public dignities, those of the pontificate and of the consulship, bestowed as spoils upon parricides for spilling her best blood and tearing her vitals. With the prince their credit was high, as their merit was infamous. Some were preferred to be governors of the provinces, others taken to be his chief confidants and counselors in the palace, and thus, vested with credit and sway, exerting all their terrors, and pursuing their hate, they controlled and confounded all things. After the tragical death of Libodrusus, procured by execrable artifices, falsehoods, horrors, and wrested laws, all the substance of that noble patrician was divided amongst his accusers, and some of them, as were senators, were created praetors, even without the regular method of election. The 4 senators who had snared Titus Sabinus, by lurking, feigned friendship, and by a series of treachery, the most infamous and cruel that could be practiced amongst men, and afterwards accused him, engaged in all this meritorious villainy purely to gain the consulship, to which there was no possible access but through Sejanus, nor without villainy was the favor of Sejanus to be sought or purchased. But besides rewarding of the accusers out of the fortunes of the accused, for where they had not all, they still went shares with his children, they had frequently excessive sums out of the public treasury. Capito Casutianus had near 130,000 crowns for accusing Thracia Paetus. Epirus Marcellus had as much for the same good service. For Nero, after he had long wallowed in the blood of eminent men, and butchered them without number, was in the hopes, by the murder of Thracia and Serenus, to extirpate virtue, name, and essence from the face of the earth. Astorius Sabinus, the accuser of Serenus, had indeed a less reward in money, that of 30,000 crowns, but the reward was enhanced by the ornaments of the quaestorship presented with it. These incendiaries were animated, and such crying calamities to the public were excited by the minions of the court, who, as it were, sounded the trumpet to arraignments and confiscations, on purpose that out of the fortunes of the condemned they might raise or increase their own, says Ammanianus Marcellinus. Achillius Regulus, an upstart and a mischievous accuser under Nero, was distinguished with 2 consulships and the dignity of pontiff, and had premiums in money to the value of more than 200,000 crowns, as if he had been bearing the commonwealth, and for this merit had afterwards gathered her spoils, says Tacitus. Section 2. The traitorous methods taken to circumvent and convict innocents. The spirit of accusing how common, the dread of it how universal, and the misery of the times. As upon these bloody occasions it was necessary to find or feign some crime, so any crime served the turn, as I have largely shown. Witnesses also must be had, but any witnesses were good witnesses, and where they did not offer themselves they were bought with money, or frightened with the torture. Slaves were suborned against the life of their lords, clients and freedmen against their patrons, and he who had no enemy was betrayed and undone by his friends. Now, because by the old Roman laws slaves could not be witnesses against their masters, the crafty Tiberius found a trick to evade that law without seeming to violate it. He contrived to have the slaves upon such occasions sold, and then they might be evidence against their late lord. This perfidious subtlety was begun by Augustus, as is largely shown by Dion Cassius. Nay, when a man had no other to accuse him, he was accused by his own son. Dreadful times! Even, all rewards and incitements apart, fear for themselves made men treacherous to others. Falsehood and cruelty reigned uncontrolled. If you would please the prince, you must gratify his bloody spirit. To do that, you must offer victims, and exercise the trade of accusing. If you were ill with him, no man, no innocence could protect you, and to be well with him, you must make all other men detest you. To make your own fortune, you must ruin that of others, and shed blood to get money. To this vile employment men of the highest quality descended, and those of the first note for eloquence and civil accomplishments. Such was Cata Marcellinus, a man nobly born, but the foremost in every sanguinary motion. Such was Publius Dolabella, who sprang from ancestors the most illustrious, yet debased his nobility, engaged in the occupation of an accuser, even against those of his own blood. When men of such quality set such example, what wonder if numbers followed it? Many pursued it for money, others because they would not become obnoxious by appearing slack. The question was not about right or wrong, law or magistracy, but how to please and humor, to satiate the emperor, and to escape his suspicion and fury. It was the plea of the accusers afterwards, when they were brought to answer for their crimes, that they were obliged by the emperors or their wives to undertake and prosecute accusations. This Suilius pleaded, and urged the imperious orders of Messalina. Nay, men of figure were sometimes called upon by the emperor in person to undertake accusations. This, says Tacitus, was one of the most baneful and deadly evils of those times, that the first lords of the Senate degraded themselves to the office of the vilest informers, some impudently in the face of the sun, others in the dark ways of treachery. No distinction of kindred from strangers, of friends from such as were unknown, none between things lately transacted and such as were covered by a course of years in oblivion, for words spoken in the forum, spoken at an entertainment, and about what subject soever spoken. The speaker was accused, every one hastening to be the foremost in the accusation, and to prevent his fellows, some for their own safety, many, as it were, struck with the contagion and smitten with the disease of accusing. This universal treachery begot apprehension in all men equally universal. When villainy was thus rewarded, or thus necessary, and thus everywhere practiced by high and low, every man was fearful of finding every man a villain. Hence the mournful anguish and terror which seized the city, people were afraid to converse, nay, afraid to meet. They distrusted all alike, their acquaintances as well as the unknown. Even things mute and inanimate were dreaded, and roofs and walls created terror and circumspection. Nay, they were apprehensive that guilt might be found in these their apprehensions, and thus came to dread this very thing that they had shown dread. Section 3. Plots, feigned or true, an ample field for accusations and cruelty, and upon what miserable evidence executions were decreed. But the best market for accusations, and the best opportunity for the emperor to exert tyranny and consume men, was the detection of any conspiracy, forged or real. How prodigious and merciless was the slaughter committed by Constantius after the death of Magnentius, and his bloody instrument Paulus, surnamed Catena, from his dexterity in calumny and accusations. Thus, too, upon the detection of the designs of Sejanus against Tiberius, who at one time, for a course of years, had destroyed every man that was obnoxious to this execrable favorite of his, and afterwards destroyed every man who had been well with his favorite. Thus, when those of Piso against Nero came to be discovered, the whole business of the state was that of accusing, imprisoning, and executing. Rome was dyed, deformed, and filled with blood, and death, and funerals, and as many as were hated, or disliked, or worth destroying upon any account, were sure to have been conspirators, and to be doomed to the pains annexed to conspiracy. Tiberius caused a general slaughter to be made of all that were in prison, under accusation of intelligence with Sejanus. Anything upon earth, the lightest, the most fortuitous and foolish thing, served for proof of such intelligence. Pomponius Secundus was arraigned of treason, for that there were some signs, but not shown by him neither, of friendship between him and Aetius Gallus, who was a friend to Sejanus, and who was a traitor. Gallus, upon the execution of Sejanus, had retired into the gardens of Pomponius. This was all, yet this was the doughty argument used by his accuser, for proving this worthy and accomplished man a traitor, one who had violated majesty. Yet his accuser, Considius, was a man considerable enough to have been praetor. It was thus, I supposed, he showed well how he deserved imperial favor, in one of the highest dignities of the state. The emperor Constantius was as cruel and as credulous. With him it was death to be accused, and every accusation, however doubtful or false or even whispered, was convincing proof of guilt. Nay, the least rumor, however groundless, the smallest hint, however spiteful, created treason and death without redemption, and by no better proof men of the first quality and merit were doomed to confiscation or banishment or execution. The barest saying that such a one was in the conspiracy, or a friend to the conspirators, was conviction in abundance for taking away estates and lives. Nero, whose chief and only purpose was to afflict and destroy, created guilt wheresoever he found distaste. His own hatred or fear was crime enough, and reason sufficient to destroy the object. Some were sacrificed without being once accused or named, some punished ere they knew that they were accused, and the least defamation was full conviction. Nothing was more common than to charge any great man, doomed beforehand to destruction, with designs against the state. This was the charge upon Libodrusus. All the guilt that could be proved upon him, though to prove it, and indeed to create it, the most villainous arts were used, was that he had consulted the fortune-tellers and dealt in charms. This was conspiring against the state. It was treason, and because the Romans were much addicted to such sort of superstition, this became a very convenient treason, and very fertile. Yet Tiberius himself was, as much as any, addicted to astrology. In the accusations, particularly against great ladies who, for blood, or wealth, or beauty, merited imperial wrath, it was a constant article that they had dealt with the Chaldeans, or practiced the rites of magic. For this many great ladies were doomed to death. Section 4. What ridiculous causes produced capital guilt? The spirit of the Emperor Constantius, with somewhat of his father Constantine. This humor of consulting the astrologers, still increasing with superstition and tyranny, administered an inexhaustible fund of crimes and accusations. The noise of a mouse in a wall, or the sight of a weasel, became matters of omen and consultation, and consequently matters of treason and blood. So did the use of an old woman's charm for aches. So did the counting the vowels upon one's fingers as a remedy against the colic. So did the wearing of an amulet for an augur. So did the casual dropping of any word or joke that bore any analogy to the empire, or the emperor's name, or to any matter of state and power. So did the frequenting of sepulchres, and carrying away the bones or habiliments of the dead. So did any dream dreamt about any such subject, or construed to be so dreamed. Under Constantius there was one Mercurius, a Persian, who was a favorite of the emperor, and a spy for dreams, insomuch that he had the title of Somniorum Comes. This blessed instrument, a fellow of a malicious spirit and fawning behavior, used to creep into all companies and banquets, to fish out dreams from particulars, and whatever there he learned of this kind, after he had, with all his invention, dressed it up in ugly and formidable colors, he carried instantly to the emperor, whose ears were ever open wide to such mischievous infusions. And this dreaming, thus represented, was a crime to be expiated only by the blood of the criminal, I should say dreamer, and so a terrible process was formed. This terror spread so much that people, far from telling their dreams, durst scarce own that they slept. Nay, it was lamented by some that they had not been born upon Mount Atlas, where, according to tradition, people never dream. To complain, too, of the badness of the times was high treason, for this was arraigning the government, and punished capitally. But death itself, however unjust, was not always the most formidable woe. The accused were often not allowed the benefit of death, till they were first barbarously racked and mangled by torture, and to gratify the inhuman vengeance of the prince, their agonies were continued as long as life could continue under them. This is testified by Ammianus Marcellinus of Constantius, the second Christian emperor, more cruel than Nero and Caligula, a consideration which confirms what I have said before, that where government is bad, even the best religion can do little good. Constantius was a Christian, and even zealous in church matters and religious disputes, and by fostering them did miserably afflict Christianity and the empire. But he was so far from being improved or bettered by this zeal, that the most cruel tyrants that went before him, such monsters as Caligula, Domitian, and Commodus, were but babes to him in cruelty. I wish much better things could be boasted of his father, the first emperor who embraced Christianity, and styled Constantine the Great. All the princes, even the persecuting princes who went before him, hurt not religion so much as he did, by blending it unnaturally with politics and power, by laying the foundations of a spiritual tyranny, and enabling the Bishop of Rome and other great prelates to exert the domineering spirit, which before they had but ill concealed, a spirit which has almost extinguished that of the gospel. In his civil administration he was rapacious, profuse, and oppressive, and in his family barbarous and sanguinary. However, his partial and flattering historian Eusebius has extolled him, and concealed the iniquities of his reign. But in barbarity and the excesses of power his son and successor Constantius exceeded him. What just reason had Ammianus to say that under the lying pretense of guarding imperial majesty, numerous and horrible were the butcheries then committed? Section 5. The black and general carnage under Constantius by his bloody minister Paulus Catena for certain acts of superstition and curiosity. Constantius surrendered at one time a great part of the Roman world to the merciless hands of accusers, torturers, and executioners, and certain causes, in themselves frivolous and contemptible, but magnified with the swelling imputation of majesty violated, produced all the uproar and calamity attending a great civil war. The trumpet sounded to try and slay. An Egyptian deity named Bessa was noted for uttering oracles and telling fortunes, and thence much frequented, adored, and consulted by all the countries round about. As many consulted him in person, others did it in writing. This occasioned that several of the billets thus sent continued in the temple after the answer was returned. Some of these were maliciously transmitted to the emperor, a prince of poor spirit, suspicious and bitter. He now waxed fierce and wrathful, and instantly dispatched his execrable instrument, Paulus Catena, into the east, armed with powers equal to those given to some famous captain for carrying on a mighty war. Paulus was authorized to hear and determine discretionally, and proceeded to his charge, breathing nothing but rage and bloody zeal. Universal accusation and calumny being thus licensed and encouraged, numbers of all degrees were dragged from far and near, as it were, out of the several quarters of the world, to this barbarous tribunal, and exposed to the mercy of a butcher, who only pursued blood and prey. Some came with their joints excoriated with fetters, others crushed and spent in carts made for carrying criminals. No distinction made between the noble and the vulgar. The process was long and tragical. In short, confiscations, exiles, tortures worse than death, death under tedious torments, and every evil painful or destructive to human nature was there exerted and suffered. As for Paulus, the lives and fortunes and fate of multitudes depended on his nod, a man skilled in the arts of cruelty, and openly professing them, a savage who made a market of the rack and wheel, one fed, as it were, with human carcasses mangled, and enriched with butchery and rapine, a fellow who avowed the trade of accusing and killing, and studied to ensnare and devour innocents, lives, and property. This was the man in high favor and trust under the pious Constantius. It will be a relief to the reader to know that this monster, bloated with blood and crimes, was burnt alive under Julian, a prince of very different parts and spirit. Section 6. The ravages of the accusers continued, their credit with the emperors, yet generally meet their fate, the falsehood of these princes, the melancholy state of those times. The reigns of the following princes, Constantius, Constans, Gallus, Valentinian, Valens, were spent in a continual war upon their people, under color of their majesties being violated. Crying and tragical were the ravages committed at Rome by that bloody man Maximinus, where, under pretense of majesty violated, poisonings and acts of lewdness, some few real, more imputed, were used as a stale for killing, torturing, and destroying. Every man or woman that was obnoxious to him or the accusers was put to death, and to private malice or rapaciousness a sea of Roman blood was spilt. I think it was this Maximinus who persuaded certain persons accused to confess and discover others. In that case, promised that they should undergo no punishment either by sword or fire. They did so, trusting to his faith, and confessed crimes never committed. He then, for a salvo, doomed them to die under leaden hammers. He was executed himself under Gratian. Against the defense of innocents accused, against the most evident truth and justice and all honest information, the ears of the emperor were eternally shut. But calumny whispered by any malignant had equal weight with real crimes proved by authentic witnesses, says Ammianus. Falsehood and flattery, envy and rapaciousness passed for evidence. Justice was converted into cruelty, and judgment into rage. The tribunals erected for justice and preservation of life and property were become shambles, and what had names of pains and penalties was in truth robbery and assassination. As there was never any lack of accusers, there was none of criminals in the accused, and more they were destroyed, the faster they multiplied, like witches in former days, daily executed and daily increasing. They were the food and revenue of the accusers, who, while they could speak and lie, could never want occupation or wages, as long as they were tyrants and men. Marcellus was charged with having uttered disaffected words concerning Tiberius, and the accuser collected everything which was detestable in the manners of that prince, alleged the same as the imputations of the accused, a large field for accusations, and well cultivated by the accusers. You could say nothing of these emperors that was true, but what was treason. Such bloody monsters were they all. The worst you could have said being actually true, you were easily believed to have actually said it. What a blessed lot it must have been to have lived in these reigns, under monsters unchanged, and rogues let loose, when virtue and property were prescribed, villains caressed and guarded. The persons of accusers came to be considered as sacred and inviolable. The more they were detested by the public, the more they were protected by the emperor, and in proportion as they merited death and ignominy, had countenance and preferment. Their vilest forgeries, convicted and owned against the lives and fortunes of the greatest men, drew down no doom or penalty upon them. The crimes charged upon Fonteius, late proconsul of Asia, by Serenus, were proved to have been by him forged, yet he escaped punishment. Nay, the more the man was abhorred by all men, the more Tiberius considered and protected him. This Serenus was a villain of exalted merit. He had falsely accused his own father of treason, an old man and already in exile, but Tiberius owed him a spite, and the son studied to oblige Tiberius, who had been offended with the elder Serenus for once upbraiding him with some wicked service unrewarded. Nor had an interval of 8 years pacified the prince. Yet it generally so happened that their reign was but temporary. First or last, most of them found the genuine wages of their fraud and iniquity, and suffered the same doom which they had made others suffer, a doom much more bitter, as it was just, accompanied also with the universal hatred of their persons, and with a guilty and upbraiding conscience. This was the fate of Suilius, Cassius Severus, and others. Now it was the custom to find high treason in harmless words, impertinent vanities, and even in ridiculous follies, deserving rather pity than punishment, such as were those charged upon Libo. So it was the purpose and policy of the emperor never to prevent any guilt of this kind. On the contrary, he was glad of guilt, and when he knew it was begun, let it run on till it was ripe, and evidence and accusers were ready. Tiberius knew that Libo dealt with the astrologers, with everything done or said by him, yet in no time had he caressed Libo more than at the time when he was meditating his destruction. He preferred him to the praetorship. He entertained him at his table, showed no strangeness in his countenance, no resentment in his words, so deeply had he smothered his vengeance. And when he might have restrained all the dangerous speeches and practices of Libo, he chose rather to permit them in order to punish him for them. The crafty tyrant did not only lull asleep his destined victim by these excessive civilities, but meant by them to deceive the world, as if Libo's crimes were a surprise upon him, at a juncture when he would seem to have meant all kindness to Libo. But he was mistaken, and his dissimulation only served to heighten the opinion of his malice. For craft discovered is worse than folly, as folly never creates hatred. Cunning is only then complete when it cannot be detected, which seldom happens. Nero caressed and flattered Seneca, while he was devising all methods to destroy him. When he meant to murder his mother, never was there such a scene of false fondness as that which he played. He was formed by nature, says Tacitus, and by habit nurtured, to hide his hate under insidious blandishments. Domitian used to treat with the utmost good humor and tenderness such as he intended to murder, nor was there any warning or interval between his caressing you and delivering you to the executioner, nor a more certain sign that a tragical doom awaited you than the prince's gentle behavior towards you. Well might Suetonius say that his cruelty was not only excessive, but sly and instantaneous. Now, under such a torrent of accusations, under laws perverted, informers busy, employed, protected, and rewarded, when all things were crimes, and all men were feared, nay, when fear itself was a crime, for when Caligula murdered his brother, he gave it for a reason that the youth was afraid of being murdered. When servants and neighbors, nay, acquaintance and kindred, when all justified to be suspected, we need not admire that all offices of friendship and compassion were suspended amongst men, and compassion itself, as it were, extinguished. When Libo Drusus, so often already mentioned, upon his arraignment for treason, went into mourning from house to house to solicit the interposition of his relatives, as all the great families in Rome were so, and to pray their aid, when his life and all was at stake, they all declined it to a man, each alleging a reason of his own, but every one in reality from the same cause, namely the fear of the emperor. People must not only show no sorrow or sympathy for their murdered relations, but they must testify joy, unless they had a mind to be murdered themselves. As under Nero, many, those nearest relations having been murdered by him, repaired to the temples with thanksgiving and offerings, and when the city was filled with corpses, so was the Capitol with victims. In that mighty carnage made by Tiberius of the friends and followers of Sejanus at once, when the pavements were covered with single carcasses, or filled with carcasses and piles, those of every age, many that were noble, many that were mean, all cast abroad promiscuously. Neither their acquaintance nor kindred were allowed to approach them, or to bewail them, or even at last to behold them. About the corpses spies were placed, to watch countenances and the signs of sorrow, and when, after they became putrefied and noisome, they were thrown into the Tiber, whether they floated in the stream or were cast upon the banks, none would touch them, none durst bury or burn them. The force of fear had cut off all the commerce and offices of humanity, and the more tyranny raged, the more human compassion was extinguished. Even the outrageous Caligula had so well learned to hide his heart that when the cruelty of Tiberius, his mother and both his brothers were condemned in banishment. Even the outrageous Caligula had so well learned to hide his heart that when, by the cruelty of Tiberius, his mother and both his brothers were condemned and banished, not a word escaped him, nor a groan, though all arts were used to draw words and resentment from him. Octavia, too, the wife of Nero, when her little innocent brother was murdered before her face by the direction of the tyrant her husband, had even then learned, young though she was, to smother all symptoms of tenderness and sorrow, and every affection of the soul. Nay, Agrippina, with all her courage and high spirit, labored to hide her surprise and dread, and every other emotion upon that occasion. Section 7. The increase of tyranny. Innocence and guilt not measured by the law, but by the emperor's pleasure and malice. One would think that tyranny had by this time gone as far as it could go, and that after this, human cruelty and terrors could be strained no higher. But this is a mistake. Flatterers and accusers were ingenious villains, and tyranny is a monster never glutted. It is still craving for new butchery and victims. Its purveyors, therefore, are ever studying to humor and to pamper it. Who could have imagined anything upon earth more intensely cruel than Tiberius? Yet his successors exceeded him, one and another, in cruelties, for number and quality, and Domitian committed such as had escaped even the preceding monsters. Hence Tacitus says, "As our forefathers have seen the ultimate point and the last efforts of public liberty, it was reserved to us of this generation to behold the utmost weight and severity of public bondage, since, by the terrors of state inquisitors, we are even bereft by the common intercourse of civil life, that of discoursing ourselves and of listening to the discourse of others." He adds, "We should have also lost the use of memory, as well as the habit of speaking, had it been equally in our power to forget as to be silent." The trial of persons for treason went on generally in the old form, but in effect all was resolvable upon the breast and good pleasure of the prince. According to hints from him, persons were condemned or acquitted, sometimes by his interposing the tribunitial power. They were not admitted to be accused. Sometimes treason was found in one man's words and actions, which in another were not allowed to be criminal. Thus men were sentenced or absolved, or not accused, not according to their guilt or innocence, but to their degree of grace or dislike with the emperor, who had the prerogative to coin guilt and innocence, and to invert one into the other as he pleased. Thus Tiberius pursued Vestilius to death, his brother's ancient friend, and his own, for suspicion of having lampooned his nephew Caligula, but would not allow Cotta Messallinus to be a criminal for the same offense and for many more. But Cotta had merit. He was always foremost in every bloody council. All his wickedness and crimes were so many services and so much merit. In those days there was no sure guilt, but that of worth and of virtue and innocence. Hence the security of all men egregiously mischievous. The known cruelty of the prince was no terror to those who took care to escape it by the vileness of their lives, especially if they were active to feed his cruelty by noble sacrifices, like Hetarius Agrippa, who meditated in the midst of his cups and harlots the destruction of illustrious men. The worst and vilest men in the empire became the securest and often the highest by destroying the best. End of Discourse 7, Part 1.
Section 10 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Graham Redman. The complete works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 7 of the Accusations and Accusers under the Emperors, Part 2. Section 8. What Tacitus means by instrumenta regni. Besides the accusers, who were the imperial bloodhounds to hunt men down for words, conjectures, signs, and appearances, by ridiculous pleas, false constructions, and wrested laws, the emperors had other pestilent tools called by Tacitus instrumenta regni, the instruments of imperial rule. These were the poisoners and assassins. When there was no room or pretence to accuse a person signal for worth or opulence, or on any account obnoxious, and thence fit to be destroyed, or when it was unsafe to accuse him, recourse was had to a dose or dagger. Such were Publius Sella and Aelius the freedman, they who poisoned Julius Silanus by the appointment of Agrippina. Such was Anicetus, who murdered Nero's mother by the direction of her son. Such was Locusta, who administered the poison to Claudius, a woman famous for many feats in poisoning, and long retained for this talent amongst the implements of court. It was she who prepared this poison as well as that which destroyed young Britannicus. Such was Xenophon, physician to Claudius, one who helped to dispatch his master. Such were they who by the procurement of Livia made away the descendants of Augustus. After the assassination of Caligula, in his apartment was found a chest filled with all sorts of poisons, so rapid that when they were thrown into the sea they proved baneful to the fish, and numbers were by the tide cast dead upon the shore. Such also were the tribunes and centurions, and even the captain of the Praetorian Guards, who, whenever they were ordered to seize and kill, never failed to obey, without any reason but the word of command. Thus Postumus Agrippa was dispatched by a centurion under Tiberius. Thus Gerulanus the tribune was, at the head of a band of soldiers, by Nero employed to see the execution of Vestinus the consul, a man charged with no guilt, but Nero, who hated and feared him, having neither crime nor accuser against him, and being therefore unable to assume even the false guise of a judge, betook himself to the violence of a tyrant. In truth, the whole body of Praetorian Guards were kept by these tyrants as their assassins, to murder for them or to secure others who did. The Turk, too, has his mutes and poisoners in the Seraglio, as well as soldiers to execute his furies secretly or openly. Louis XI entertained other secret ruffians to stab and drown, besides his trusty murderer, the Provost Tristan. Queen Catherine and her son Charles IX kept an assassin to dispatch privately such men of rank as they could find no other means to destroy, and as dark as the proceedings in the Bastille are kept, it is known what helps have been administered to the miserable prisoners there to get rid of life, besides that of nature. Under the reign of Louis XIV, the trade of poisoning was brought to great perfection, and was suspected with too much appearance to have been part of the politics of some French ministers, as well as the bane of others. Section 9. How much these emperors hated, and how fast they destroyed all great and worthy men. Their dread of every man for any reason. The destruction of every man who was great or good, was so common and almost certain in those tragical reigns that Tacitus reckons as a wonder the natural death of Lucius Piso, chief pontiff. Eminent men and eminent merit are the dread of tyrants. That merit and those talents which, during the old republic, would have certainly recommended a man to public favour and public honours, did afterwards expose him as certainly to imperial jealousy and persecution, generally to ruin and death. And those pestilent accusers, instruments of public servitude, the sons of rapine and blood, who were now the men of fashion and favour, and clothed with the spoils of their country, for afflicting and mangling her and devouring her vitals, would have been then treated as public enemies and beasts of prey, and doomed to the pains of murder and treason, with universal consent and abhorrence. Such a barbarous and unnatural inversion of all order, law, and righteousness accompanied the sovereignty of the Caesars. Augustus, reckoned the best and wisest of them, though he affected to love and countenance men of parts and accomplishments, yet limited his favours to such of them as were devoted to flattery and the usurpation. Hence the public honours conferred by him upon Atteius Capito, a new man, one of signal abilities, but a notorious flatterer. Nay, the emperor raised him in opposition to Antistius Labeo, one who excelled in the same acquirements, one who never departed from a laudable freedom of speech and spirit, and thence more applauded than the other by the public voice, whereas the suppleness and submission of Capito rendered him more acceptable to those who bore rule. The latter, by this merit, gained the dignity of consul; the other, for having too much, was never suffered to rise higher than that of praetor. How much must the spirit of imperial jealousy increase afterwards! Everything gave these tyrants fear and offence. Was a man nobly born and popular? He withdrew the affections of the people, rivalled the prince, and threatened a civil war. Was he akin to Augustus? He had his eye upon the sovereignty. Had he a reputation for arms? He was a living terror to the princes. Was a great man afraid of popularity and lived retired? He gained fame by shunning it, and still was an eyesore, and his best fate was to leave his country. But where the exile was a considerable man, the executioner generally followed. Was he virtuous, and his life and morals exact? He was another Brutus, and by the purity of his manners upbraided the vicious behaviour of the emperor. Was a man sad? It was because the administration prospered. Did he indulge himself in gaiety and feasting? It was because the emperor was ill and his end thought to be near. Was he rich? He was too wealthy for a subject, and great wealth in private hands boded ill to princes. Was he poor? He was thence the more enterprising and desperate. Was he a dull man and unactive? He only put on the guise of stupidity and sloth till he found room for some bloody purpose. Or had he a different character, and was a lively and active man? Then it was plain he did not so much as feign a desire of private life and recess, but avowed a bustling republican spirit, and to be meddling with the state. Did he live in pomp and magnificence? He studied to overshadow the emperor in seats and grandeur. Was he accomplished in science, a philosopher or master of eloquence, and thence esteemed? The lustre of his fame gave umbrage to the prince. In short, no man could possess any advantage or quality that rendered him acceptable to God or man a blessing to his country, to his friends, or to himself, but such quality and advantage was sure to awaken the jealousy and vengeance of these tyrants, and procure his doom. Section 10. Reflections upon the spirit of a tyrant, with what wantonness the Roman emperors shed the blood of the Roman people, the blindness of such as assisted the usurpation of Caesar and Augustus. How miserable must be the reflections of a tyrant, if he has any reflections, that numbers must be wretched, for what wretchedness is not produced by tyranny, that he may make a hideous figure, unsafe and detested. Every step he takes for his grandeur and security renders him more contemptible or abhorred, and therefore more insecure, and the bloody end of most abundantly shows that numerous guards and armies are so far from securing him that from them his greatest dread accrues. What a curse it is upon a thinking being to consider himself as an obstacle to everything lovely and desirable amongst men, to the virtue, liberty, and happiness of all men, to his own peace and stability, to his own innocence and true glory, that for every chain he puts upon his people he multiplies terrors and contempt upon his own head, and having forfeited their affections, and living in distrust of those whom he ought chiefly to confide in, relies for his life upon hirelings, the sons of vice and idleness, or forced from their honest labour to be made so, and often picked out of streets and jails. He dreads every man who is great and brave, and one who fights for him, conquers for him, and saves him, does but expose himself to jealousy, indignity, and martyrdom. His own slaves, spiritless and cowardly, cannot serve him, and a man truly valiant is undone by serving him. The people are apt to admire and magnify military virtue, and thence the tyrant hates and dreads such as have it. Charles V held it a greater honour to be Count of Catalonia than King of the Romans. He had reason. The Catalans were free men and valiant, the Romans poor monk-ridden slaves. But I shall find another place in the course of these observations to discourse more fully of armies and conquests. I shall here only observe with what wantonness these tyrants shed the blood of Roman citizens, citizens whose lives were once so valuable, fenced and secured by laws so numerous, so sacred and strong, lives so precious that nothing against the life and fortune of the meanest Roman could be determined but by the Romans in general, assembled in centuries. These Romans who, while free, became the masters of mankind, were, by losing their liberty, become daily victims to their own domestic traitors, and miserable traitors they were, to a Claudius, a Caligula, a Nero. By the ancient constitution and laws of Rome, these usurpers were the only persons liable to be put to death without process or form or penalty. See the Lex Valeria in Livy, and Cicero Pro Domo Sua. Had such as were champions for the exaltation of Caesar and Augustus foreseen what their race and descendants were to suffer under the successors of these usurpers, would it not have quenched their zeal? Would it not have struck them with horror? Had they foreseen their offspring stooping and groaning under a beastly bondage, not to the emperor only, but to his slaves and strumpets, living a precarious life at the mercy of sycophants, under continual terrors of the accusers, or themselves exercising the execrable occupation of such, some endangered by the lustre of their name, some by that of their virtue and capacity, others from that of their wealth, Many become pimps, pathics, and parasites to the prince, several, upon his authority, prostituting their persons and quality upon the public stage, numbers doomed to exile upon desolate rocks and islands, numbers slain outright, their carcasses exposed and denied the privilege of burial, their fortunes seized from their families, and all of them liable to the like tragical fate, their wives withal daily exposed to the lust of the tyrant, and afterwards made the subject of his imperial sport and drollery, even before their injured and blushing husbands, nay, prostituted in the palace as in the public stews, and such as passed by invited in to lie with these illustrious ladies as with common harlots for money. Had the partisans of usurpation foreseen these woeful consequences to their families from it, would it not have changed their hearts and their conduct? Yet what was easier to be foreseen than the fury and ravages of a madman or fool unlimited, where chance and not law directed the blind succession, as did blind will and not reason the administration? But with the heat of party and present impulse, cool reflection and foresight are incompatible. It scarce ever happens that, for future considerations, however wise, the instant passion, however foolish, is smothered. The adherents of Caesar and Augustus had an immediate view of greatness, and would not disturb so pleasing an imagination by anxious care or fear for things future. All the world goes well with those that are well, and before men can be brought to believe prophecies of misery, they must begin to feel it. What a child is man! What a name is reason! The most frequent use we make of it is to reason ourselves out of it, and from it to borrow arms against itself. Just as we have seen laws quoted to vindicate the subversion of law, and the holy gospel of peace and love urged in defence of persecution and enmity. Section 11. Why, under such tyrants, the Senate continued to subsist. It may be inquired why tyrants so jealous and precipitate did not abolish the Senate, and it was once the purpose of Caligula, as it was afterwards that of Nero, to have murdered all the senators. But in truth it would have been an enterprise of infinite difficulty and danger to have attempted the suppression of that body. It is incredible what stubbornness and force there is in established names, customs, and forms, which often are harder to destroy than realities and substances, and signs and titles frequently remain when the things signified and denominated by them are gone. Thus Popery has extirpated Christianity, and is called Christianity, and evangelical humility and forbearance are preached and extolled in the midst of pride and flames. As the popes pretend to derive all power from the gospel, which they pervert and suppress, so did the other Roman tyrants theirs from the Senate, as if the ancient free state had still subsisted, and to have destroyed the Senate would have been to have abrogated their own title to sovereignty. They must likewise have destroyed the consulship, which was still reckoned summum imperium, the supreme magistracy, with the office of praetor and every office, great and small, in the state, with the title and style of every law of Rome and every tribunal of justice there, for every law and every office depended upon the Senate or upon the Senate and people. They must have abolished learning, history, records, all process and memory, nay, the very military titles and laws of war and negotiation, those about the colonies and provinces, customs and trade, and have introduced absolute oblivion, a new language, and a new creation. Now what power, what genius upon earth was equal to such a prodigious design, that of vacating at once regulations and usages so infinitely numerous, so long established, become a great part of the public language, grown, as it were, to the minds and memories of men, and essential to speech and conversation, as well as to business and protection, and then to supply such an immense void with ordinances, offices, terms, and manner of process, so as to answer all the ends of society in so vast an empire. This was not to be done, nor was it needful. They found their account sufficiently in breaking the power and spirit of the Senate, in reducing it to a skeleton and a name, and in exercising under that name all their own violences and exorbitances. The Senate and the people had a venerable sound, and served as a cloak for power when they themselves had none and the emperor had all. The registering of edicts by the Parliament of Paris is become a matter of form, but without that form the court, as uncontrolled as it is, does not care to execute an edict. The Romans still preserved a veneration for their senate and magistrates, and the same was often found in the armies, insomuch that as late as the reign of Commodus the soldiers were so enraged at the insolence of Perennis, his favourite and minister, for discharging from their military commands such as were patricians and senators, and for placing in their room others of equestrian rank, that they cut him in pieces. Time, however, with the continuance of tyranny, and barbarity its inseparable companion, cancelled by degrees the old names and forms, after the essence had been long cancelled, and introduced a cloud of offices and words, of rumbling sounds and swelling titles, suitable to the genius of absolute rule, and as different from the purity of the old republican language as are liberty and politeness from grossness and bondage. Section 12. How the unrelenting cruelty of the emperors hastened the dissolution of the empire. The bad reigns of Constantine and Constantius. The good reign of Julian. The indiscreet behaviour of the Christians. Continued tyranny, and end of the empire. To resume once more the subject of accusations and the abused law of majesty, they were cankers in the heart of the empire, which at last hastened its dissolution. The emperors, to gratify their own cruelty, were continually wasting the public strength by sacrifices noble and many, and to satiate their avarice or that of their creatures, encouraged endless seizures and confiscations. This crying oppression was by the Emperor Constantine, before mentioned, carried higher than any of the pagan emperors had ever carried it. Besides his own rapine, which was merciless and excessive, he glutted his favourites and grandees with the spoil and fortunes of others, as Marcellinus witnesses. His son Constantius followed his example, and was a more consuming tyrant than the father. I have already said something of his character and reign, which was chiefly conducted by inhuman villains, whose heads and hands were eternally engaged in the plunder and blood of his people. Such were his councillors, such his governors of provinces, which were sucked and devoured to the bone, and might say with truth what a noble Dalmatian once told Tiberius: "Instead of sending us shepherds to protect our flocks, you send us wolves to devour them." How many governors in all countries have deserved to be hanged before they reached their governments, because they went with design to rob and oppress? These depredations were restrained during the reign of Julian, who had as much capacity, as many virtues and accomplishments, as could well adorn private life or a crown. He was brave, generous, wise, and humane, a hero, a philosopher, a politician, a friend, and father to mankind. It is pity such an amiable character should have any blots. His had two. He was superstitious even to weakness, and had conceived an aversion to the Christians altogether unsuitable to his remarkable candour and equity, an aversion which they themselves improved too much by a behaviour unworthy of so great a prince, much more unworthy of so meek a religion. They, indeed, treated him with eminent spite and outrage, traduced him, libelled him, and even mobbed him. Nothing could be a sharper satire upon them for such brutish conduct than the singular meekness with which he bore it. The truth is, the Christians were then strangely degenerated from the primitive peaceableness and purity, become licentious and turbulent to the last degree, and perpetually instigated by the arrogance and ambition of the bishops, who were come to contend with arms as well as curses for the possession of opulent churches. It was not uncommon with these ambitious men to affront and revile the emperors to their faces, to publish invectives against them, to break the public peace, and to raise frequent tumults and seditions. As they were the most complaisant courtiers when pleased, so they were the most implacable incendiaries when disgusted. All this was enough to alarm any prince, and to awaken resentment in the most phlegmatic. Moreover, a great part of the wealth and revenue which used to go towards the public charge, particularly to defend the frontiers against the barbarians, was diverted and appropriated to maintain the grandeur and pomp of the great prelates, sacerdotes specie religionis fortunas omnes effundebant, as Tacitus says upon another occasion. As some parts of the behaviour of that great prince, one wise and good in most things, but mistaken and even unjust in others, chiefly towards the Christians, ought to be censured and condemned, the behaviour of the Christians towards him can never be justified. They insulted him intolerably with all the excesses of bitterness and ill-breeding while he lived, and slandered and blackened him shamefully when dead, as much as some of them basely flattered and extolled other emperors, who, though complaisant and liberal to the ecclesiastics, were consuming tyrants. It is the business of truth and of true religion to give even enemies their due, and friends no more than their due. To give Julian his, if we lay aside his religion, I doubt whether we can find upon record one prince that excelled him, or three that equalled him. He is indeed a pattern to princes, in spite of the anger and obloquy of writers, who were apparently animated by a spirit then too common, a spirit altogether narrow, monkish, and vindictive, such a one as the charitable religion of Jesus disclaims and wants not. To his benevolent gospel and precepts I sincerely wish all men to conform, but fewer signs of such conformity, or rather greater signs of the want of it, have I nowhere seen than in the conduct, discourses, and writings of such as have railed at others for their religious sentiments, real or imputed. I wish, too, that a temper so barbarous and anti-Christian had been entirely confined to the days of that emperor, whose administration will for ever recommend him to all calm and impartial men as an astonishing example of virtue and parts. The reign of Jovian, whose intention seems to have been honest and good, was but short, and followed by those of Valentinian and Valens, princes exceeding furious, suspicious, and sanguinary. Under them the old accusations, confiscations, and carnage were revived without mercy, and continued thenceforward with few intervals, till the Roman Empire was quite overthrown. The people in every part of it, being quite harassed and consumed, finding no relaxation from oppressors and accusations, no protection from law, no refuge in the clemency of the emperors, grew desperate, and revolted to the Goths, Huns, Vandals, and other invaders. Section 13. The excellency of a limited monarchy, especially of our own. I think it is Machiavel who observes that 2 or 3 weak and bad princes succeeding each other are sufficient to ruin a state where they govern by mere will, but it may survive a long succession of foolish princes limited by good laws. Vespasian found 300 millions of our money wanting to restore the empire to a condition of subsisting. Monarchy, according to Plato, is the best government or the worst, to which opinion I subscribe, as I do to that of Philip de Comines, that England is the place in the world where the public is most equally administered, and where the people suffer the least violence. We are blessed with that form of government which Tacitus mentions as the most perfect, and thinks the hardest to be framed, that happy balance and mixture of interests which comprehends every interest. An English monarch has one advantage which sets him above any arbitrary monarch upon earth. He obliges his subjects by being obliged to them. As he protects them by defending their property and laws, so they, by supporting him, enable him to do it. While they give by choice and not by force, they give cheerfully. Princes who take all themselves and leave nothing to their people to give can never be beloved by their people. If it be true that we hate those whom we have hurt, it is equally true that we are apt to love those whom we have obliged. Hence God is said not only to love doing good, but to love the good that he does. Arbitrary princes would doubtless choose to have the love and affections of their people, were the same to be acquired by furious and unaccountable rule, but this is impossible. Hence dread of their power is all the share they can expect in the hearts of their subjects, and this is a compliment which their subjects pay to things the most hideous and vile, to serpents, to mad and wild beasts, to plagues and Satan, to pain and poverty. But even this miserable compliment is not always paid to such princes. They are not always dreaded. When their terrors are become habitual, they cease in a good measure to be terrors. The people grow hardened and desperate. They themselves become scorned, and contempt, the most abject lot in life, becomes the portion of those who possess the highest. When Nero asked Subrius Flavius, one of the conspirators against his life, from what motives he had renounced his allegiance, "It was because I abhorred thee," said he. The consul Vestinius too was known to Nero to despise his vile and unmanly spirit, and in the whole detection of that conspiracy and the punishment of the conspirators, nothing was so signal as the series of contempt poured upon that brutal tyrant in the height of his power and amidst the terrors of his tyranny. Nothing, says Tacitus, mortified him so much. But when the monster was deposed, he incurred such sovereign scorn that he was doomed to be stripped naked, and scourged to death like a slave with his head fastened in a pillory, his carcass to be cast afterwards from the Tarpeian rock, and with a hook in his nose to be dragged to the Tiber. Nor could the great reputation of Julius Caesar or that of Augustus, and all their power, secure them from popular insults and despite. The moicum calvum and videsne ut Cnidus orbem digito temperet were contumelies which even their greatness could not escape. Mithridates, king of Armenia, when despoiled of his kingdom, experienced by the behaviour of his people how much they reverenced him. They even assaulted him with reproaches and blows. When the Emperor Vitellius was led along to the slaughter, with his hands bound behind him, his habit all torn, and himself a filthy spectacle, he found much the like usage. Numbers wounded him with reproaches, but none was found to bewail him, and the populace railed at him when dead with the same baseness of heart with which they had flattered him lovingly. End of Discourse 7, Part 2.
Section 11 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mary Rhodey. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 8, of the general debasement of spirit and adulation which accompany power unlimited. Section 1, the motives of flattery considered, its vileness and whence it begins. I shall now say something of the extreme debasement of the Romans under the emperors. Flattery ever rises in proportion to power and fear. Where law and liberty reign, and men hold not their property and lives at the mercy of one or a few, this security begets in them a pride and stubbornness inconsistent with servility and adulation. Men do not flatter such as they dare own to be no better than themselves, or such as have no power to hurt them. Nor will they pay overmuch reverence to great titles which are not accompanied with great power, nor supported by superstition. For superstition enslaves as effectually as real power, and therefore confers it. Nor is tyranny ever so complete as when the chief magistrate is chief pontiff, as were the sultans of Egypt and Baghdad, or, which is the next thing, can create and depose him, as do the Turkish emperors. But where men hold their fortunes and lives at the mere mercy of another, they will fear him as much as they love themselves, and flatter him as much as they fear him. If his power be limited, their flattery will be limited, but boundless if his authority be so. Thus court and sycophancy prevail less under a mixed monarchy than under one that is despotic, in an aristocracy less than there, and less still in a popular state. Perfect equality quite destroys it. Complete sovereignty raises it to the highest. The more foolish and wicked a prince is, the more incense he will have. It is the surest way of pleasing a tyrant, as it sanctifies his iniquities and represents him to himself as worthy of all his grandeur and equal to all the highest offices of empire. Tiberius, who was a prince of great penetration, hated flattery because he knew it to be so, as he knew that they who paid him most, the Senate and grandees, dreaded and therefore hated his power, as he who understood perfectly the nature and blessing of liberty would have dreaded and hated any man in his place had he been in theirs. He knew that flattery and hate often go together, so that they who possess the greatest hate profess the greatest affection. It is as much as their lives are worth to manifest any tokens of aversion, and the stronger it is, it will require the more art and assiduity to hide it.
Julius Caesar was loaded with all sorts and every excess of honours, some that were divine, with design to make him odious, while they who conferred them abhorred him, and were concerting schemes to destroy him. With the same view, the like artifices were practised by the Senate towards his successor Octavius, afterwards Augustus, concerning whom the equivocal saying of Cicero could not but be remembered by Tiberius, "They should extol the youth and take him off." Hence, though Tiberius was irreconcilable to public liberty, he abominated flattery. He saw that flattery was the mere effect of bondage, and suiting only with the spirit of slaves, and though he would not part with the sovereignty, notwithstanding he often talked of it, as well as pretended great backwardness to accept it, yet he was ashamed of the vile and slavish abjectness of the Romans. But neither under Tiberius was there any security in abstaining from flattery. He was a prince infinitely jealous, and could brook no sort of opposition, nor even independence, and it was both necessary and dangerous to flatter him, but in my opinion not so dangerous as necessary. I mean to such as purely consulted their own safety, and to escape the rage of the tyrant. It is true, he despised flatterers, but he hurt them not, and it was natural for him to think, suspicious as he was, that such as would not flatter him scorned him. It is certain he never forgave free speakers, never could endure men of bold spirit, but, first or last, pursued them to destruction. It was perilous, says Tacitus, to practice no flattery, and perilous to practice too much. El Piso had inveighed against the corruptions of the state, particularly against the pestilent pursuits of the impleaders, who were daily arraigning and circumventing and menacing all men. He even threatened to quit Rome. Tiberius bore this calmly, nay, he descended to mollify him with kind words. But in a soul like his, brooding over vengeance, though he had suppressed the sallies of wrath, the deep impressions remained. Piso was a good while afterwards charged with treason, and, but for a natural death which opportunely intervened, must have suffered the pains of treason. Asinius Gallus incurred his rage for a motion in Senate which had really a compliment in it. Tiberius had in a letter to the fathers complained that from the plots and snares of his enemies he led a life full of dread and apprehensions. Gallus proposed to address the prince that he would explain his fears to the Senate, and permit them to remove the causes. This incensed him. Gallus too had piqued him before, and was suspected by him of aspiring views, and though he had notoriously flattered him, he could not by it redeem his life. As all corruptions in a state begin commonly from the grandees, or rather they are beginners of all corruption, so the grandees are the most signal flatterers. They are most in the eye of a prince, they are the most obnoxious to his jealousy, and thence the most prone to flatter him. A prince who governs, or would govern, by mere will, must countenance and employ such as ask no reasons for what he does, but commend all he does, and the more they have to get or lose, the lower they must stoop, the more they must praise. For this vile servitude of theirs, they make reprisals upon the people, and are as terrible to those below them as fawning to those above them. For the most prostitute slaves are the most insolent tyrants, and it is from the same baseness of spirit that men oppress and flatter. It was truly said of Caligula that there never lived a more complaisant slave, nor a more cruel and detestable master. Thus flattery is propagated, and infects all degrees of men. The prince awes the grandees, and by the grandees is flattered. The grandees oppress and terrify the people, and thence the people dread and adore the grandees. The bashaws are slaves to the great Turk, the people slaves to the bashaws. The insolence of slavish spirits is by Tacitus exemplified in Vitellius, among many other instances. He was always the foremost in flattery. ever assaulting every worthy patriot with reproaches, and ever struck silent when repulsed, agreeably to the genius of sycophants, to be both insulting and cowardly. This man, however, prospered by prostitution. He had great employments under Tiberius. He was a great favourite in the 2 succeeding reigns. He was thrice consul and once censor. Nor did the man want good talents and qualifications. In the government of provinces, says Tacitus, he exercised the integrity of a primitive Roman. But his dread of Caligula and complaisance to Claudius changed him into a filthy slave, and he is handed down to posterity as a pattern of the most infamous flattery, the just reward of his servile submission. His first and best actions were forgot, his last and worst remembered, and the excellences of his younger years obliterated by an old age drenched in servitude and iniquity. Besides his adoring Claudius as a god, he carried one of Messalina's sandals in his bosom continually, frequently kissed it, and amongst his household gods placed golden statues of Pallas and Narcissus, the emperor's freed slaves. This man was, I think, father to Vitellius, afterwards emperor. Such men such princes delight in. Regibus boni qua mali suspectiores sunt, semperque his aliena virtus formidulosa est, says Sallust. Section 2. Men of elevated minds, irreconcilable to arbitrary power, and thence suspected by it. The court paid to it, always insincere, sometimes expedient, but seldom observes any bounds. Agrippa told Augustus, according to Dion Cassius, that it was impossible for a man of great spirit and resolution to be other than a lover of liberty, and an enemy in his heart to an absolute master. Agrippa himself was that sort of man. He had courage enough to advise that prince to resign the sovereignty and restore public liberty. Such in truth was his credit and bravery, that Augustus thought himself no otherwise safe than either by killing him or taking him for his son-in-law. The emperor did more than give him his daughter. He assumed him partner in the tribunitial power, which, as the usurper and his successors manage it, was in effect the dictatorial power. The other great men of Rome he suspected and hated, though in vanity and for the praise of posterity he left them his heirs in the 3rd degree. Augustus and Tiberius judged too well to imagine that the illustrious senators and chiefs of Rome, men who had scorned the alliance and affinity of kings, nay, treated kings as their creatures and dependents, could like a blind dependence upon one of their own citizens, who by usurpation and violence had made himself an enemy to all. Even in the reign of Tiberius there were Romans who thought themselves as good as him. Cnaeus Piso, for example, scarce gave place to him, and despised his sons, as men far beneath himself. But his haughty spirit cost him his life, for though Tiberius used him as a proper instrument to thwart and overthrow Germanicus, he afterwards turned that very service to the destruction of Piso. Affection can never accompany a submission which is forced, nor men submit willingly to a power which they think they have themselves a right to exercise. Hence the compliments and praises of these eminent Romans toward the emperors are generally by Tacitus derived from flattery, though sometimes necessary and sometimes well intended. Necessary when used for their own preservation, and well intended when employed to instill into the prince virtuous lessons of government. Marcus Terentius was perhaps justifiable when, in defence of his life, which was at stake, he made that high-flown compliment to Tiberius: "To thee the gods have granted the supreme disposal of things, and to us have left the glory of obedience." The senators also did well in magnifying some popular acts of Nero, that his youthful mind, being thus incited by the glory arising from light things, might court in it things which were greater. And Thrasea Paetus was justifiable when in his speech about Antistius the praetor, arraigned for treason for lampooning the emperor, he extolled that prince's mercy in order to make him merciful. But as that which is only good in some certain degrees and exigencies seldom stops there, so this same flattery, no wise blamable under some circumstances, grew scandalous and excessive. It kept pace with all the frenzy and cruelties of these outrageous and inhuman tyrants, and by it their cruelties and frenzy were encouraged. The more mischievous and vile they were, the more they were adored. Dread of their fury had seized the souls of men, nor was any remedy sought against their fury but that of flattery. Men of slavish minds always began the detestable rout. Their example drew others after them. The lovers of liberty found it impossible to resist the many, and unsafe to distinguish themselves by opposition. Interest swayed some, example others, fear all, and at last it became a common strife who should be foremost in the race to servitude. All public spirit, all regard to the glory and good of Rome, the inseparable characteristic of the old free Romans, was now lost and forgot. It was converted into fear and anxiety of every man for himself. This will ever be the case when a prince, armed with sufficient powers, sets up his own interest against that of the state. Particulars having no longer anything to do with the public will study only to secure themselves. Section 3. The excessive power of the imperial freed slaves, with the scandalous submission and honors paid them by the Romans. As tyranny produces abject fear and anxiety in particulars for themselves, so from this selfish fear and anxiety come the beginning and progress of universal servitude, the extinction of all patriotism and honest zeal, the power of corruption, and the symptoms of a state hastening to ruin and desolation. All the good or evil which could befall any Roman lay wholly in the breast and option of the prince, and hence the study of every man to humour the prince or the slaves who governed him. For governed he generally was by slaves the vilest and most pestilent. Yes, the whole empire, that empire that contained a great share of the globe, and terrified almost the whole, was swayed, sold, oppressed, and exhausted by slaves bought from the chain and the oar. Claudius not only declared that affairs adjudged by his receivers should be held equally valid with those adjudged by himself, but got the same established by a solemn decree of Senate. Now these receivers of the emperors were his manumized slaves, who under that title often governed provinces. He raised the authority of these vermin to a pitch equal with that of the sovereign and the laws. Felix, governor of Judea, was a freed slave, the husband of 3 queens, and the brother of Pallas, another freed slave, who controlled the emperor, lay with the empress, and was master of the empire. So that Nero said pertinently of him, when he turned him out of office, that Pallas went to abdicate the sovereignty. Behold the debasement of the great and venerable Roman Senate. It is not enough that they flatter the emperor, and heap upon him powers and honors so great and manifold, that at last they have none for themselves, hardly any for him. They must likewise adore and enrich and exalt the fugitives and offscourings of the earth, insects naturally doomed to the vilest offices of the kitchen, stable, and privies. The Romans, lords of the world, must put their necks under the feet of the dregs of human race, for a contemptible project of that same Pallas about punishing ladies who married slaves, Varius Serranus, consul-elect, the first magistrate in the Roman world, moved the Senate to reward him with the ornaments of praetor, the next civil office in the state, and a present of near 100,000 pounds. To this motion it was added by Cornelius Scipio that Pallas should have public thanks, that he who descended from the old kings of Arcadia should to the service of the public thus postpone that his ancient nobility. and deigned to be reckoned amongst the emperor's ministers. But Claudius averred that Pallas would rest content with the honours of the praetorship, and rejecting the present, choose to live in his usual poverty. The decree passed, was engraved in brass, and publicly hung up. A pompous decree in which a fellow lately a bare-sooted slave, now worth 8 millions, was magnified for observing the laudable self-denial and parsimony of the primitive ages. Observe the strange inversion of all order and sense, dignity debased, infamy exalted, how low the awful authority of the Senate descended, how vilely the function of a consul prostituted, how ignominiously the glorious name of Scipio employed, how abominably the ornaments of magistracy defiled, an ordinance of state, big with servitude and lies, what stupidity in the emperor, what insolence in the slave, and what a melancholy failure of all virtue, truth, and liberty amongst all degrees of men. It was, in truth, a compliment made to a slave by a body of slaves, as Pliny well observes. We may guess at the villainy and evil deeds of the man by the enormous honours that were paid him, though we had no other rule or proof, as we have proofs enough. No such violent court was ever paid to Seneca, and Tigellinus had much more weight and authority than Burrus. Real goodness and merit beget in all good men real friendship and affection, and real affection is never so loud nor shewy as affection assumed. Where we sincerely like and esteem, we are not afraid of suspicion in the person esteemed, nor spend much breath and ceremony to convince him. But where we are conscious of our own insincerity, our professions are pompous and wordy. It was absolutely impossible that these vile upstarts should love the Senate, or any great men, great in blood or fortune or virtue, or the Senate or any great Roman could love such vile upstarts. But we see what disguises fear and falsehood can put on. Impartial posterity, which neither fears the Senate nor Pallas, can perceive nothing in the honours by them conferred upon him, but the infamy of both perpetuated. Nor was Claudius the only emperor who was thus led in bondage by his franchised bondmen. Others submitted to the same vassalage, to the same infamous counsellors. Pleric principles, says Pliny, libertorum erant servi, borum consilis, borum nutura gebantur. Was not the world finely governed, and humankind completely happy, when the universal lord was swayed by the lust and nod of creatures just redeemed from the infamy of whips and fetters? The mighty Caesar, to whom the Romans owed all their ensuing misery and bondage, began the exaltation of such sons of earth, and in contempt of censure declared that if he had employed highwaymen and assassins to support his grandeur, he would in return have honoured them with the same favour. A true confession, but methinks not very politic. We have seen already whether his worthy successors did not actually do so, and what were the instrumenta regni, the bloody tools and machinery of absolute rule. Polycletus, a manumized slave of Nero's, when sent by his master to inspect the state of Britain, travelled with such an immense train that he was a burden to great nations, even those of Italy and Gaul. Section 4. The excessive flattery of the Senate, how ill judged. There was no mean in the flattery of the Senate. They might have been good courtiers, without being so abandoned courtiers. There are instances of their carrying questions against the spirit of the court and the efforts of favourites in the worst reigns. Thus, in spite of all the power and caballing of Agrippina, they expelled Tarquitius Priscus, a creature of hers, from the Senate, in detestation of his base attack upon the life of Statilius Taurus, in subserviency to the Empress, who yearned after the wealth and fine gardens of that illustrious senator. Thus too in the case of Antistius the praetor, who had composed some virulent verses against Nero, and exposed them at a great entertainment, though he was impleaded of treason by Cossutianus Capito's son-in-law to that powerful minion Tigellinus, and though Junius Marullus, the consul-elect, moved that he might be doomed to die after the rigorous manner of antiquity, the Senate followed the milder motion of Thrasea Paetus for confiscation and exile, nor would they depart from the sentence even after they had received Nero's letter about it, though in it he manifested high indignation. They might have made some other efforts of this kind, where they made none. On the contrary, they gave away their liberties and voices faster than they could have been taken. But the honest boldness of Thrasea broke the bondage which hung upon the minds of others. So much can the example of one worthy man do, even in an assembly devoted to corruption and servitude. It is true Thrasea paid a severe after-reckoning, and it was the apprehension of that which stopped the mouths of others, or opened them only to fawn. But who would not choose the reputation and integrity of a patriot, that of a Thrasea, even at the expense of his fate, rather than the fortune and favour of the sycophant Vitellius, with the abjectness of his life and infamy of his name? Section 5. The free judgment of posterity, a powerful warning to princes, to reign with moderation and to detest flatterers. The name and memory of the Roman tyrants how treated. All men have some vanity, and thence some fondness for fame. If they would acquire it, and avoid infamy, they must square their actions to the judgment of posterity. With posterity, little evasions, false colourings, and chicane will not pass for reasons, though they may with our contemporaries, who are often influenced by friendships, often engaged in parties, often warmed and misled by passion and partiality. Death and time destroy all artifices, dissipate all mists, and unveil mysteries. The intentions of men with all their motives and pursuits are then scanned and laid open. The flights of flattery will not then be termed fondness for the prince, nor the efforts of ambition miscalled public zeal. Claudius and Pallas, Tiberius and Sejanus, Nero and Tigellinus, men so caressed, applauded, and worshipped during their life and power, men who then employed all tongues in their praises, do now fill and have long filled the mouths of all men with detestation, and their hearts with abhorrence. What avail now their craft and subordinations, their power and high posts? Does the awe of purple, or the violence of the sword, do praetorian guards and perverted laws secure their memory, as they did their persons? Do I, for example, fear their charges of treason, or the vile breath of their informers, while I treat them as sanguinary monsters, as the tyrants, pests, and oppressors of the earth, as public curses and murderers in cold blood? These tyrants and their flatterers, though they pushed both tyranny and flattery as far as they would go, have not been able, with all their arts and terrors, to stifle the memory of men, nor restrain the speech. They are handed down to us under their proper titles. The Emperor Nero we seldom say, but the tyrant Nero is in every one's mouth, and the idea of a sycophant ever accompanies the name of Vitellius. His great credit and offices are forgot, or remembered only to his infamy. What a check must history and the censure of posterity be to a prince that has any reflection! Had Tiberius, Claudius, Caligula, and other imperial monsters considered what frightful lights they were like to be drawn into future times, it would have spoiled their pleasure in tyrannizing, and made them hate their flatterers, who persuaded them that all men, at least the best men, spoke of them as they themselves spoke. With regard to fame and posterity, it had been better for these wretches that they had never been born, as well as happy for humankind. Yet no man was ever a greater drudge for fame than Nero. erat illi aeternitates perpetuae fame cupido, sed inconsulia, says Suetonius. Witness his laborious fatigues in the theatre and circus, continued day after day, and often nights and days, for the reputation of a good singer, harper, and coachman. Caligula aspired to the like glory, and was a notable fencer, an assiduous dancer, as well as a charioteer. Laudable ambition for a prince, and as just and high as that of many others. Tiberius also wished and prayed for the praises and affectionate remembrance of posterity. How well he succeeded, we all know. He is detested as one of the most dangerous, false, and deliberate tyrants that ever afflicted men. Nay, he was no sooner known to be dead than the people broke forth into joy and execrations. Some cried, "Into the Tiber with Tiberius." Others besought Mother Earth and the infernal gods to allot him no mansion but amongst the damned and accursed. Others threatened to drag his body with hooks to the charnel of malefactors. And when his corpse was going to be removed from Misenum to Rome, every one cried aloud that it should rather be carried to the town of Attila, to be in the amphitheatre there thrown into a fire till it were half burned. Such were the marks of remembrance he had, and deserved, from the people. The other two are treated as frantic butchers, or rather as two mad dogs delighted with carnage and worrying, bent and active to kill and destroy. What is it to us that they were princes and emperors? Men of sense find no magic in names, but regard monsters as monsters, whatever titles fortune or flatterers gave them, or they themselves took. It is thus tyrants suffer the vengeance of after ages. And terrible vengeance it is to such as are tender of their renown, and seek immortality, as most princes do, and indeed have it forced upon them, since they stand too high, and do too much not to be remembered. Hence they ought to be more afraid of future censure, which is generally well grounded, and will certainly last, than of temporary praise, which is often false, consequently fleeting, at best to be suspected. Section 6. How lamentably princes are debauched and misled by flatterers. Now, if tyrants are abhorred, how much abhorrence is due to flatterers, who often change princes into tyrants, and make tyrants worse than they would be. Tiberius assumed the sovereignty with great diffidence, and his natural weariness would have probably made him mild against his nature, had not the Romans so readily offered him their necks and their persons to bondage. But when he found them devoted to slavery, he used them like slaves, and having nothing to fear from them, he only followed the vile bent of his own spirit. Domitian rejoiced when he found that Agricola had left him co-heir with his wife and daughter. He vainly thought it done out of judgment and choice, and in pure regard to his person. So much was he corrupted and blinded by continual flattery, as to be utterly ignorant that no prince, but a bad one, was ever by a father tender of his issue and family assumed into heirship with them, as Pliny the Younger well observes. Nero was in terrible agonies after he had murdered his mother. He dreaded the soldiery, the Senate, and the people. But when, instead of danger and resentment, he met with flattering speeches from the officers, flattering decrees from the Senate, popular processions, applauses, public devotions paid to all the deities, and universal acquiescence, his native insolence became more swelled, and from this general servitude, assuming the pride of victory, he ascended the Capitol, offered sacrifices, and thenceforth surrendered himself to the full sway of all his exorbitant lusts. When he had caused these two noble Romans, Plautus and Sylla, to be assassinated, he wrote to the Senate without mentioning the execution, only that they were two men of turbulent spirits, and what mighty care it cost him to secure the state. Instantly the obsequious fathers degraded from the Senate these dead senators, and ordained public prayers and sacrifices. Nero, upon the receiving of this decree, and finding that all his brutal iniquities and acts of blood passed for so many feats of renown, grew emboldened to do a thing which even Nero till then durst not do, and turned away the virtuous Octavia his wife, her by whom he held the emperem. Nay, when soon after the imperial butcher had ordered the blood of that illustrious innocent to be shed, thanks and oblations were again presented to the deities by an ordinance of senate. A particular, says Tacitus, which with this view I recount, that whoever reads the events of those times in this or any other history may take it for granted, that as often as the emperors commanded acts of cruelty, banishments, and assassinations, so often thanks and sacrifices were decreed to the gods, and those solemnities which were of old the marks and consequences of public victories and public felicity were now so many sad marks of public slaughter and desolation. This was remarkably verified afterwards as well as now, and when Nero, upon the discovery of Piso's conspiracy, had spilt rivers of blood, and slain men by heaps, the fuller the city was of executions and funerals, the fuller too were the temples of sacrifices. One had lost a son, one a brother, or kinsman, or friend in this general butchery, and the greater their loss, the more gaiety they shewed, adorned their houses with laurel, frequented temples with thanksgiving, embraced the knees of the tyrant, and worried his hand with kisses. Nero took all this for so many sincere tokens of affection and joy, when, in truth, their congratulations and flattery were just in proportion to their severe sorrow. Section 7. The pestilent tendency of flattering counsels, and the glory of such as are sincere. What a poisonous thing is flattery! By it princes are misled into a persuasion that all their measures of oppression, all their acts of frenzy and rage, are just measures of government, that forced praise is real affection, that they themselves are popular when they are abhorred, and thus they are kept from repenting or amending, because, relying upon the assurances of flatterers, they cannot find that they have done amiss, or see anything to be mended. The flatterers of Nero ridiculed Seneca, and railed at him, and persuaded that prince he wanted no tutors. The same did the flatterers of Commodus in relation to the old counsellors, which had been his fathers. Nero and Commodus followed the advice of their flatterers, and reigned mischievously, and died tragically, and their memories are abhorred. Thus they are kept hoodwinked and secure, till the first thing they open their eyes upon is their throne tottering or overturned, and perhaps an executioner's knife at their breast. And even when things are come to that extremity, there will be those to misrepresent and flatter, as in the case of Galba. A few moments before he was massacred, he was soothed with false assurances of security. How pernicious, too, is such falsification even to those that practice it, since though they mean it out of selfishness and for security, yet by sanctifying upon all occasions the oppression and destruction of others, they do but invite their own. Whereas were matters laid honestly before princes, that this measure is a grievance, that an oppression, and that whatever is unjust to others is dangerous to themselves, they would prefer caution with safety, to humour and wilfulness accompanied with peril. They would grow into a habit of doubting, deliberating, and inquiring, of submitting their own judgment to that of others, of remembering that they are what they are for the sake of their people, and that they ought to have no will nor interest but the public will and the public interest. Had Nero pursued the good rules of government dictated by Seneca and Burrus, and proposed by himself in his first speech to the Senate, had he avoided the counsels of that bloody and detestable sycophant Tigellinus, and of others like him, he might have ended his reign with as much renown as he began it, and left a memory revered as much as it is now detested, and with the confidence of princes, instead of debasing themselves into the characters of parasites, instead of abusing their trust, and bringing infamy upon their masters and themselves, would they, instead of this, give upright counsel, such as conduce to the good of all men, they would, besides the praise of well-doing, take the best method to secure themselves, their fortunes, and families in the general security, or, should they be rewarded with disgrace, or even with death, they would have the approbation of their own consciences, the applauses of the living, and the praises of posterity. But while they soothe the prince in his jealousies and violence, and encourage him in destroying such as he, or such as they fear or dislike, they set him a lesson and example for turning the edge of his fury upon themselves, whenever he becomes prompted by his humour or caprice, a case often happening, and always to be apprehended. The courtiers and flatterers of the Emperor Caracalla, to humour him, concurred with him in the murder of his brother Gera, and after that murder, though committed by his own hand, were themselves murdered for their wicked complaisance, and amongst them Letus, his favourite and confidant. Yet he was so far from remorse for shedding his brother's blood, that he massacred every friend and adherent to his brother, to the number of 20,000, in a short time. Tiberius, of all his friends, confidants, and counsellors, scarce let one escape in a violent end, unless where by a natural death they prevented it, and they who had been ministers of his tyranny hardly ever failed to fall by it. He indeed protected them from the resentment and prosecution of others, but he generally poured vengeance upon them himself. Vescularius Atticus and Julius Marinus were two of his most ancient intimates. They had accompanied him during his retirement at Rhodes, and never forsook him in his retreat at Caprea. They had abetted his tyranny, and assisted him in his cruel counsels, nor does it appear that they had ever offended him by any good counsel. Vescularius was his manager and interagent in the perfidious plot to destroy that noble Roman Libo Drusus, and by the cooperation of Marinus, Sejanus had worked the overthrow of Curtius Atticus. Was not all this merit enough, at least, to have redeemed their own lives? It was not. They fell themselves victims to his cruelty, as to satiate his cruelty they had made others fall. Ad mortem aguntur, quo letius acceptum, says Tacitus, sua exempla in consultores residisse. Their tragical end was followed with the more joy, for that upon their own heads had thus recoiled the precedents of their own traitorous devising. In truth, these instruments of cruelty are generally abhorred by the princes that use them. Anicetus, admiral of the galleys to Nero, conducted and perpetrated the murder of his mother Agrippina, and for a short space continued in some small favour with the prince, but was afterwards held in greater aversion. For, says Tacitus, the ministers of evil counsels are princes beheld as men whose looks continually upbraid them. Such too was the fate of Cleander under Commodus, who loved him, was governed by him, and cut off his head. How differently related is the fate of Burrus, suspected to have been poisoned by Nero. Mighty and lasting was the sorrow of Rome for his death, for the Romans remembered his virtues, and a little before, while the calamities of the public were growing daily more heavy and bitter, the resources of the public were diminished, and Burrus died. How nobly too is the tragedy of Seneca recounted. It is too long to find room here. I shall end this discourse with observing that as flattery is the effect of dread and falsehood, as the most tyrannical princes are most flattered, and men of the falsest minds are the greatest flatterers, this consideration should be a lesson to princes and great men to weigh the actions they do against the praises they receive, and if they find themselves righteous, they may conclude their panegyrics to be sincere. Let them reflect upon their acts of benevolence or oppression, and how they have used their people. They would also do well to examine what sort of men they are who praise them. whether men of virtue and honour, lovers of truth, lovers of their country and of humankind, or whether they are those unlimited sycophants whose custom and rule it is to extol at random all the sayings and doings of princes, worthy and unworthy. End of Discourse 8.
Section 12 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anna Simon. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 9. Upon Courts. Section 1. Of freedom of speech, and how reasonable it is. To the foregoing discourse upon flattery, I thought it might not be unsuitable to subjoin another upon courts, the place where that pestilent and unmanly practice is wont chiefly to prevail. During those reigns which I have been describing, when power was established in terrors, and subjection converted into abasement, small was the wonder that restraint upon speech was no inconsiderable link in the public chain, and care taken that such as presumed to breathe aught but vassalage should not breathe at all. This was wretched policy, barbarous, and impossible to be practised. The passions are not to be extinguished but with life, and to forbid people, especially a suffering people, to speak, is to forbid them to feel. It is not indeed to be expected that men should be suffered to meet together tumultuously, in order to publish their mutual discontents and wrongs, and to inflame one another. But complaints uttered in their families, or dropped occasionally, or communicated to a friend, can never affect authority. The more men express of their hate and resentment, perhaps the less they retain, and sometimes they vent the whole that way. But these passions, where they are smothered, will be apt to fester, to grow venomous, and to discharge themselves by a more dangerous organ than the mouth, even by an armed and vindictive hand. Less dangerous is a railing mouth than a heart filled and inflamed with bitterness and curses, and more terrible to a prince ought to be the secret execrations of his people than their open revilings, or than even the assaults of his enemies. Of all the blood spilt under Tiberius and the following tyrants, for words, and for no greater cause a deluge was spilled, how small a part conduced to their security? None that I remember, but every drop was an indelible stain upon their persons and upon their government. Every drop derived hatred, and consequently weakness and danger, upon it. Rigorous punishment for small faults, or for such as in the common opinion pass for none, is a mark of ill politics. It makes the spirit of the administration look hideous and dreadful, and it renders every man who finds himself liable to the like faults a capital enemy. Surely it ought to be a maxim in government that errors which can have no consequences ought to have no punishment. Oliver Cromwell, who seems to have seen far into the heart of man, was little affected with the hard words and invectives of particulars, and as high as he carried authority, left people to talk and rail. The same is true of the late regent of France, one who well knew human nature and the nature of power. It was then common to see Frenchmen swagger and storm as freely as an old Roman would have done against an unpopular magistrate. In truth, where no liberty is allowed to speak of governors, besides that of praising them, their praises will be little believed. Their tenderness and aversion to have their conduct examined will be apt to prompt people to think their conduct guilty or weak, to suspect their management and designs to be worse than perhaps they are, and to become turbulent and seditious, rather than be forced to be silent. When nothing but incense and applause will be accepted or borne, all plain dealing, all honest counsel and true information will be at an end, and banished, to make room for deceitful adorations, for pleasing and pernicious falsehoods. If princes, whose memory is disliked, had allowed their subjects and contemporaries to have spoken truth to them or of them, probably posterity would not have spoken so much ill, as it is probable they would not then have deserved it, and I am apt to believe that it had been better for all of them to have permitted all that could have been said, than to have missed hearing what it imported them to have heard. Better to have heard the disgusts and railings of their people than that their people were armed against them, or revolted from them. a fate which has befallen some of them, who, having had courtiers over complacent, or ears over tender, learned that they were dethroned before they had learned that they were not beloved, and found scarce any interval between the acclamations of flatterers and the strokes of an executioner. Such is the genius of courts, where ill tidings are generally concealed or disguised, such too often the silence and soothings of courtiers, who tell only or chiefly what is pleasing, and such sometimes the pride and impatience of princes, that they will suffer nothing which ruffles their passions to approach their understanding. Section 2. The spirit of courtiers what? Some good ones. It is something else than zeal for telling truth that carries men to court and keeps them in it. To raise an interest or to preserve it is the more prevailing passion. And because whoever sets his foot there with any view to place and favour is always sure of competitors, be his person or pretences what they will, ever so considerable or inconsiderable, his chief care will be to conquer opposers and secure himself. And as there ever will be some opposition, real or apprehended, that care will be constant. Hence the spirit of a court, selfish, suspicious, and unfriendly, and hence the supple spirit of courtiers, to love and hate, court and avoid, praise and persecute the same person with notable suddenness, just as he is promoted or disgraced, and can help or hurt, or is to be deprived of all capacity to do either. To be well with the subsisting power, with him who holds the reins of authority, and distributes, or causes to be distributed, the blessings and terrors of power, is the main pursuit. His motions are chiefly watched, his affections and aversions are studied and adopted, and thus a smile or a frown from the throne, or from one who is next the throne, is eagerly catched up, seizes the faces of a whole drawing-room in an instant, and is handed down with signal uniformity through all classes of men, from a grandee to the lowest clerk in an office. A court is a great exchange, where one or a few have favours to dispose of, where many resort to procure them, and where all therefore strive to outgo in the ways of pleasing every one who has the same aim, and study every method to render themselves acceptable. Hence their obsequious countenances, flattery, insinuations, and zeal, some passions concealed, some disguised, and others personated. Hence, too, their attachment to such as can help to promote them, and their neglect of such as cannot. Hence, with them good fortune, however unworthily placed, always passes for merit, and abilities ever sink with power, and hence their falsehood, ingratitude, and courteous behaviour. That this is true of the herd of courtiers I believe will be allowed. Without doubt there are exceptions, and men of great honour, disinterestedness, and friendship are often to be found there, men who scorn treachery and baseness, and would risk all rather than do a mean thing. Such were Manius Lepidus, Seneca, and Burrus; such Cocceius Nerva and Julius Agricola; and such were the Chancellor de l'Hospital, Chancellor Hyde, and the Earl of Southampton. All these great men were courtiers, and lived in courts full of corruption and dangerous designs. All practised some degrees of suppleness, submitted their opinions to the necessity of the times, and, by defeating many evil measures, were the authors of much good, though not of all that they would. Cardinal Richelieu makes heavy complaints of the opposition which he found to his best designs from the credit and intrigues of women, and the whispers and ill offices of malevolent courtiers. These great men above mentioned were likewise often wronged. Bad counsels which they had heartily opposed were imputed to them, and, when they concurred with some excesses to obviate much greater, just allowances were not made, and their motives were spitefully construed. Thus the Chancellor de l'Hospital was severely censured by the Huguenots for passing the edict of Romorantin, which bore hard upon them, though by that edict he prevented their utter extirpation, and the misery of all France, by hindering the introduction and establishment of that monstrous and bloody tribunal the Inquisition; in which design the court and parliament were already agreed, and I think the edict for that detestable purpose was ready. For such signal and glorious service the Protestants first railed at him, and the Papists afterwards cursed him. Lord Clarendon too was reproached with the sale of Dunkirk, and for many other exorbitancies which the sincere heart of that upright minister abhorred. Nor could the good counsels of Seneca secure him from much envy and defamation, and many great ministers, thought to be the authors of evil counsels, have fallen into disgrace or perished for daring to offer such as were benevolent and upright. Section 3. The arts of courtiers, their cautiousness and its causes. Plausibleness and guises are inseparable from courts. Men must not seem to understand all that they apprehend or know, no more than they must speak all that they think or feel. Princes often dissemble with their subjects, their ministers with them, and all with one another, and every one talks as he appears to the best advantage. Some dissimulation there is absolutely necessary, and therefore lawful. Men are not obliged upon all occasions to speak the truth, though whatever they speak upon any occasion ought to be true. Nor ought any one to be blamed for hiding his passions and sentiments, when the discovery would only serve to hurt himself. But few people in private life can be trusted with secrets which, published, would lessen one's peace or name, and in courts there are much fewer, perhaps none. Particular interests and passions are often shifting there. Men who were once close united become widely divided. Friendships old and long are turned into bitter and vindictive enmity, and he who would once have risked his life for the preferment of his friend would venture as much upon a disgust to bring him to his scaffold. This might be exemplified by 1,000 instances in all times and histories. Nothing keeps the passions more awake than the pursuit of power. Nothing touches the pride of man more sensibly than neglect or disappointment in that pursuit, and nothing is more tender and suspicious than pride. Few have got so much as not to aim at more, or have had ever so much assistance, but they expect further, even where the same is unreasonable or perhaps impossible, and from disappointment ensues disgust. Too rarely seen is that gratitude which looks backward, and generously subsists upon favours past, without fresh claims and aliment. How much more common is that which must be kept up by daily benefits, and, when bereft of such food, expires. Nor is the ceasing of gratitude the worst that is to be apprehended from selfish and ungenerous men. The room of it is too often supplied by spite and revenge. And if it be natural to hate such as we have injured, this hate must be great in proportion to the injury done. And what injury can be greater than that of being barbarous to benefactors? These considerations are sufficient to make such as frequent courts and know men slow and wary in confiding, and to put them under considerable reserves even where they confide most. No one cares to be at the mercy of a friend that may be an enemy. Hence, in the making of friendships anywhere, it ought to be one of the first considerations whether there be any probable causes which threaten a rupture, whether the business of love or power or fame or anger or interest be never likely to interfere and produce the most bitter of all enmities, that of friends. This wariness at courts extends even to words and looks. The conversing with great men and great affairs naturally produces secrecy and silence. For, since such is the folly of the world, that whatever a great man says, however light or accidental, shall be deemed deep and mysterious, if it has the least allusion to the transactions of the times, and since they who hear it will be apt, through vanity, to quote it, great men seldom say anything upon such subjects, and even when they hear the talk and sentiments of others, they take care that neither their answers nor their countenance shall betray their own. Sometimes a word thoughtlessly dropped, or an unseasonable smile, or some mark of surprise, has given light into an important design, and marred it entirely. The like circumspection they observe in their discourse upon particulars, because their discourse may be easily altered and poisoned by the malice or folly of such as hear it, a practice as usual at court as in any country village. And many a man has been disgraced by his own words, whispered and altered by a virulent breath. Nay, the very same thing reported with a different tone and action has had the same effect. And where the alteration of the words was considerable, those of them which were forged and criminal have been believed, because the rest that were true and innocent were well attested. I shall illustrate this by the story of young Nero, the son of Germanicus, in the court of Tiberius. It excellently shows the jealousies of princes and the spirit of courts. That young prince was entirely beloved of the Roman people, who had adored his father; hence the distaste and dark suspicions of the emperor, his great uncle and grandfather by adoption. Sejanus, who had already poisoned the emperor's son Drusus, and was plotting the overthrow of the whole reigning house, fed the hate and apprehensions of the old prince by malignant reports and infusions concerning the young, now the next in succession. This he did by the interagency of hollow whispers and tale-bearers, who related and blackened everything that escaped Nero, who was also hard used and browbeaten, on purpose to extort from him severe and unwary complaints, such as might fill up the charge against him. Moreover, his domestics and retainers, impatient to see him in power that they might shine in its trappings, were continually exciting him to rouse his courage and exert himself, to meet the zeal of the people, to gratify the passionate wishes of the army, as the only expedients to daunt and repulse the insolence of Sejanus, who now despised him as a boy, and his grandfather as superannuated. The young prince, however naturally modest, was yet by so many instigations transported beyond the circumspection which the station that he was in, and the many eyes that were upon him, required, and thence gave vent to words which, though they betrayed no sign of any treasonable purpose, yet, being ill-guarded and savouring of contumacy, were, by the spies purposely placed about him, carried instantly, well heightened and embittered, to Tiberius. Nor, under all these imputations and aspersions, was he warned or admitted to vindicate himself, but beset, on the contrary, with several melancholy and boding appearances. Some of the court carefully shunned to meet him, others just greeted him, and then instantly left him. Many with whom he had begun a conversation broke it off abruptly, while the creatures and adherents of Sejanus looked on with a malicious laugh. Tiberius too always received him sternly, or with a hollow and upbraiding smile, and, whether the youth spoke or said nothing, there were crimes in his words, crimes in his silence. Neither did his bedchamber and the shades of night secure him from his enemies and accusers, for even his restlessness and watchings, nay, his sighs and dreams, were by his wife divulged to her mother Livia, and by her to her adulterer Sejanus. Drusus also, his younger brother, was, by this wicked politician, drawn to combine against him, as one who stood between himself and the empire, and was better beloved by their common mother Agrippina, a fresh cause of emulation and prejudice. Yet at that very time was Sejanus laying a design against the life of this same Drusus, whom he knew to be of a spirit tempestuous and fiery, and thence the more obnoxious to snares. Thus he began the tragedy of these two youths, and that of their mother, but before he had finished theirs, suffered his own, which was abundantly bloody, but abundantly just. Their brother Caligula was a better courtier. He studied the temper and manner of Tiberius, and in all things conformed to it, but was particularly a complete scholar of his in dissimulation. Upon the condemnation of his mother, upon the exile of his brothers, not a word, not a groan escaped him, nor any symptom of resentment or pity. The passions are nowhere more agitated than at court, yet nowhere are the signs of perturbation more suppressed. Section 4. Of slanderers and talebearers in courts. The folly of craft. The occupation of slander and whispering will, like other occupations, always thrive according to the encouragement given to it, and being easily exercised, will be ever engaging fresh adventurers. What requires less labour and conscience than to find out or frame or envenom a story to the prejudice of another, especially when he is not to be heard in his own defence, nor suffered to confront his accuser, nor perhaps even knows that he has one? There is an endless appetite in mankind for intelligence and secret history, and in proportion to that appetite they who feed it are well received and encouraged. But of all places they fare best in courts. Great men are in the power of such people much more than they themselves imagine or mean. These assiduous shadows of theirs, who have their ear and know their tempers, watch their unwary moments, and observe when they are gay and open, when disobliged and angry, when full of thought and business, and will be sure to improve the present temper and opportunity. They know the characters of men, know whom their patron loves, whom he dislikes, to whom he is altogether indifferent, with what is likely to be believed of each. They extol some, decry others, flatter him, misrepresent all, and soothe or alarm or divert him, just as his humour and their drift requires. If with this they can play the droll and make dry and malicious jests, they are accomplished in their way, But most villainous is that talent which is good for nothing but to do hurt. It is like death and poison, fit only to take away life. Vatinius was a buffoon of this pestilent cast, and, from working in a stall, taken to court, at first for jest and diversion, but, having a malicious spirit and a sarcastical turn, soon became a terror to every worthy and illustrious man; insomuch that in wealth and favour, and in power to do mischief, he grew to exceed all the other ministers of iniquity in Nero's court. In all courts there are many who rise into notice and preferment for no greater merit than that of officiousness, buffoonery, and tale-bearing, and courts are the places in the world where bad and worthless people can do the most harm. A barber, a porter, a valet de chambre, or even a child, are all capable of doing notable mischief there. Those instruments, let them be ever so mean, will find some or other to hear them. These will find others, and a story that has run through 100 hands and can be traced to no original, or to a very low one, perhaps the idle prattle of a chambermaid, may, for all that, have no mean influence. But whatever reason men have, upon all these accounts, to keep a guard upon their lips and behaviour at court, there is still room for great frankness and candour, and no necessity of illusion and deceiving, though it be often necessary to let people deceive themselves, and would be often imprudent and dangerous to undeceive them. It is certain that in the transacting of great affairs the rules of morality admit of some relaxation. This is to be lamented, but not to be helped. Such frequently are the exigencies of a state, and such always the crookedness and depravity of the heart of man, that were you to deal openly, to tell all that you mean, all that you know, and all that you aim at, you would expose your country to ruin, and yourself to scorn, perhaps to the block. The most that can be done is to save appearances, and be wary of what expressions are used; for, upon these occasions, and many others, men are not to be upbraided for their silence. I know some who have gone through nice embassies, some who have concluded intricate negotiations, others who have administered the highest offices, and still preserve the character of high honour, and untainted veracity. This shews the thing to be possible, and the promise of assurance, just given to serve a turn, and therefore not observed afterwards, does often more injury to him who made it, than the serving that turn did good. Cardinal Richelieu was not liberal of money nor promises, but he always performed more than he undertook; hence the zeal and firm adherence of all who depended upon him. Cardinal Mazarin denied nothing, performed nothing, was believed in nothing, and his ill faith was become proverbial. Hence no man was ever more hated, no man in his station more despised. He could never rely upon any party, for he deceived all parties in all particulars; and nothing could support him but the blind obstinacy of the Queen Regent, and the mere weight of royal power armed in his defence. But in spite of the Queen and the authority royal, he was forced to run and skulk for his life. The Parliament set a price upon his head, and issued ordinances to the people to fall upon him as a public enemy. Yet he had never carried sovereign power so high as his predecessor, nor ever exerted it so terribly. But he had no faith nor honour, and therefore no personal friends. To this hour Richelieu is considered as a minister who, though arbitrary and severe, was yet an elevated genius, and a man of veracity to particulars. Mazarin, as a man not rigorous indeed, nor vindictive, but sordid, addicted to low cunning and lies, and with all the éclat of a great minister, unable to hide the little tricking Italian. Craftiness is a despicable quality, and undoes itself. He who has it, and acts by it, can never disguise it long, and when it becomes apparent it becomes impotent, arms everybody against it, brings hatred or ridicule, at best is perfectly useless, and the man, even when he deals uprightly, is suspected to mean knavishly. What gained Tiberius by all his profound subtlety and wiles, but to have his best actions ill-construed, and his sincerest professions to be disbelieved? What gained Philip II of Spain by that strange and intricate scene of false politics, concerted to transfer his own guilt upon the head of his minister Antonio Perez, but to bring home the just imputation of that guilt to his own door, and to produce full proof, where before there was only suspicion? Sincerity is very consistent with human prudence, and often a part of it, considering the reputation that always attends it, and men even in courts may be very upright, without being unguarded. nor can courtiers ever do business with one another without some openness and candour. I have seen it asserted somewhere that people are oftener deceived by distrust than by acts of confidence. I have observed as plain dealing in courtiers as in any other sort of man in the world. It is ridiculous to carry reserve and deepness into everything. I know not a more contemptible sort of man than such as mimic business and mystery. I have seen some subaltern courtiers look as important, demure, and wary as if they had carried great matters, and even the weight of the state, upon their shoulders. This affectation serves to raise their credit amongst their servants and artificers in town, and in the country amongst their tenants and neighbours, and diverts better judges. There are others who really believe themselves to be in secrets, who take shrugs and nods, mere words and shadows, for real confidence and communication, and live in happy ignorance under the conceit of high trust and intelligence. Some few too there are who, besides despising the foppery of being thought trusted where they are not, are careful to hide it from the world when they are. 'Tis men of this turn who chiefly do credit to a court, and whoever does it credit does it service. Section 5. How much worthless people abound in courts, and why. As in a great family where there are numerous domestics, in spite of all the care that can be taken to examine the characters of servants when they are admitted, or to regulate and watch their behaviour afterwards, there will be some still unworthy of their places, and a discredit to their master. How much more so must it be in a court, where not only the officers, but even the officers are so numerous, where so many have a right to prefer or recommend, and where so many do both from strange, wretched, and selfish motives, nay, often for considerations altogether dishonourable and scandalous. It is therefore no wonder that though the politest men are always found at court, so likewise are always a strange rabble of creatures, ignorant, mercenary, ridiculous, and disagreeable, who owe their preferment to chance, whim, money, dirty services, to names, affinities, nay, to impudence and folly; and one who has no pretences to anything else, neither to education, nor capacity, nor honour, nor spirit, nor even to good looks and common sense, shall find pretences to a place, and probably get one. Nor is this to be remedied, since he who gives it does not choose, but take, and has often stronger reasons to oblige the recommender than to reject the recommended. I have known a friend, nay, a relation of a great minister, disappointed twice of an office which was even intended for him, but by potent intercession was bestowed elsewhere; the first time upon one whom the minister knew not, whom the recommender knew not, nor whom even the lady who spoke for him knew, but one who for a sum of money engaged a gentleman's valet de chambre to engage the lady's woman whom the valet courted, to engage her lady whom she governed, to engage the last recommender, who undertook it, and succeeded. He who had the first pretences was again put by upon a vacancy, and a creature put in whom the minister was known to despise, and almost to loathe, but sacrificed his opinion, his aversion, and his friend to mediation not more honourably obtained. At so critical a juncture as that of a rebellion, I have heard of one who by a letter written with the same pen which he had used in corresponding with the rebels procured a handsome provision for his brother, who wished the rebels as well as he, and had distinguished himself in a very public place by acts of disaffection and disloyal healths. Nor in this instance was there any money or intrigue at all. The recommender had only once told a hearty lie for a great man in a nice case, and sworn to it; hence his merit and influence. For an act of honour or spirit done to serve the public, he might perhaps have found less regard, perhaps not so much as excess, as befell some who did. It is certain, great men often prefer such as they dislike, and such as do them no credit, sometimes with their eyes open, frequently through misinformation, and in both cases through solicitation and importunity. Men of merit often want interest, often application and boldness, whereas one who has no one worthy qualification is the more likely to have importunity and shamelessness. It has indeed been often a notable advantage to a man that he had not sense enough to be ashamed nor balked; nay, I have known such a negative accomplishment to be the making of his fortune. A rational man will take a rational answer, or even a trifling one, when he sees it meant for a rebuke or a refusal, or perhaps he has too much pride to press and besiege, or to ask above once. But he who has no understanding to mislead him from his interest, or to apprehend what is said to him, he who is incapable of a repulse, or to be ashamed of begging and teasing, but has an unchangeable front and unwearied nonsense, stands in a fair light to have his pretences considered. Though he cannot persuade, he can tire, and he finds the fruit and advantage of talents in the absolute want of them. He is despised and promoted. A little share of good sense and modesty would have ruined him, and he might then have been neither disliked nor minded. Such is the force of recommendation without reason, or against it, and such too the power of assiduity unencumbered with parts. There are strange inconsistencies in the make and turn and education of man. There are those who can calmly encounter death and terrors in any shape, yet shall tremble in speaking 2 or 3 words to a Secretary of State, a task which would not balk a common footman. Others can harangue readily and boldly before a great assembly, yet are struck dumb in the company of women, a place where a page or an ignorant beau can be entertaining and eloquent. Some have talents, but not the use of them. Many have capacity, but want application. Many are hurt by too much application not directed by capacity. Several have good sense and activity, and can apply both to serve a friend, but neither to do good to themselves. In some you find excellent parts frustrated by predominant passions. In others, eminent courage and spirit drowned and depreciated by a modesty almost childish; and numbers there are who, under a notorious defect of ability, acquirements, and every amiable quality, are pushed up as high as any of these could have pushed them, perhaps much higher than all of them would; so that, in the odd assortment of human things, fortune would seem to correspond with the caprice and wantonness of nature. I have already owned that it is impossible to keep many worthless people out of a court, considering how many ways there are to get in; but owing to such is a good measure of the obloquy usually thrown upon courts and ministers, as the falsehood, the low tricks and spirit of these underlings are all ascribed to the genius of the place and of power; and under the character of insincerity and ingratitude it is usual in popular discourse and opinion, though it is really very unjust, to throw all courtiers together. I even believe that there are some of them foolish and base enough to like the reputation of slipperiness and deceiving, for the sake of being thought good courtiers. From the numbers, too, and little minds of such, we may account for the general outcry and reproach which from that quarter usually follow any worthy minister fallen into disgrace. They are for the powers that be, and though they be the work of his hands, were thrust into place by his late might, and are still basking in the sunshine which he let in upon them, yet they are ready not only to leave a falling house, but to help pull it down. It is the temper of renegadoes. The celebrated Sancho was first warmly in the interest of the injured Basil, one who had lost his mistress for no want of merit, but through the superior wealth of his rival Gamacho. Yet the savoury skimmings and loaded ladles out of Gamacho's kettles so effectually turned the supple spirit of that courtly squire, that, without more ceremony, he began to justify and extol the happy supplanter, and to rail plentifully at poor Basil under misfortune and disgrace. What can ministers expect, when they have raised such dust, but that with the first contrary wind it will blow into their eyes? Mean spirits, selfish and impudent, can never take the impressions of gratitude and honour, no more than such as are modest and generous can ever be ungrateful or base. Yet hard is the task to weed a court of such, not only because the same interest that recommends does likewise protect, but because there are so many candidates ready to fill their places, and supported by so many patrons and intercessors, that more will be disobliged than can be gratified by the change. And after all, perhaps the fresh comer may not prove the more deserving man. Neither can the great officers easily cure the exorbitances and exactions of the inferior, especially when the same are become common and inveterate. All men, even the greatest men, desire to live easy with those they have daily to do with, and will not carry to incur the clamour and curses of subalterns, who, though they are but small men, yet being numerous and supported by all who are interested in corruption, are able by continual complaints and noise to weaken the credit of the most puissant minister, and to make him very uneasy. Section 6. The remarkable fickleness and insincerity of courtiers. I had once an opportunity of seeing the steadiness and gratitude of courtiers put to trial, upon an apprehension of a change in the ministry. I was strictly curious in my observations and inquiries, and my discoveries were such as have fully confirmed me in all my former and present sentiments of these people. There were some who gave proofs of signal friendship and constancy to the standing ministry, several were wary and silent, but many made preposterous haste to shew their levity and selfishness, and, from the behaviour of most, there arose warning enough, even to greatness itself, to rely for its best security upon wisdom and innocence. A little before the death of Tiberius, then past hopes, he was reported to be dead. Instantly the courtiers crowded about Caligula the next heir, with a torrent of congratulations and zeal, and he was going forth thus attended to assume the pomp and exercise of sovereignty, when sudden tidings came that the emperor, who had lain some time in a swoon, was revived, and calling for some refreshment to strengthen his spirits. Instant terror seized all; most of them dispersed and fled, some assumed an air of mourning, many feigned utter ignorance. Caligula was struck speechless, and from the highest hopes expecting his last doom. Macro only remained undaunted. He commanded the ancient emperor to be smothered with a great weight of coverings, having first ordered everybody to quit the chamber. Amongst the many good things and excellent sense in the memoirs of Cardinal de Retz, there occur frequent pictures of the court, particularly upon the beginning of the commotions in Paris. At the Palace Royal, and especially in the cabinet, upon that occasion, every individual assumed a person and acted a part. The coadjutor acted the innocent and the dupe, but was not so. Mazarin affected to appear resolute, but appeared more so than he was. By starts and intervals the queen counterfeited great temper and gentleness, yet had been at no time more bitter and enraged. The Duc de Longueville feigned extreme affliction, yet felt a sensible joy, as he was the man in the world the most delighted with the beginnings of all affairs. The Duke of Orleans, in speaking to the queen, shewed great warmth and vehemence, but presently after fell a whistling, a usual habit of his, with all the indolence in the world. The Marshal de Villeroy displayed gaiety and unconcern, to make his court to Mazarin, but to the coadjutor he owned, with tears in his eyes, that the state was upon the brink of a precipice. M. de Beautreux and M. de Nogent played the buffoons, to humour the queen, and drawled upon the commotion, though both these men knew well that, in all probability, this farce of theirs would too soon be followed by a tragedy. The Abbé de la Rivière only, though the most notorious poltroon of the age, was persuaded that this popular insurrection was but smoke. This he maintained stiffly to the queen, and this pleased her. To fill up the complement of actors, the Marshal de la Meilleraie, who had hitherto joined with the coadjutor in representing the terrors and consequences of the tumult, all on a sudden changed his past part and took that of the champion, with a different tone and other sentiments. In an instant he was all rage and contempt and defiance. In short, the queen and the cardinal took every one who told them truth for a certain enemy to themselves, and for a promoter, at least a secret well-wisher, of the revolt. When this was the reward of plain dealing, who would venture his place and favour by dealing plainly? Thus, for want of honest information and sincere advisers, and by suspecting or disbelieving such as were so, the state had nigh perished. The whole detail in de Retz is full of curious incidents, full of strong and just reflections, as is almost the whole book. End of Discourse 9.
Section 13 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 10. Of Armies and Conquest. Section 1. the burden and danger of maintaining great armies. Too many princes are infatuated with false notions of glory, and thence delight in war. Without doubt it is true glory to excel in war, where war is necessary, but in the whole course of history, where one has been so, 20 have been otherwise. And to engage in it from the wantonness of ambition, or for the sake of laurel, or through peevishness and humour, is to risque the blood, and treasure, and people, and being of a state, for the foppery of false heroism, or to sacrifice the same to the selfish and inglorious view of making a country, either that which conquers, or that which is conquered, or both, the prey of the hero. For such has been generally the logic of the sword, that because it has saved, it may therefore oppress and enthrall, and for defending a part, take the whole. Wars begat great armies, armies begat great taxes, heavy taxes waste and impoverish the country, even where armies commit no violences. A case seldom to be supposed, because it has seldom happened. But where great armies are, they must be employed, and do mischief abroad, to keep them from doing it at home, so that the people must be exhausted and oppressed, to keep the men of the sword in exercise. The great Turk, to keep the sword of the Janissaries from his own throat, is forced to plague his neighbours, even where he earns nothing but blows and disgrace, and thence increases the danger which he would avert. For as by his armies he makes all men his slaves, he himself is a slave to his armies, and often their victim, or, to escape himself, is frequently forced to satiate their fury by the blood of his bravest officers and best counsellors. If it be the glory of his monarchy that he can put the greatest men and all men to death, without reason or form or process, he is subject in his own person to the same lawless and expeditious butchery from his own outrageous slaves, who, being not accustomed to receive any law from him, give him none, whenever he is in their power, which is as often as they think fit. And he, who is a prince of slaves, is adjudged by slaves, and dies like the meanest slave. What is there to save him? His people, who are oppressed, want the inclination, and, being unarmed, the power, so that he lives in personal servitude to those who are the instruments of public servitude, and as others must die to please him, so must he to please them. It is the law of retaliation, and operates as often as its causes operate, namely caprice, or rage, or fear. This is the blessing of being absolute, and unfettered by human constitutions. The same sword which is lifted up for you at the command of whim or passion, is with the like wantonness lifted up against you, and if you reign in blood, you must not think it strange to die in it. Section 2. Great armies the best disciplined, whether thence the less formidable to a country, their temper and views. In regard to public liberty, armies the best disciplined are not less to be dreaded than the worst, but I think more, since their relaxation of discipline takes away from their union and sufficiency. It renders them weaker and less equal to mighty mischief. But where they are strict and united, the highest inequalities are not too big for them. Disorderly troops may rob particulars, ravage towns, and harass a country, but if you would subdue nations, commit universal spoil, and enslave empires, your forces must be under the best regulations. It was with an army victorious and brave, and consequently well disciplined, that Agathocles slaughtered all the nobles of Syracuse, and brought that illustrious state, the noblest of all the Greek cities, under bondage. Cromwell's conquest of his country was made by troops the most sober and best disciplined that this, or perhaps any other nation, has ever seen. And it was with the best of all the Roman armies that Caesar established himself tyrant of Rome. Soldiers know little else but booty and blind obedience. Whatever their interest or rapacity dictates, they generally will do, and whatever their officers command, they must do. It is their profession to dispute by force and the sword. They too soon learn their own power, and where it is an overbalance for the civil power, it will always control the civil power and all things. They find readily somewhat to say. The strongest is ever the best disputant, when he carries his reason upon the point of his sword. They have done great services, they have suffered great wrongs, and will therefore reward and redress themselves. It is the reasoning of Caesar. It is nothing to the purpose to say, that an army listed among the natives, especially the officers being natives, and many of them men of fortune, will never hurt or oppress their country. For such were Cromwell's army, such was Caesar's, and many other enslaving armies. Besides, armies are soon modelled, and officers who are obnoxious are soon changed. No government can subsist but by force, and wherever that force lies, there it is that government is, or soon will be. Free states therefore have preserved themselves and their liberties by arming all their people, because all the people are interested in preserving those liberties, by drawing out numbers of them thus armed to serve their country occasionally, and by dissolving them, when that occasion was over, into the mass of people again, by often changing the chief officers, or, if they continued to the same, by letting their commissions be temporary, and always subject to the control of the supreme power, often to that of other coordinate power, as the Dutch generals are to the deputies. It is indeed but rare that states who have not taken such precaution have not lost their liberties. Their generals have set up for themselves, and turned the arms put into their hands against their master. This did Marius, Sylla, Caesar, Dionysius, Agathocles, Charles Martel, Oliver Cromwell, and many others, and this they all did by the same means. It is still frequently done in the Eastern monarchies, and by the same means all the Christian princes of Europe, who were arbitrary, became so. For, as the experience of all ages shews us, that all men's views are to retain dominion and riches, it is ridiculous to hope that they will not use the means in their power to attain them, and madness to trust them with those means. They will never want pretences, either from their own safety or the public good, to justify the measures which have succeeded, and they know well that the success will always justify itself, that great numbers will be found to sanctify their power, most of the rest will submit to it, and in time will think it just and necessary, perhaps at last believe it to be obtained miraculously, and to have been the immediate act of heaven. Section 3. Princes ruling by military power, ever at the mercy of military men. As by these means private men often come at sovereign power, so limited princes often become arbitrary. But one mischief is inseparable from this sort of government. They generally lose their authority by the same method they get it. For, having attained it by violence, they are obliged to keep it by violence, and that cannot be done but by engaging in the interest of their oppression a body of men, strong enough to maintain it. And it will for the most part happen, that as these men have no interest but their own in serving a tyrant, so when that interest ceases, and they can serve themselves better in destroying him, they seldom fail of doing it. In fact, we find that in all great despotic governments in the world, the monarchs are slaves to their soldiery, and they murder and dispose their princes just according to their caprices. The general sets up any of the princes of the blood, whom he thinks most for his interest, and oftentimes upon the death of the possessor, they are all set up, by one part of the army or another, if one cannot get all the rest into his power and murder them, and the civil war continues till one has slaughtered all his rivals. If this is not done in the modern absolute governments of Europe, it is because despotic power is not so thoroughly established there, and the people have yet some share of property, and consequently of power. But still they do it as much as they dare. In some instances they have set up themselves, and in almost all have been the principal engines and instruments in working about revolutions, according to their own inclinations and disgusts. Of this we had many instances in our own country within the compass of not many years. How much easier it is to corrupt a few leading officers, often necessitous, generally ambitious, than to persuade a whole kingdom, if they are well governed, to destroy themselves. Some will be disobliged, because not preferred to their wishes, or because others are preferred before them. They will differ according to their countries or their interests about the person to be their general, and to have the power of preferring or recommending officers, and that part which is disappointed shall be a faction against that which succeeds. Wherever commissions are venal, there will be no difficulty of buying those, who are disaffected, into them, if they can disguise their disaffection till a proper opportunity. In a country where factions abound, and those at the helm can find any account in keeping measures with a contrary faction, officers will be put in to oblige that faction, sometimes to gratify friends or favourites. At different times others will be discarded to oblige one party or to mortify the other. New men, by private recommendation or money, shall supersede old officers. This will create new dissatisfactions and disgusts, as soon as they dare shew them. When the administration is changed, and another party gets uppermost, all those things shall be done over again, so that at last an army shall be a medley of all the factions of a kingdom, and all their performance and expectations depending upon the success of those factions. Each individual will take every safe opportunity to advance his own, and for the most part one or other of these factions, sometimes all, are ready to join in shuffling the cards anew, the sure prelude of a civil war. This is, and ever must be, the case of all countries which subsist by standing armies. For there are few instances in history to be given of armies who did not play their own game in times of distress, few instances of disobliged or unpreferred officers who did not change sides. Too many have made their peace by some remarkable act of treachery. Very often they have done it only from the motives of ambition and avarice. I wish that we never had instances among ourselves of any who have done the same, or even of generals who played a double game. What Oliver Cromwell, Monk, and very many both of the King's and of the Parliament officers did in the Civil War, we all know, as well as what King James's army did more lately. I wish we equally knew what intrigues of this kind have been carrying on since. In civil wars amongst men of the same country, the communication is so easy between friends, relations, and former acquaintance, that there is a very ready transition from one side to another, and a little success, small intrigues, and a few advantages generally make that transition. Section 4. Instances of the boldness and fury of the Roman soldiery. It is astonishing from what light and wanton motives, by what vile and contemptible instruments, armies are often instigated to violence and ravages. The sedition of that in Pannonia, after the death of Augustus, was raised by one common soldier, inflamed by another. Rapine and massacres were committed or defended by almost all. They murdered their officers. Even their general had like to have been murdered, upon the credit of an impudent lie told by one of these vile incendiaries, who yet could scarcely allege any other grievance than that they had not too much pay and too little discipline. Nor was the insurrection, excited by these two fellows, restrained to the Pannonian legions only, but extended to those in Germany, who waxed into fury rather greater, and outraged all things, human and divine. It was one common soldier who gave the empire to Claudius, by saluting him emperor, while the poor dastardly wretch was lurking in a corner, and expecting death instead of sovereignty. Under Galba, 2 private sentinels undertook to transfer the empire to another, and actually transferred it. It is shocking to reflect with what eagerness these bloodthirsty assassins hastened to murder that good old prince, for no charge of misgovernment, nor for defrauding them of their pay, but because he would not exhaust the public to glut them with bounties. They were such abandoned Russians that they sought to kill Marius Celsus, purely because he was an able and virtuous man. They judged him an enemy to themselves who delighted only in blood and wickedness and spoil. It would require a volume to recount the behaviour, the treacherous and inhuman exploits of these sons of violence thenceforward. Their murdering and promoting of emperors, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes more, once 30 at a time, their selling the empire for money, their besieging, threatening to massacre the Senate, their burning the capital, setting fire to the imperial city, pillaging and butchering its inhabitants, and using them as slaves and captives, with other instances of their insolence, barbarity, and misrule. In the 3rd and 4th volumes of this work, much of this will be seen, recounted by Tacitus. The Gothic governments were military in their first settlement. The general was king, the officers were the nobles, and the soldiers their tenants. But by the nature of the settlement, out of an army a country militia was produced. The prince had many occasional troops, but no standing troops. Hence he grew not absolute, like the Great Turk, who, having cantoned out the conquered countries amongst his horsemen, must by doing it have lost his arbitrary power, but that he kept a large body of men in arms, called the Janissaries. Great Britain has preserved its liberties so long, because it has preserved itself from great standing armies, which, wherever they are strong enough to master their country, will certainly first or last master it. Some troops we must have for guards and garrisons, enough to prevent sudden insurrections and sudden revolutions. What numbers are sufficient for this, the experience of past times and the sense of our parliaments have shown. Section 5. The humour of conquering, how injudicious, vain, and destructive. The Athenians began the ruin of their state by a mad and expensive war upon Sicily, and from an ambition of conquering a people who had never offended them, exposed themselves to the attacks of the Lacedaemonians, to the revolt of their own subjects, to domestic disorders, and the change of their government. And though upon the recalling of Alcibiades they won some victories, and for a while made some figure, they were at last conquered entirely by Lysander, their walls thrown down, the state subject to them set at liberty, and they themselves subjected to the domination of 30 tyrants. They never after recovered their former glory. The Lacedaemonians fell afterwards into the same warlike folly, and their folly had the same fate. By lording over Greece they drew upon themselves a combination of Greek cities, which together, especially the Thebans, under the famous Epaminondas, despoiled them of their authority, soon after their triumph over Athens. The Thebans too abused their good fortune. They were equally fond of fighting and conquest, and by it drew another confederacy against them. In truth, every one of these states had been so long weakening themselves and one another by the propensity to war, that at last they fell under the servitude to the kings of Macedon, a country formerly depending upon, or rather under the vassalage to Athens and Sparta. These states acted like some of the princes of our time. By trusting to their own superior prowess, they invaded their neighbours, and taught them art enough to beat themselves. Thus the Muscovite, by falling upon the late King of Sweden, yet in his minority, roused a tempest that had well nigh overturned his throne, and thus that the king, by refusing the most honourable conditions of peace, and by urging his fate and revenge too far, taught the Russians that bravery and discipline, which nothing could ever teach them before, saw his own brave army utterly routed by forces that he despised, himself driven from his dominions, and a fugitive in the country of infidels, and his provinces cantoned out amongst enemies, who, before he had tempted his good fortune to leave him, would have been glad to have compounded with him for a moiety of their own dominions. Charles, Duke of Burgundy, had had his head so turned with gaining the battle of Montlhéry, that he never listened afterwards to any counsel, but that of his own headstrong humour, nor ceased plunging himself into wars, till in that against the Switzers, who had given him no just provocation, he lost his army, his dominions, and his life. If Philip II had kept his oath with the Low Countries, he might have preserved his authority over them all, but nothing less would humour his pride than the subduing of their liberties and conscience, and in defence of their conscience and property, he drove them to the use of arms, which a people employed in trade and manufacture as they were, had no list to nor skill in. Everybody knows the issue. He lost the 7 provinces and their revenue for ever, with many millions of money, and almost 500,000 of lives thrown away to recover them. By his mighty and boasted armada, designed to conquer England, what else did he conquer but his own power at sea? He had been for some years preparing, a naval force mighty as his own arrogance, but it all proved to be only measures taken for baffling his arrogance and for destroying the maritime force of Spain. And all the while that he was vainly meditating the destruction of England, he was in reality taking the part of England against himself, and with all his might weakening its greatest enemy. Had he husbanded that mighty strength, had he employed it at times and in parcels against these dominions, he might have had some success, but he combined against his own hopes. How foolish is the reasoning of passion! It leads men to throw away strength to gain weakness. Even where these sons of violence succeed, they may be justly said to acquire nothing beyond the praise of mischief. What is the occupation and end of princes and governors, but to rule men for their own good, and to keep them from hurting one another? Now what conqueror is there who mends the condition of the conquered? Alexander the Great, though he well knew the difference between a limited and a lawless monarchy, did not pretend that his invasion of Persia was to mend the condition of the Persians. It was a pure struggle for dominion. When he had gained it, he assumed the throne upon the same arbitrary terms upon which their own monarchs had held it, nor knew any law but his own. The subject only felt the violence of the change, without any benefit or relaxation from slavery. His glory, therefore, is all false and deceitful, as is all glory which is gained by the blood of men, without mending the state of mankind. This spirit of fighting and conquering continued in his successors, who plagued the earth as he had done, and weltered in the blood of one another, till they were almost all destroyed by the sword or poison, with the whole family of Alexander. It was no part of the dispute amongst them, which of them could bestow most happiness upon the afflicted world, about which they strove, but who should best exalt himself and enslave all. The state of Carthage, after many countries conquered but not bettered by her arms, was almost dissolved by her own barbarous mercenaries, and at last conquered and destroyed by the Romans, who were in truth the most generous conquerors that the world has known. And most countries found the Roman government better than their own. This continued for some time, till the provincial magistrates grew rapacious, and turned the provinces into spoil. Rome itself perished by her conquests, which, being made by great armies, occasioned such power and insolence in their commanders, and set some citizens so high above the rest, an inequality pernicious to free states, that she was enslaved by ingrates whom she had employed to defend her. Rome vanquished foreign nations. Foreign luxury debauched Rome, and traitorous citizens seized upon their mother with all her acquisitions. All her great blaze and grandeur served only to make her wretchedness more conspicuous, and her chains more intensely felt. Upon her thraldom there ensued such a series of tyranny and misery, treachery, oppression, cruelty, death, and affliction, in all shapes, that her agonies were scarce ever suspended till she finally expired. When her own tyrants, became through tyranny impotent, could no longer afflict her, for protection was none of their business, a host of barbarians, only known for ravages and acts of inhumanity, finished the work of desolation and closed her civil doom. She has been since racked under a tyranny more painful, as it is more slow and more base, as it is scarce a domination of men. I mean her vassalage to a sort of beings of all others the most merciless and contemptible, monks and spectres. Section 6. The folly of conquering further urged and exemplified. The Turks, like other conquerors, know not when to leave off. They sacrifice the people to gain more territories, and the more they conquer, the greater is their loss. They lavish men and treasure, to gain waste ground. What is the use of earth and water, when there are no inhabitants for these elements to support? The strength of a government consists in numerous subjects industrious and happy, not in extent of territory desolate or ill-peopled, or peopled with inhabitants poor and idle. It is incredible what a profusion of wealth and lives their attempts upon Persia have cost them, always with fatal success, even under their wisest and most warlike princes, and at a time when their empire flourished most. Yet these attempts are continued, at a season when their affairs are at the lowest, their provinces exhausted, their people and revenue decayed, their soldiery disorderly, and all things conspiring to the final dissolution of their empire. Those who will be continually exerting their whole strength, whether they be societies or particular men, will at last have none to exert. The Turks have been for ages wasting their victuals to widen their extremities, and to extend their limbs, which, by being unnaturally stretched, are quite disjointed and benumbed for want of nourishment from the seat of life, and must therefore, like mortified members, soon drop off. They have been long spinning out their own victuals. Now, if they had conquered Persia, what benefit would the conquest have derived to the Persians? None at all, but, on the contrary, fresh oppression and probably persecution, since the Turks deem them heretics for the colour of their caps, and for their obstinate refusal to change one name for another in the list of Mohammed's successors. Thus these barbarians destroy themselves to destroy others, and Christian princes imitate these barbarians. The Spaniard, to secure to himself the possession of America, destroyed more lives than he had subjects in Europe, and his mighty empire there, with his mountains of treasure, bears indeed an awful sound. Yet it is allowed that he has lost much more than he got, besides the crying guilt of murdering a large part of the globe. His conquest there, together with his expulsion of the Moors at home, have dispeopled Spain, and the inhabitants who remain trusting to their American wealth are too proud and lazy to be industrious, so that most of their gold goes to other nations for the manufactures wanted in the Spanish West Indies. Hence multitudes and diligence often creates multitudes, as by multitudes diligence is created, are better than mountains of gold, and will certainly attract such mountains, though others have the name and first property. Had he kept the industrious Moors, and expelled the barbarous inquisitors, encouraged liberty and trade, and consequently liberty of conscience, Spain would have been a more powerful nation, and he consequently a greater king, than all his wide and guilty conquests have made him. Sir Walter Raleigh says, that the Low Countries alone did, for revenue, equal his West Indies. Notwithstanding his many kingdoms, his empire in both hemispheres, and that the sun never sets upon all his dominions at once, the small Republic of Holland, small in compass of territory, has been an overmatch for him. A late neighbouring prince was a busy conqueror, but did his people and country gain by his conquests? He drained them of men and money by millions, only to add to their poverty, servitude, and wretchedness, and from their chains and misery derived his own glory. Nor do I know any reason why a prince, who reduces his people, his nobles, and all degree of men in his dominions, to poverty and littleness, should have the title of great, unless for the greatness of the evils which he brought upon his own kingdom and all Europe. Let the late and present condition of that monarchy declare what advantages that noble country owes to his glory and victories. Had it not been for his wanton wars and oppressive taxes, there is no pitch of felicity which the goodness of their soil and climate, the number and industry of the natives, their many manufacturers, and the advantage of their situation, might not have raised them to. But all was sacrificed to the ambition and bigotry of one. How many resources that kingdom had within itself, and to what happiness it is capable of rising under a just and gentle administration, is manifest from the suddenness with which it recovered itself under the good government of Henry the Fourth. How many millions it paid, how many put it into the exchequer, and what a flourishing condition it was arrived to, after so fierce, so long, and so consuming a civil war, and what a flourishing condition it was arrived to, after so fierce, so long, and so consuming a civil war, and after two such profuse and profligate reigns, as that of Charles the Ninth and that of Henry the Third. But what avails all this, when one short edict and the maggot of a minute can dissipate all its wealth and all its happiness? I might here display what ridiculous causes do often pique and awaken the vanity and ambition of princes, and prompt them to lavish lives and treasure, and utterly undo those whom they should tenderly protect, for a beast of burden, or even for the tooth of a beast, for a mistress, for a river, for a senseless word hastily spoken, for words that had a foolish meaning or no meaning at all, for an empty sepulchre or an empty title, to dry the tears of a coquette, to comply with the whims of a pedant, or to execute the curses of a bigot. Important wars have sometimes been waged, and nations animated to destroy one another, nor is there any security against such destructive follies, where the sense of every man must acquiesce in the wild passion of one, and where the interest and peace and preservation of a state are found too light to balance his rage or caprice. Hence the policy of the Romans to tame a people not easy to be subdued. They committed such to the domination of tyrants. Thus they did in Armenia, and thus in Britain. And these instruments did not only enslave their subjects, but by continual fighting with one another, consume them. Necessary wars are accomplished with evils more than enough, and who can bear or forgive calamities courted and sought? The Roman state owed her greatness in a good measure to a misfortune. It was founded in war and nourished by it. The same may be said of the Turkish monarchy, but states formed for peace, though they do not arrive to such immensity and grandeur, are more lasting and secure. Witness Sparta and Venice. The former lasted 800 years, and the other has lasted 1200, without any revolution. What errors they both committed, were owing to their attempts to conquer, for which they were not formed. Though the Spartans were exceedingly brave and victorious, but they wanted the plebes ingenua, which formed the strength of the Roman armies. As the Janissaries, a militia formerly excellently trained and disciplined, formed those of the Turk. With the latter, fighting and extending their dominions is an article of their religion, as false and barbarous in this as in many of its other principles, and as little calculated for the good of men. End of Discourse 10.
Section 14 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laura Koskinen. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, The Annals, Book 1, Part 1, The Reign of Augustus. Kings were the original magistrates of Rome. Lucius Brutus founded liberty and the consulship. Dictators were chosen only in pressing exigencies. Little more than 2 years prevailed the supreme power of the decemvirate, and the consular jurisdiction of the military tribunes not very many. The domination of Cinna was but short, that of Sulla not long. The authority of Pompey and Crassus was quickly swallowed up in Caesar, that of Lepidus and Anthony in Augustus. The Commonwealth, then long distressed and exhausted by civil dissensions, fell easily into his hands, and over her he assumed sovereign dominion, softened with the popular title of Prince of the Senate. But the several revolutions in the ancient free state of Rome, and all her happy or disastrous events, are already recorded by writers of signal renown. Nor, even in the reign of Augustus, were there wanting authors of distinction and genius to have composed his story, till, by the prevailing spirit of flattery and abasement, they were checked. As to the succeeding princes, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, the dread of their tyranny, whilst they yet reigned, falsified their history, and after their fall, the fresh detestation of their cruelties inflamed their historians. Hence my own design of recounting briefly certain incidents in the reign of Augustus, chiefly towards his latter end, and of entering afterwards more fully into that of Tiberius and the other three, unbiased by any resentment or any affection, the influences of such personal passions being far from me. When, after the fall of Brutus and Cassius, there remained none to fight for the Commonwealth, and her arms were no longer in her own hands, when Sextus Pompeius was utterly defeated in Sicily, Lepidus bereft of his command, Mark Antony slain, and of all the chiefs of the late dictator's party, only Octavius his nephew was left, he put off the invidious name of Triumvir, and styling himself consul, pretended that the jurisdiction attached to the tribuneship was his highest aim, as in it the protection of the populace was his only view. But when once he had secured the soldiery by liberality and donations, gained the people by store of provisions, and charmed all by the blessings and sweetness of public peace, he began by politic gradations to exalt himself, and with his own power to consolidate the authority of the Senate, jurisdiction of the magistrate, and weight and force of the laws, usurpations in which he was thwarted by no man. All the most determined republicans had fallen in battle, or by the late sanguinary proscriptions; and for the surviving nobility, they were covered with wealth and distinguished with public honours, according to the measure of their debasement and promptness to bondage. Add, that all who in the loss of public freedom had gained private fortunes, preferred a servile condition, safe and possessed, to the revival of ancient liberty with personal peril. Neither were the provinces averse to the present revolution, since under the government of the people and Senate they had lived in constant fear and mistrust, from the raging competition amongst our grandees, as well as from the rapine and exactions of our magistrates. In vain too had been their appeal to the laws, which were utterly enfeebled and borne down by violence, by parties, nay, even by subornation and money. Moreover, Augustus, to fortify his domination with collateral bulwarks, raised his sister's son Claudius Marcellus, a perfect youth, to the dignity of pontiff and that of aedile; preferred Marcus Agrippa to 2 successive consulships, a man in truth meanly born, but an accomplished soldier, and the companion of his victories; and Marcellus, the husband of Julia soon after dying, chose him for his son-in-law. Even the sons of his wife, Tiberius Nero and Claudius Drusus, he dignified with high military titles and commands, though his house was yet supported by descendants of his own blood. For into the Julian family and name of the Caesars he had already adopted Lucius and Gaius, the sons of Agrippa; and though they were but children, neither of them 17 years old, vehement had been his ambition to see them declared princes of the Roman youth, and even designed to the consulship, while openly he was protesting against admitting these early honours. Presently, upon the decease of Agrippa, were these his children snatched away, either by their own natural but hasty fate, or by the deadly fraud of their stepmother Livia. Lucius, on his journey to command the armies in Spain; Gaius in his return from Armenia, ill of a wound; and as Drusus, one of her own sons, had been long since dead, Tiberius remained sole candidate for the succession. Upon this object centred all princely honours. He was by Augustus adopted for his son, assumed colleague in the empire, partner in the jurisdiction tribunitial, and presented under all these dignities to the several armies, instances of grandeur which were no longer derived from the secret schemes of his mother, as in times past, while her husband had unexceptionable heirs of his own, but thenceforth bestowed at her open suit. For, as Augustus was now very aged, she had obtained over him such absolute sway, that for her pleasure he banished into the Isle of Planasia his only surviving grandson, Agrippa Posthumus, destitute in truth of laudable accomplishments, in his temper untractable, and stupidly conceited of his mighty strength, but branded with no misdemeanour or transgression. The emperor had withal set Germanicus, the son of Drusus, over 8 legions quartered upon the Rhine, and obliged Tiberius to adopt him, though Tiberius had then a son of his own, one of competent years. But it was the study of Augustus to secure himself and the succession by variety of stays and engraftments. War at that time there was none, except that in Germany, kept on foot rather to abolish the disgrace sustained by Quintilius Varus, there slain with his army, than from any ambition to enlarge the empire, or for any other valuable advantage. In profound tranquillity were affairs at Rome. To the magistrates remained their wonted names. Of the Romans the younger sort had been born since the battle of Actium, and even most of the old during the civil wars. how few were then living who had seen the ancient free state! The frame and economy of Rome being thus totally overturned, amongst the Romans were no longer found any traces of their primitive spirit, or attachment to the virtuous institutions of antiquity. But as the equality of the whole was extinguished by the sovereignty of one, all men regarded the orders of the prince as the only rule of conduct and obedience. Nor felt they any anxiety, while Augustus yet retained vigor of life, and upheld the credit of his administration with public peace and the imperial fortune of his house. But when he became broken with age and infirmities, when his end was at hand, and thence a new source of hopes and views was presented, some few there were who began to reason idly about the blessings and recovery of liberty. Many dreaded a civil war; others longed for one; while far the greater part were uttering their several apprehensions of their future masters. That naturally stern and savage was the temper of Agrippa, and by his public contumely enraged into fury, and neither in age nor experience was he equal to the weight of empire. Tiberius indeed had arrived at fullness of years, and was a distinguished captain, but possessed the inveterate pride entailed upon the Claudian race, and many indications of a cruel nature escaped him, in spite of all his arts to disguise it. Besides that, from his early infancy he was trained up in a reigning house, and even in his youth inured to an accumulation of power and honours, consulships and triumphs. Nor, during the several years of his abode at Rhodes, where, under the plausible name of retirement, a real banishment was covered, did he exercise other occupation than that of meditating future vengeance, studying the arts of treachery, and practising secret and abominable sensualities. Add to these considerations that of his mother, a woman inspired with all the tyranny of her sex, that the Romans must be under bondage to a woman, and moreover enthralled by two youths, who would first combine to oppress the state, then, falling into dissension, rend it piecemeal. While the public was engaged in these and the like debates, the illness of Augustus daily increased, and some strongly suspected the pestilent practices of his wife. For there had been, some months before, a rumour abroad, that Augustus, having singled out a few of his most faithful servants, had taken Fabius Maximus for his only companion, and sailed secretly over to the island of Planasia, there to visit his grandson Agrippa; that many tears were shed on both sides, many tokens of mutual tenderness shown, and hopes from thence conceived that the unhappy youth would be restored to his own place in his grandfather's family; that Maximus had disclosed it to Marcia, she to Livia, and thence the emperor knew that the secret was betrayed; that Maximus being soon after dead, as it was doubted, through fear, by his own hands, Marcia was observed in her lamentations and groans at his funeral to accuse herself as the sad cause of her husband's destruction. Whatever truth was in all this, Tiberius was scarce entered Illyricum but he was hastily recalled by his mother's letters; nor is it fully known whether, at his return to Nola, he found Augustus yet breathing, or already breathless; for Livia had carefully beset the palace, and all the avenues to it, with detachments of the guards, and good news of his recovery were from time to time given out. When she had taken all measures necessary in so great a conjuncture, in one and the same moment was published the departure of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Father Ziley of Detroit. Recorded November 2007. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. The Annals, Book 1, Part 2. Tiberius takes the throne. The first feat of this new reign was the murder of young Agrippa. The assassin, a bold and determined centurion, found him destitute of arms, and little apprehending such a destiny, yet was scarce able to dispatch him. Of this transaction Tiberius avoided any mention in the Senate. He would have it pass for done by the commands of Augustus, as if he had transmitted written orders to the tribune who guarded Agrippa, quotes open, to slay him the instant he heard of his grandfather's decease, quotes closed. It is very true that Augustus had made many and vehement complaints of the young man's obstinate and unruly demeanor, and even solicited from the Senate a decree to authorize his banishment. But he had never hardened himself against the sentiments of nature, nor in any instance dipped his hands in his own blood. Neither is it credible that he would sacrifice the life of his grandson for the security and establishment of his stepson. More probable it is that this hasty murder was purely the work of Tiberius and Livia, that the young prince, hated and dreaded by both, fell thus untimely to rid the one of his apprehensions and a rival, and to satiate in the other the rancorous spirit of a stepmother. When the centurion, according to the custom of the army, acquainted Tiberius, quotes open, that his commands were executed, quotes closed, he answered, quotes open, he had commanded no such execution, and the centurion must appear before the Senate, and for it be answerable to them, quotes closed. This alarmed Solistius Crispus, who shared in all his secret counsels, and had sent the centurion the warrant. He dreaded that he should be arraigned for the assassination, and knew it equally perilous either to confess the truth and charge the emperor, or falsely to clear the emperor and accuse himself. Hence he had recourse to Livia, and warned her, quotes open, never to divulge the secrets of the palace, never to expose to public examination the ministers who advised, nor the soldiers who executed. Tiberius should be aware of relaxing the authority of the prince by referring all things to that of the Senate, since it was the indispensable prerogative of sovereignty for all men to be accountable to one. Quotes closed. Now at Rome, consuls, senators, and Roman knights were all rushing with emulation into bondage. The higher the quality of each, the more false and forward the men, all careful so to frame their faces as to reconcile false joy for the accession of Tiberius with feigned sadness for the loss of Augustus. Hence they intermingled tears with gladness, wailings with gratulations, and all with servile flattery. Sextus Pompeius and Sextus Apuleius, at that time consuls, took first the oath of fidelity to Tiberius, then administered it to Caius Strabo and Caius Tyrannius, the former captain of the Praetorian Guards, the other intendant of the public stores. The oath was next given to the Senate, to the people, and to the soldiery, all by the same consuls. For Tiberius affected to derive all public transactions from the legal ministry of the consuls, as if the ancient republic still subsisted, and he were yet unresolved about embracing the sovereign rule. He even owned in his edict for summoning the Senate that he issued it by virtue of the tribunitial power granted him under Augustus. The edict, too, was short and unexceptionably modest. It imported that, quotes open, they were to consider of the funeral honours proper to be paid his deceased father, for he himself would not depart from the corpse, and further that this edict implied, he claimed, no share in the public administration, quotes closed. Yet from the moment Augustus was dead, he usurped all the prerogatives of imperial state, gave the word to the praetorian cohorts, had soldiers about the palace, guards about his person, went guarded in the street, guarded to the Senate, and bore all the marks of majesty. Nay, he writ letters to the several armies in the undisguised style of one already their prince, nor did he ever hesitate or speak with ambiguity about it. But when he spoke to the Senate, the chief cause of his reserve and obscurity there proceeded from his fear of Germanicus. He dreaded that he who was master of so many legions of numberless auxiliaries, and of all the allies of Rome, he who was the darling of the people, might wish rather to possess the empire than to wait for it. He likewise aimed at false glory, and would rather seem by the commonwealth chosen and called to the empire than to have crept darkly into it by the intrigues of a woman, or by adoption from a superannuated prince. It was also afterwards found that by this abstruseness and counterfeit irresolution he meant to penetrate into the designs and inclinations of the great men, for his jealous spirit construed all their words, all their looks, into crimes, and stored them up in his heart against a day of vengeance. When he first met the Senate, he would bear no other business to be transacted but that about the funerals of Augustus. His last will was brought in by the Vestal Virgins. In it Tiberius and Livia were appointed his heirs, Livia adopted into the Julian family, and dignified with the name of Augusta. Into the next and second degree of heirship he adopted his grandchildren and their children, and in the third degree he named the great men of Rome, most of them hated by him, but out of vainglory he named them, and for future renown. His legacies were not beyond the usual bounds. Only he left to the Roman people 400,000 great sestertia, to the populace or common sort 35,000, to every common soldier of the praetorian guards 1,000 small sestertii, and to every soldier of the Roman legions 300. The funeral honours were next considered. The chief presented were these. Asinius Gallus proposed that, quotes open, the funeral should pass through the triumphal gate, quotes closed. Lucius Aruntius, quotes open, that the titles of all the laws which he had made and the names of all the nations which he had conquered should be carried before the corpse, quotes closed. Valerius Messala added, quotes open, that the oath of allegiance to Tiberius should be renewed every year, quotes closed. And being asked by Tiberius, quotes open, whether at his instigation he had made that motion, I spoke it as my opinion, says Messala, nor will I ever be determined by any but my own in things which concern the common weal. Let who will be provoked by my freedom. Quotes closed. Only this new turn was wanting to complete the prevailing flattery of the time. The senators then concurred in a loud cry, quotes open, that upon their own shoulders they must bear the body to the pile, quotes closed. But Tiberius declined the offer from an arrogant show of moderation. Moreover, he cautioned the people by an edict, quotes open, not to disturb the funeral functions with a zeal overpassionate, as they had those of Julius Caesar, nor to insist that the corpse of Augustus should be burnt rather in the Forum than in the field of Mars, which was the place appointed, quotes closed. On the funeral day the soldiers under arms kept guard, a mighty mockery to those who had either seen or heard their fathers describe the day when Caesar the dictator was slain. Servitude was then new, its sorrows yet fresh and bitter, and liberty unsuccessfully retrieved by a deed which, while it seemed impious to some, was thought altogether glorious by others, and hence tore Rome into tumults and the violence of parties. They ridiculed the grimace of calling an aid of soldiers to secure a peaceable burial to a prince who had grown old in peace and power, and even provided against a relapse into liberty by a long train of successors. Hence much and various matter of observation concerning Augustus. The superstitious multitude admired the fortuitous events of his fortune, that the last day of his life and the first of his reign was the same, that he died at Nola in the same village, in the same house, and in the same chamber where his father Octavius died. They observed to his glory his many consulships, equal in number to those of Valerius Corvinus and of Caius Marius, joined together, that he had exercised the power of the tribuneship 37 years without interruption, that he was 21 times proclaimed imperator, with many other numerous honors repeated to him or created for him. Men of deeper discernment entered further into his life, but differed about it. His admirers said that his filial piety to his father Caesar, and the distractions of the republic, where the laws no longer governed, had driven him into a civil war, which, whatever be the first cause, can never be begun or carried on by just and gentle means. Indeed, to be revenged on the murderers of his father, he had made many great sacrifices to Anthony, many to Lepidus. But when Lepidus was become sunk and superannuated in sloth, when Anthony was lost headlong in sensuality, there was then no other remedy for the distracted state, rent piecemeal by its chiefs, but the sovereignty of one. Augustus, however, never had assumed to rule over his country as king or dictator, but settled the government under the legal name of Prince of the Senate. He had extended the empire, and set for its bounds the distant ocean, and rivers far remote, the several parts and forces of the state, the legions, the provinces, the navy, were all properly balanced and connected. The citizens lived dutifully under the protection of the law, the allies in terms of respect, and Rome itself was adorned with magnificent structures. Indeed, in a few instances, he had exerted the arbitrary violence of power, and in but a few, only to secure the peace of the whole. In answer to all this, it was urged that his filial piety and the unhappy situation of the republic were pure pretenses, but the ardent lust of reigning his true and only motive. With this spirit he had solicited into his service by bribery a body of veteran soldiers, and though a private youth, levied an army. With this spirit he had debauched and bought the Roman legions under the consuls, while he was falsely feigning a coalition with Pompey's republican party, that soon after, when he had procured from the Senate, or rather usurped the honors and authority of the praetorship, and when Hirtius and Pansa, the 2 consuls, were slain, he seized both their armies, that it was doubted whether the consuls fell by the enemy, or whether Pansa was not killed by pouring poison into his wounds, and Hirtius slain by his own soldiers, and whether the young Caesar was not the contriver of this bloody treason, that by terror he had extorted the consulship in spite of the Senate, and turned against the commonwealth the very arms with which the commonwealth had trusted him for her defense against Anthony. Add to all this his cruel proscriptions and the massacre of so many citizens, his seizing from the public and distributing to his own creatures so many lands and possessions, a violation of property not justified even by those who gained by it, but allowing him to dedicate to the manes of the dictator the lives of Brutus and Cassius, though more to his honor had it been to have postponed his own personal hate to public good. Did he not betray the young Pompey by an insidious peace, betray Lepidus by a deceitful show of friendship, Did he not next ensnare Mark Antony, first by treaties, those of Tarentum and Brundusium, then by a marriage, that of his sister Octavia? And did not Antony at last pay with his life the penalty of that subdolous alliance? After this, no doubt, there was peace, but illegible, bloody peace, bloody in the tragical defeat of Lollius, and that of Varus, in Germany and at Rome, the Verones, the Egnatii, the Julii, illustrious names, were put to death. Quotes closed. Nor was his domestic life spared upon this occasion. Quotes open. He had arbitrarily robbed Nero of his wife, big with child, by her husband, and mocked the gods by consulting the priests whether religion permitted him to marry her before her delivery, or obliged him to stay till after. His minions, Tadius and Vedius Pollio, had lived in scandalous and excessive luxury. His wife Livia, who wholly controlled him, had proved a cruel governess to the commonwealth, and to the Julian house a more cruel stepmother. He had even invaded the incommunicable honors of the gods, and setting up for himself temples like theirs, would, like them, be adored in the image of a deity, with all the sacred solemnity of priests and sacrifices. Nor had he adopted Tiberius for his successor, either out of affection for him, or from concern for the public welfare, but having discovered in him a spirit proud and cruel, he sought future glory from the blackest opposition and comparison. Quotes closed. For Augustus, when a few years before he solicited the Senate to grant to Tiberius another term of the authority of the tribuneship, though he mentioned him with honor, yet taking notice of his odd humor, behavior, and manners, dropped some expressions which, while they seemed to excuse him, exposed and upbraided him. As soon as the funeral of Augustus was over, a temple and divine worship were forthwith decreed him. The Senate then turned their supplications to Tiberius, to fill his vacant place, but received an abstruse answer, touching the greatness of the empire, and his own distrust of himself. He said that, quotes open, nothing but the divine genius of Augustus was equal to the mighty task, for himself who had been called by him into a participation of his cares, he had learnt by feeling them what a daring, what a difficult toil was that of government, and how perpetually subject to the caprices of fortune, that in a state supported by so many illustrious patriots, they ought not to cast the whole administration upon one, and more easy to be administered were the several offices of the government by the united pains and sufficiency of many. Quotes closed. A speech much more specious and sounding than cordial and sincere. Tiberius, even upon subjects which needed no disguises, used words dark and cautious, perhaps from his diffident nature, perhaps from a habit of dissembling. At this juncture, indeed, as he labored wholly to hide his heart, his language was the more carefully wrapped up in equivoques and obscurity. But the senators, who dreaded nothing so much as to seem to understand him, burst into tears, plaints, and vows. With extended arms they supplicated the gods, invoked the image of Augustus, and embraced the knees of Tiberius. He then commanded the imperial register to be produced and recited. It contained a summary of the strength and income of the empire, the number of Romans and auxiliaries in pay, the condition of the navy, of the several kingdoms paying tribute, and of the various provinces and their revenues, with the state of the public expense, the issues of the exchequer, and all the demands upon the public. This register was all written by the hand of Augustus, and in it he had subjoined his counsel to posterity, that the present boundaries of the empire should stand fixed without further enlargement. Whether this counsel was dictated by fear for the public or by envy towards his successors is uncertain. Now when the Senate was stooping to the vilest importunity and prostrations, Tiberius happened to say that, quotes open, as he was unequal to the weight of the whole government, so if they entrusted him with any particular part, whatever it were, he would undertake it. Quotes closed. Here Asinius Gallus interposed. Quotes open. I beg to know, Caesar, says he, what part of the government you desire for your share. Quotes closed. He was astonished with the unexpected question, and for a short space mute, but recovering himself answered that, quotes open, it ill became his modesty to choose or reject any particular branch of the administration, when he desired rather to be excused from the whole. Quotes closed. Gallus, who from his looks inferred deep displeasure, again accosted him and said, quotes open, by this question I did not mean that you should share that power which cannot be separated, but to reason you into a confession that the commonwealth is but one body and can be governed only by one soul. Quotes closed. He added an encomium upon Augustus and reminded Tiberius himself of his many victories, of the many civil employments which he had long and nobly sustained. Nor even thus could he mollify the wrath of Tiberius, who had long hated him, for that Gallus had married Vipsania, daughter of Marcus Agrippa, formerly wife to Tiberius, who then suspected that he meant to soar above the rank of a subject, and possessed too the bold and haughty spirit of Asinius Pollio his father. Lucius Arruntius incurred his displeasure next, by a speech not much unlike that of Gallus. It is true that towards him Tiberius bore no old rancor, but Arruntius had mighty opulence, prompt parts, noble accomplishments, with equal popularity and renown, and hence was marked by him with a fell eye of suspicion. For as Augustus, shortly before his decease, was mentioning those among great men who were capable of the supreme power, but would not accept it, or unequal to it, yet wished for it, or such as had both ambition and sufficiency, he had said that Marcus Lepidus was qualified, but would reject it. Asinius would be aspiring, but had inferior talents, and that Lucius Arruntius wanted no sufficiency, and upon a proper occasion would attempt it. Quotes closed. That he spoke thus of Lepidus and Asinius is agreed, but instead of Arruntius some writers have transmitted the name of Cnaeus Piso, and every one of these great men, except Lepidus, were afterwards cut off under the imputation of various crimes, all darkly framed by Tiberius. Quintus Haterius and Mamercus Scaurus did also incense his distrustful spirit, the first by asking him, quotes open, how long, Caesar, wilt thou suffer the commonwealth to remain destitute of a head? Quotes closed. Scaurus, because he had said there was room to hope that the prayers of the Senate would not prove abortive, since he had not interposed the tribunitial power, and thence obstructed the motion of the consuls in his behalf. Quotes closed. With Haterius he fell into instant rage. Towards Scaurus his resentment was more deep and implacable, and in profound silence he hid it. Wearied at last with public importunity and clamour, and with particular expostulations, he began to unbend a little. Not that he would own his undertaking the empire, but only avoid the uneasiness of perpetual solicitations and refusals. It is certain that Haterius, when he went next day to the palace to implore pardon, and throwing himself at the feet of Tiberius, embraced his knees, narrowly escaped being slain by the soldiers, because Tiberius, who was walking, tumbled down, whether by chance or whether his legs were entangled in the arms of Haterius. Neither was he a jot mollified by the danger which threatened so great a man, who was at length forced to supplicate Augusta for protection, nor could even she obtain it, but after the most laboured entreaties. Towards Livia likewise exorbitant was the flattering court of the Senate. Some were for decreeing her the general title of mother, others the more particular one of mother of her country, and almost all proposed that to the name of Tiberius should be added the son of Julia. Tiberius urged in answer that, quotes open, public honors to women ought to be adjudged with a sparing hand, and that with the same measure of moderation he would receive such as were presented to himself, quotes closed. In truth, from envy and solicitude lest his own grandeur should sink as that of his mother rose, he would not suffer so much as a lictor to be decreed her, and even forbade the raising her an altar upon her late adoption, or paying her any such solemnities. Yet for Germanicus he asked the proconsular power, and to carry him that dignity honorable deputies were sent, as also to mollify his sorrow for the death of Augustus. If for Drusus he demanded not the same honor, it was because Drusus was present, and already consul designed. He then named 12 candidates for the praetorship, the same number settled by Augustus. And though the Senate requested him to increase it, he bound himself by an oath never to exceed. The privilege of creating magistrates was now first translated from the assemblies of the people to the Senate. For though the emperor had before conducted all affairs of moment at his pleasure, yet till that day some were still transacted by the tribes, and carried by their bent and suffrages. Neither did the regret of the people for the seizure of these their ancient rights rise higher than some impotent grumbling. The Senate too liked the change, as by it they were released from the charge of buying votes, and from the shame of begging them. And so moderate was Tiberius, that, of the 12 candidates, he only reserved to himself the recommendation of 4, to be accepted without opposition or caballing. At the same time, the tribunes of the people asked leave to celebrate at their own expense certain plays in honor of Augustus, such as were to be called after his name, and inserted in the calendar. But it was decreed that out of the exchequer the charge should be defrayed, and the tribune should in the circus wear the triumphal robe. But to be carried in chariots was denied them. The annual celebration of these plays was, for the future, transferred to one of the praetors, him in particular to whom should fall the jurisdiction of deciding suits between citizens and strangers. End of section 15 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. Recording by Father Ziley.
Section 16 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, The Annals, Book 1, Part 3, The Sedition at Pannonia. Thus stood affairs at Rome when a sedition seized the legions in Pannonia, without any fresh grounds, save that from a change of princes they meant to assume a warrant for licentiousness and tumult, and from a civil war hoped great earnings and acquisitions. They were 3 legions encamped together, all commanded by Junius Blasus, who, upon notice of the death of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius, had granted the soldiers a recess from their wonted duties for some days, as a time either of public mourning or festivity. From being idle they waxed wanton, quarrelsome, and turbulent, greedily listened to mutinous discourses. The most profligate amongst them had most credit with them, and at last they became passionate for a life of ease and riot, utterly adverse to all military discipline and every fatigue of the camp. In the camp was one Percenius, formerly a busy leader in the embroilments of the theatre, and now a common soldier, a fellow of a petulant, declaiming tongue, and, by inflaming parties in the playhouse, well qualified to excite and infatuate a crowd. This incendiary practised upon the ignorant and unwary, such as were solicitous what might prove their future usage now Augustus was dead. He engaged them in nightly confabulations, and, little by little, incited them to violence and disorders; and, towards the evening, when the soberest and best affected were withdrawn, he assembled the worst and most turbulent. When he had thus ripened them for sedition, and other ready incendiaries were combined with him, he personated the character of a lawful commander, and thus questioned and harangued them: Why did they obey, like slaves, a few centurions and a few tribunes? When would they be bold enough to demand redress of their heavy grievances, unless they snatched the present occasion, while the emperor was yet new, and his authority wavering, to prevail with him by petition, or by arms to force him? They had already, by the misery of many years, paid dear for their patient sloth and stupid silence, since, decrepit with old age, and maimed with wounds, after a course of service for 30 or 40 years, they were still doomed to carry arms. Nor, even to those who were discharged, was there any end of the misery of warfare. They were still kept tied to the colors, and under the creditable title of veterans, endured the same hardships, and underwent the same labors. But suppose any of them escaped so many dangers, and survived so many calamities, where was their reward at last? A long and weary march remained yet to be taken into countries far, remote, and strange, where, under the name of lands given to them to cultivate, they had hospitable bogs to drain, and the wild wastes of mountains to manure. Severe and ungainful of itself was the occupation of war. 10 asses a day the poor price of their persons and lives. Out of this they must buy clothes, and tents, and arms; out of this bribe the cruel centurions for a forbearance of blows, and occasional exemption from hard duty. But stripes from their officers, and wounds from their enemies, hard winters and laborious summers, bloody wars, and barren peace, were miseries without end; nor remained there other cure or relief than to refuse to list but upon conditions certain, and fixed by themselves; particularly, that their pay be a denarius, or 16 asses a day. 16 years be the utmost term for serving; when discharged, to be no longer obliged to follow the colors, but to have their reward, in ready money, paid them in the camp where they earned it. Did the Praetorian guards, they who had double pay, they who, after 16 years' service, were paid off and sent home, bear severer difficulties, undergo superior dangers? He did not mean to detract the merit of their brethren the city guards. Their own harder lot, however, was, to be placed amongst horrid and barbaric nations; nor could they look from their tents, but they saw the foe. The whole crowd received this harangue with shouts of applause, but from various instigations. Some displayed upon their bodies the impressions of stripes, others their hoary heads, many their vestments ragged and curtailed, with backs utterly bare, as did all their various griefs in the bitterness of reproach. At length to such excessive fury they grew, that they proposed to incorporate the 3 legions into one; nor by aught but emulation was the project defeated, for, to his own legion every man claimed the prerogative of swallowing and denominating the other 2. They took another method, and placed the 3 eagles of the legions, with the standards of the several cohorts, all together without rank or priority; then forthwith digged turf, and were rearing a tribunal, one high enough to be seen at a distance. In this hurry arrived Blasus, who, falling into sore rebukes, and by force interrupting particulars, called with vehemence to all: "Dip your hands rather in my blood. To murder your general will be a crime less shameful and heinous than to revolt from your prince; for determined am I, either to preserve the legions in their faith and obedience, if you kill me not for my intended good office, or my death, if I fall by your hands, shall hasten your remorse." For all this, turfs were accumulated, and the work was already breast high, when, at last, overcome by his spirit and perseverance, they forbore. Blasus was an able speaker. He told them that sedition and mutiny were not the methods of conveying to the emperor the pretensions of the soldiers. Their demands too were new and singular, such as neither the soldiers of old had ever made to the ancient generals, nor they themselves to the deified Augustus. Besides, their claims were ill timed, when the prince, just upon his accession, was already embarrassed with the weight and variety of other cares. If, however, they meant to try to gain in full peace those concessions which, even after a civil war, the conquerors never claimed, yet why trample upon duty and obedience? Why reject the laws of the army and the rules of discipline? And if they meant to petition, why meditate violence? They might at least appoint deputies, and in his presence trust them with their pretensions. Here they all cried out, that the son of Blasus, one of their tribunes, should execute that deputation, and demand in their name that, after 16 years' service, they should be discharged. They said they would give him new orders when he succeeded in these. After the departure of the young officer, a moderate recess ensued. The soldiers, however, exulted to have carried such a point. The sending the son of their general, as the public advocate of their cause, was to them full proof that they had gained, by force and terror, that which, by modesty and gentle means, they would never have gained. In the meantime, those companies which before the sedition began were sent to Nauportum, to mend roads and bridges, and upon other duties, no sooner heard of the uproar in the camp, but they cast off all obedience, tore away the ensigns, and plundered the neighboring villages. Even Nauportum itself, which for greatness resembled a municipal city, was plundered. The endeavors of the Centurions to restrain this violence were first returned with mockery and contempt, then with invectives and contumelies, and last with outrage and blows. Their vengeance was chiefly bent against the camp marshal, Aufidianus Rufus. Him they dragged from his chariot, and loading him with baggage, drove him before the first ranks. They then insulted him, and asked in scorn, whether he should bear such enormous burdens, whether endure such immense marches. Rufus had long been a common soldier, then became a centurion, and afterwards camp marshal, a severe restorer of primitive strictness and discipline, an indefatigable observer of every military duty, which he exacted from others with the more rigor. He had himself undergone them with all patience. By the arrival of this tumultuous band, the sedition was again awakened to its former outrage, and the seditious roved abroad without control, ravaged the country on every side. Blasus, for an example of terror to the rest, commanded those who were most laden with plunder to be punished with stripes, and cast into prison. For the general was still dutifully obeyed by the centurions, and by all the soldiers of any merit. But the criminals refused to submit, and even struggled with the guard who was carrying them off. They clasped the knees of the bystanders, implored help from their fellows, now calling upon every individual, and conjuring them by their particular names, then appealed to them in a body, and supplicated the company, the cohort, the legion, to which they belonged, warning and proclaiming that the same ignominy and chastisement hung over them all. With the same breath they heaped invectives without measure upon their general, and called upon heaven and all the gods to be their witnesses and avengers, nor left they aught unattempted to raise effectual hatred, compassion, terror, and every species of fury. Hence the whole body rushed to their relief, burst open the prison, unbound and rescued the prisoners. Thus they owned for their brethren, and incorporated with themselves, infamous revolters, and traitors convicted and condemned. Hence the violence became more raging, and hence more sedition from more leaders. There was particularly one Vubulanus, a common soldier, who, exalted on the shoulders of his comrades, before the tribunal of Blasus, thus declaimed in the ears of a multitude already outrageous, and eager to hear what he had to say. To these innocents, says he, to those miserable sufferers, our fellow soldiers, you have indeed restored breath and liberty, but who will restore life to my poor brother? Who my poor brother to me? He was sent hither by the German armies with propositions for our common good, and for this was last night butchered by the same Blasus, who in the murder employed his gladiators, bloody men, whom he purposely entertains and arms for our common execution. Where, O Blasus, hast thou thrown his mangled corpse? Even open enemies do not inhumanly deny burial to the slain. When I have satiated my sorrow with 1,000 kisses and a flood of tears, command me also to be murdered, that these our brethren may together bury my poor brother and me, slaughtered both as victims, yet both guiltless of any crime but that of studying the common interest of the legions. He inflamed those his complaints and expostulations with affecting sighs and lamentations, beat his breast and tore his face. Then those who carrying him gave way, he threw himself headlong at the feet of his companions, and thus prostrate and supplicating, in them raised such a spirit of commiseration, and such a storm of vengeance, that one party of them seized and bound the general's gladiators, another the rest of his family, while they ran and dispersed themselves to search for the corps. And, had it not been quickly manifest that there was no corps to be found, that the slaves of Blasis had upon the rack cleared themselves, and that Vibulenus never had any brother, they had gone nigh to have sacrificed to the general. As it was, they expulsed the count marshal and tribunes, and, as they fled, plundered their baggage. They likewise put to death Lucilius the centurion, whom they had sarcastically named Cede Alteram, because when upon the back of a soldier he had broken one wand, he was wont to call for another, then a third. The other centurions lurked in concealment, all but Julius Clemens, who, for his prompt capacity, was saved in order to manage the negotiations of the soldiers. Even two of the legions, the 8th and the 15th, were ready to turn their swords upon each other, and had but for the 9th. One Sulpicius, a centurion, was the subject of the quarrel. Him the 8th required to be put to death. The 15th protected him, but the 9th interposed with treaties to both, and with threats to those who would not listen to prayers. Tiberius, however close and impenetrable, and ever laboring to smother all melancholy tidings, was yet driven by those from Pannonia to dispatch his son Drusus thither, accompanied by the principal nobility, and guarded by 2 praetorian cohorts, but charged them with no precise instructions, only to adapt his measures to the present exigency. The cohorts were strengthened with an extraordinary addition of chosen men, with the greatest part of the praetorian horse, and the main body of the German, then the emperor's guards. Aelius Sejanus, lately joined with his father Strabo in the command of the praetorian bands, was also sent, not only as governor to the young prince, but, as his credit with the emperor was known to be mighty, to deal with the revolters by promises and terrors. When Drusus approached, the legions, for show of respect, marched out to meet him, not with the usual symptoms and shouts of joy, nor with gay ensigns and arms glittering, but in a dress and accoutrements hideous and squalid. In their countenances too, though composed to sadness, were seen greater marks of sullenness and contumacy. As soon as he was within the camp, they secured the entrances with guards, and in several quarters of it placed parties upon duty. The rest crowded about the tribunal of Drusus, who stood beckoning with his hand for silence. Here, as often as they surveyed their own numbers, and met one another's resentful looks, they uttered their rage in horrible cries. Again, when they beheld Caesar upon the tribunal, awe and trembling seized them. Now there prevailed a hollow and inarticulate murmur, next a furious clamor, then, suddenly, a dead silence; so that, by a hasty succession of opposite passions, they were at once dismayed and dreadful. When, at last, the uproar was stayed, he read his father's letters, who in them declared that he would take an affectionate care of the brave and invincible legions, by whom he had sustained successfully so many wars, and, as soon as his grief was a little abated, deal with the senate about their demands. In the meantime he had sent them his son, on purpose to make them forthwith all the concessions which could instantly be made them. The rest were to be reserved for the senate, the proper distributors of rewards and punishments by a right altogether unalienable. The assembly answered, that to Julius Clemens they had entrusted what to speak in their name. He began with their demands: to be discharged after 16 years' service; to have the reward which, for past services upon that discharge, they claimed; their pay to be increased to a Roman denarius; the veterans no longer detained under their ensigns. When Drusus urged that wholly in the judgment of the senate and his father these matters rested, he was interrupted by their clamors. To what purpose came he, since he could neither augment their pay nor alleviate their grievances? And, while every officer was allowed to inflict upon them blows and death, the son of their emperor wanted power to relieve them by one beneficent action. This was the policy of the late reign, when Tiberius frustrated every request of the soldiers by referring all to Augustus. Now Drusus was come with the same artifices to delude them. Were they never to have a higher visit than from the children of their prince? It was, indeed, unaccountable that to the senate the emperor should leave no part in the direction of the army, only the rewarding of the soldiery? Ought not the same senate to be consulted as often as a battle was to be fought, or a private man to be punished? Or were their recompenses to be adjudged by many masters, but their punishments to remain without any restraint or moderation whatsoever? At last they abandoned the tribunal, and with menaces and insults fell upon all they met, belonging to Drusus either as guards or friends. Meditating thus to provoke a quarrel and an introduction to blood, chiefly enraged they were against Cnaeus Lentulus, as one for years in warlike renown, superior to any above the person of Drusus, and thence suspected to have hardened the prince, and been himself the foremost to despise these outrages in the soldiery. Nor was it long after that, as he was leaving Drusus, and from the foresight of danger, and returning to winter quarters, they surrounded him, and demanded whither he went, to the emperor or senate, there also to exercise his enmity to the legions and oppose their interest, and instantly assaulted him with stones. He was already covered with wounds and blood, and awaiting a certain assassination, when the troops attending Drusus flew to his assistance and saved him. The following night had a formidable aspect, and threatened the speedy eruption of some tragical vengeance, when a phenomenon intervened and assuaged all. The moon, in the midst of a clear sky, seemed to the soldiers suddenly to sicken. They, who were ignorant of the natural cause, took this for an omen forbidding the issue of their present adventures. To their own labors they compared the eclipse of the planet, and prophesied that if to the distressed goddess should be restored her wonted brightness and vigor, equally successful would be the issue of these their struggles. Hence they strove to charm and revive her with sounds, and by ringing upon brazen metal, and an uproar of trumpets and cornets, made a vehement bellowing. At last she appeared brighter or darker, they exulted or lamented, but when gathering clouds had utterly bereft them of her sight, and they believed her now buried in everlasting darkness, then, as minds once thoroughly dismayed are pliant to superstition, they bewailed their own eternal sufferings thus pretended, and that against their misdeeds the angry deities were contending. Drusus, who thought it behoved him to improve this disposition of theirs, and to reap the fruits of wisdom from the operations of chance, ordered certain persons to go round, and supply them from tent to tent. For this purpose he called and employed the centurion Julius Clemens, and whoever else were by honest means acceptable to the multitude. They insinuated themselves everywhere, with those who kept watch, or were upon patrol, or guarded the gates, soothing them all with hopes, and by terrors rousing them. How long, said they, shall we hold the son of our emperor thus besieged? Where will our broils and wild contentions end? Shall we swear allegiance to Percennius and Vubelanus? Will Vubelanus and Percennius support us with pay during our service, and reward us with lands when dismissed? In short, shall two common men dispossess the Neros and the Drusi, and to themselves assume the empire of the Roman world? Let us be wiser, and as we were the last to revolt, be the first to relent. Such demands as comprise terms for all are ever slowly accorded, but particulars may, when they please, merit instant favor, and instantly receive it. These reasonings alarmed them, and filled them with mutual jealousies. Presently the fresh soldiers overtook the veterans, one legion separated from another, and by degrees returned the love of duty and obedience. They relinquished the guard of the gates, and the eagles and the other ensigns, which in the beginning of the tumult they had thrown together, were now restored to its distinct station. Drusus, as soon as it was day, summoned an assembly, and though unskilled in speaking, yet with a haughtiness inherent in his blood, rebuked their past, and commended their present behavior. With threats and terrors, he said, it was impossible to subdue him, but if he saw them reclaimed to submission, if from them he heard the language of supplicants, he would send them to his father to accept with a reconciled spirit the petitions of the legions. Hence, at their entreaty, for the deputy to Tiberius, the same Blasus was again dispatched, and with him Lucius Apronius, a Roman knight and intimate companion of Drusus, and Justus Cantonius, a centurion of the first order. There followed great debates in the council of Drusus, while some advised to suspend all proceedings till the return of the deputies, and by a course of courtesy the while to soothe the soldiers. Others maintained that remedies more potent must needs be applied, In a multitude was to be found nothing on this side extremes, always imperious where they are not awed, and to be despised without danger when frightened. To their present terror from superstition was to be added the dread of their general, by his dooming to death the authors of the sedition. Rather prompt to rigorous counsels was the genius of Drusus. Vubulenus and Percanius were produced, and by his command executed. It is by many recounted, that in his own tent they were secretly dispatched and buried; by others, that their bodies were ignominiously thrown over the entrenchments for a public spectacle of terror. Search was then made for other remarkable incendiaries. Some were caught skulking without the camp, and there by the centurions or praetorian soldiers slain. Others were by their several companies delivered up. As a proof of their own fidelity, the consternation of the soldiers was heightened by the precipitate accession of winter, with rains incessant and so violent that they were unable to stir from within their tents, or maintain common intercourse, nay, scarce to preserve their standards, assaulted continually by tempestuous winds and raging floods. Dread, besides, of the angry gods still possessed them. Nor was it at random, they thought, that such profane traitors were thus visited with black eclipses and roaring tempests; neither against these their calamities was there other relief than the relinquishing of a camp by impiety contaminated and accursed, and after the expiation of their guilt, returned to their several garrisons. The 8th legion departed first, then the 15th. The 9th, with earnest clamors, pressed for continuing there till the letters from Tiberius arrived. But when deserted by the other two, their courage failed, and by following of their own accord, they prevented the shame of being forced. Drusus, seeing order and tranquillity thus restored, without staying for the return of the deputies, returned himself to Rome. Section 17.
Section 17 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. The Annals, Book 1, Part 4, The German Insurrection. Almost at the same time, and from the same causes, the legions in Germany raised an insurrection, with greater numbers, and thence with more fury. Passionate, too, were their hopes that Germanicus would never brook the rule of another, but yield to the spirit of the legions, who had force sufficient to bring the whole empire under his sway. Upon the Rhine were two armies, that called the Higher, commanded by Gaius Silius, lieutenant-general, the Lower by Aulus Caecina. The command-in-chief rested in Germanicus, then busy collecting the tribute in Gaul. The forces, however, under Silius, with cautious ambiguity, watched the success of the revolt which others began, for the soldiers of the Lower army had broken out into open outrages, which began from the 5th legion, and the 21st, who drew after them the 1st and the 20th. These were altogether upon the frontiers of the Euboeans, passing the campaign in utter idleness or light duty, so that upon the news that Augustus was dead, the whole swarm of new soldiers lately levied in the city, men accustomed to the effeminacies of Rome and impatient of every military hardship, began to possess the ignorant minds of the rest with many turbulent expectations. That now was presented the lucky juncture for veterans to demand entire dismission. The fresh soldiers, larger pay, and all some mitigation of their miseries, as also to return due vengeance for the cruelties of the centurions. These were not the harangues of a single incendiary, like Percanius among the Pannonian legions, nor uttered, as there, in the ears of men who, while they saw before their eyes armies greater than their own, mutinied with awe and trembling. But here was a sedition of many mouths, filled with many boasts, that in their hands lay the power and fate of Rome. By their victories the empire was enlarged, and from then the Caesars took, as a compliment, the surname of Germanicus. Neither did Caecina strive to restrain them. A madness so extensive had bereft him of all his bravery and firmness. In this precipitate frenzy they rushed at once with swords drawn upon the centurions, the eternal objects of their resentment, and always the first victims to their vengeance. Them they dragged to the earth, and upon each bestowed a terrible portion of 60 blows, a number proportioned to that of centurions in a legion. Then, bruised, mangled, and half expiring as they were, they cast them all out of the camp, some into the stream of the Rhine. Septimus, who had for refuge fled to the tribunal of Caecina, and lay clasping his feet, was demanded with such imperious vehemence that he was forced to be surrendered to destruction. Cassius Chaerea, afterwards famous to posterity for killing Caligula, then a young man of undaunted spirit, and one of the centurions, boldly opened himself a passage with his sword through a crowd of armed foes striving to seize him. After this, no further authority remained to the tribunes, none to the camp-marshals. The seditious soldiers were their own officers, set the watch, appointed the guard, and gave all orders proper in the present exigency. Hence those who dived deepest into the spirit of the soldiery gathered a special indication how powerful and obdurate the present insurrection was like to prove, for in their conduct were no marks of a rabble, where every man's will guides him, or the instigation of a few controls the whole. Here all at once they raged, and all at once kept silent, with so much concert and steadiness, that you would have believed them under the sovereign direction of one. To Germanicus the while, then receiving, as I have said, the tribute in Gaul, news were brought of the decease of Augustus, whose granddaughter Agrippina he had to wife, and by her many children. He was himself the grandson of Livia, by her son Drusus, the brother of Tiberius, but ever under heavy anxiety from the secret hate which his uncle and grandmother bore him, hate the more virulent, as its grounds were altogether unrighteous. For dear and adored was the memory of his father Drusus amongst the Roman people, and from him was firmly expected that, had he succeeded to the empire, he would have restored public liberty. Hence their zeal for Germanicus, and of him the same hopes conceived, as from his youth he possessed a popular spirit and marvellous affability, utterly remote from the comportment and address of Tiberius, ever haughty and mysterious. The animosities, too, between the ladies administered fresh fuel. While towards Agrippina, Livia was actuated by the despite natural to stepmothers, and over tempestuous was the indignation of Agrippina, only that her known chastity and love for her husband always gave her mind, however vehement, a virtuous turn. But Germanicus, the nearer he stood to supreme rule, the more vigour he exerted to secure it to Tiberius, to whom he obliged the Sequanians, a neighbouring people, as also the several Belgic cities, to swear present allegiance, and the moment he learnt the uproar of the legions, posted thither. He found them advanced without the camp to receive him, with eyes cast down in feigned token of remorse. After he entered the entrenchments, instantly his ears were filled with plaints and grievances, uttered in hideous and mixed clamours. Nay, some catching his hand, as if they meant to kiss it, thrust his fingers into their mouths to feel their gums destitute of teeth. Others showed their limbs enfeebled, and bodies stooping under old age. As he saw the assembly mixed at random, he commanded them to range themselves into companies, thence more distinctly to hear his answers, as also to place before them their several ensigns, that the cohorts might at least be distinguished. With slowness and reluctance they obeyed him. Then, beginning with an encomium upon the venerable memory of Augustus, he proceeded to the many victories and many triumphs of Tiberius, and with peculiar praises celebrated the glorious and immortal deeds which with these very legions he had accomplished in Germany. He next boasted the quiet state of things, the consent of all Italy, the loyal faith of both the Gauls, and every quarter of the Roman state exempt from disaffection and disorders. Thus far they listened with silence, at least with moderate murmuring. But the moment he touched their sedition, and questioned where now was the wonted modesty of soldiers, where the glory of ancient discipline, whither had they chased their tribunes, and whither their centurions, to a man they stripped themselves to the skin, and there exposed the seams of their wounds, and bruises of their chastisements, in the rage of reproach. Then, in the undistinguished voice of uproar, they urged the exactions for occasional exemptions, their scanty pay, and their rigorous labours, which they represented in long detail, ramparts to be reared, entrenchments digged, trees felled and drawn, forage cut and carried, fuel prepared and fetched, with every other article of toil required by the exigencies of war or to prevent idleness in the soldiery. Above all, from the veterans arose a cry most vehement and furious. They enumerated 30 years or upwards undergone in the service, and besought that to men utterly spent he would administer respite, nor suffer them to be beholden to death for the last relief from their toils, but discharge them from a warfare so lasting and severe, and grant them the means of a comfortable recess. Nay, some there were who required of him the money bequeathed them by Augustus, and towards Germanicus, uttering zealous vows, with omens of happy fortune, declared their cordial attachment to his cause, if he would himself assume the empire. Here, as if already stained with their treason, he leapt headlong from the tribunal, but with swords drawn they opposed his departure, and threatened his life if he refused to return, yet with passionate protestations that he would rather die than be a traitor, he snatched his sword from his side, and, aiming full at his breast, would have buried it there, had not those who were next to him seized his hand, and by force restrained him. A cluster of soldiers in the extremity of the assembly assaulted him, nay, what is incredible to hear, some particulars advancing nearer exhorted him to strike home. In truth, one Calusidius, a common soldier, presented him his naked sword, and added, "It is sharper than your own," a behaviour which to the rest, outrageous as they were, seemed savage and of horrid example. Hence the friends of Germanicus had time to snatch him away to his tent. It was here consulted what remedy to apply, for it was advised that ministers of sedition were preparing to be dispatched to the other army to draw them too into a confederacy in the revolt, that the capital of the Euboeans was destined to be sacked, and if their hands were once inured to plunder, they would break in and ravage all Gaul. This dread was augmented by another. The enemy knew of the sedition in the Roman army, and were ready to invade the empire, if its barrier the Rhine were left unguarded. Now, to arm the allies and the auxiliaries of Rome, and lead them against the departing legions, was to rouse a civil war. Severity was dangerous, the way of largesses infamous, and alike threatening it was to the state, to grant the turbulent soldiers nothing, or yield them everything. After revolving every reason and objection, the result was, to feign letters and directions from Tiberius, that those who had served 20 years should be finally discharged, such as had served 16 be under the ensign and privilege of veterans, released from every duty but that of repulsing the enemy, and the legacy which they demanded should be paid and doubled. The soldiers, who perceived that, purely to evade present difficulty, the concessions were forged, insisted to have them forthwith executed, and instantly the tribunes dispatched the discharge of the veterans. That of the money was adjourned to their several winter quarters, but the 5th Legion and the 21st refused to stir till in that very camp they were paid, so that out of the money reserved by himself and his friends for travelling expenses, Germanicus was obliged to raise the sum. Caecina, Lieutenant General, led the 1st Legion and 20th back to the capital of the Euboeans. An infamous march, when the plunder of their general's coffers was carried amongst the ensigns and Roman eagles. Germanicus, the while, proceeding to the army in Higher Germany, brought the 2nd, 13th, and 16th Legions to swear allegiance without hesitation. To the 14th, who manifested some short suspense, he made, unasked, a tender of their money and a present discharge. But a party of veterans which belonged to the disorderly legions, and then in garrison among the Chaucians, as they began a sedition there, were somewhat quelled by the instant execution of 2 of their body, an execution commanded by Mennius camp marshal, and rather of good example than done by competent authority. The tumult, however, swelling again with fresh rage, he fled, but was discovered, so that, finding no safety in lurking, from his own bravery he drew his defence, and declared that to himself, who was only their camp marshal, these their outrages were not done, but to the authority of Germanicus their general, to the majesty of Tiberius their emperor. At the same time, braving and dismaying all that would have stopped him, he fiercely snatched the colours, faced about towards the Rhine, and, pronouncing the doom of traitors and deserters to every man who forsook his ranks, brought them back to their winter quarters, mutinous in truth, but not daring to mutiny. In the meantime, the deputies from the Senate met Germanicus at the altar of the Euboeans, whither, in his return, he was arrived. 2 legions wintered there, the 1st and 20th, with the soldiers lately placed under the standard of veterans, men already under the distractions of guilt and fear, and now a new terror possessed them, that these senators were come armed with injunctions to cancel every concession which they had by sedition extorted, and as it is the custom of the crowd to be ever charging somebody with the crimes suggested by their own false alarms, the guilt of this imaginary decree they laid upon Minutius Plancus, a senator of consular dignity, and at the head of this deputation. In the dead of night they began to clamour aloud for the purple standard placed in the quarters of Germanicus, and, rushing tumultuously to his gate, burst the doors, dragged the prince out of his bed, and, with menaces of present death, compelled him to deliver the standard. Then, as they roved about the camp, they met the deputies, who, having learnt the outrage, were hastening to Germanicus. Upon them they poured a deluge of contumelies, and were devoting them to present slaughter, Plancus chiefly, whom the dignity of his character had restrained from flight, nor in this mortal danger had he other refuge than the quarters of the 1st Legion, where, embracing the eagle and other ensigns, he sought sanctuary from the religious veneration ever paid them. But, in spite of religion, had not Calpurnius the eagle-bearer by force defeated the violent assault, in the Roman camp had been slain an ambassador of the Roman people, and with his blood the inviolable altars of the gods had been stained, a barbarity rare even in the camp of an enemy. At last, day returning, when the general and the soldiers and their actions could be distinguished, Germanicus entered the camp, and, commanding Plancus to be brought, seated him by himself upon the tribunal. He then inveighed against the late pernicious frenzy, which in it, he said, had fatality, and was rekindled by no despite in the soldiers, but by that of the angry gods. He explained the genuine purposes of that embassy, and lamented with affecting eloquence the outrage committed upon Plancus, altogether brutal and unprovoked, the foul violence done to the sacred person of an ambassador, and the mighty disgrace from thence derived upon the legion. Yet, as the assembly showed more stupefaction than calmness, he dismissed the deputies under a guard of auxiliary horse. During this affright Germanicus was by all men censured that he retired not to the higher army, whence he had been sure of ready obedience, and even of succour against the revolters. Already he had taken the wrong measures more than enough, by discharging some, rewarding all, and other tender counsels. If he despised his own safety, yet why expose his infant son, why his wife big with child, to the fury of outrageous traitors, wantonly violating all the most sacred rights amongst men? It became him at least to restore his wife and son safe to Tiberius and to the state. He was long unresolved. Besides, Agrippina was averse to leave him, and urged that she was the granddaughter of Augustus, and it was below her spirit to shrink in a time of danger. But, embracing her and their little son with great tenderness and many tears, he prevailed with her to depart. Thus there marched miserably along a band of helpless women. The wife of a great commander fled like a fugitive, and upon her bosom bore her infant son. About her a troop of other ladies, dragged from their husbands and drowned in tears, uttering their heavy lamentations. Nor weaker than theirs was the grief felt by all who remained. These groans and tears, and this spectacle of woe, the appearance is rather of a city stormed and sacked than of a Roman camp, that of Germanicus Caesar, victorious and flourishing, awakened attention and inquiry in the soldiers. Leaving their tents, they cried, "Whence these doleful wailings? What so lamentable? So many ladies of illustrious quality, travelling thus forlorn, not a centurion to attend them, not a soldier to guard them, their general's wife amongst them, undistinguished by any mark of her princely dignity, destitute of her ordinary train, frightened from the Roman legions, and repairing, like an exile, for shelter to Treves, there to commit herself to the faith of foreigners." Hence shame and commiseration seized them, and the remembrance of her illustrious family with that of her own virtues. The brave Agrippa, her father, the mighty Augustus, her grandfather, the amiable Drusus, her father-in-law, herself celebrated for a fruitful bed and of signal chastity. Add the consideration of her little son, born in the camp, nursed in the arms of the legions, and by themselves named Caligula, a military name from the boots which, of the same fashion with their own, in compliment to them and to win their affections, he frequently wore. But nothing so effectually subdued them as their own envy towards the inhabitants of Treves. Hence they all besought, all adjured, that she would return to themselves, and with themselves remain. Thus some stopped Agrippina, but the main body returned with their entreaties to Germanicus, who, as he was yet in the transports of grief and anger, addressed himself on this wise to the surrounding crowd. "To me neither is my wife or son dearer than my father and the commonwealth. But him doubtless his proper majesty will defend, and the other armies will defend the Roman state. As to my wife and children, whom for your glory I could freely sacrifice, I now remove them from your rage, that by my blood alone may be expiated whatever further mischief your fury meditates, and that the murder of the great-grandson of Augustus, the murder of the daughter-in-law of Tiberius, may not be added to mine, nor to the blackness of your past guilt. For, during these days of frenzy, what has been too horrid for you to commit? What so sacred that you have not violated? To this audience what name shall I give? Can I call you soldiers, you who have beset with arms the son of your emperor, confined him in your trenches, and held him in a siege? Roman citizens can I call you, you who have trampled upon the supreme authority of the Roman Senate? Laws religiously observed by common enemies you have profaned, violated the sacred privileges and persons of ambassadors, broken the laws of nations. The deified Julius Caesar quelled a sedition in his army by a single word, by calling all who refused to follow him townsmen. The deified Augustus, when after the battle of Actium the legions lapsed into mutiny, terrified them into submission by the dignity of his presence and an awful look. These, it is true, are mighty characters whom I dare not emulate, but, as I inherit their blood, should the armies in Syria and Spain contemn my authority, I should think their behaviour strange and base. Yet you are the 1st and the 20th legions, the former enrolled by Tiberius himself, the other his constant companions in so many battles, his partners in so many victories, and by him enriched with so many bounties. Is this the worthy return you make your emperor and late commander? And shall I be the author of such tidings to him, in the midst of congratulations and happy accounts from every province in the empire, that his own new levies, as well as his own veterans who long fought under him, these, not appeased by their discharge, and neither of them satiated with the money given them, are both still combined in a furious mutiny, that here, and only here, the centurions are butchered, the tribunes driven away, the ambassadors imprisoned, that with blood the camp is stained, that the rivers flow with blood, and that for me, his son, I hold a precarious life amongst men thus raging and implacable. Why did you the other day, O unreasonable friend, snatch away my sword, when I would have plunged it into my breast? He who offered me his own sword acted better, and was more my friend. I would then have fallen happy, as my death would have hid from mine eyes so many horrible crimes since committed by my own army. You too would have chosen another general, who, though he would have left my death unpunished, yet would have sought vengeance for that of Varus and the 3 legions. For the gods are too just to permit that the Belgians, however generously they offer their service, shall reap the credit and renown of retrieving the glory of the Roman name, and of reducing, in behalf of Rome, the German nations her foes. I therefore here invoke thy spirit now with the gods, O deified Augustus, and thy image interwoven in the ensigns, and thy memory, O deceased father, to vindicate these legions from this foul infamy. They already feel the remorses of shame and a sense of honour. Let them turn the tide of their civil rage to the destruction of their common enemy. And for you, my fellow soldiers, in whom I now behold other countenances, and minds happily changed, if you mean to restore to the Senate its ambassadors, to your emperor your sworn obedience, to me, my wife and son, fly the company of incendiaries, separate the sober from the seditious. This will be a faithful sign of remorse, this a firm pledge of fidelity. These words softened them into supplicants. They confessed that all his reproaches were true. They besought him to punish the guilty and malicious, to pardon the weak and misled, and to lead them against the enemy, to recall his wife, to bring back his son, not to suffer the fosterling of the legions to be given in hostage to the Gauls. Against the recalling of Agrippina he alleged the advance of winter and her approaching delivery, but said that his son should return, and that to themselves he left to execute what remained further to be executed. Instantly, with changed resentments, they ran, and seizing the most seditious, dragged them in bonds to Gaius Cetronius, commander of the 1st Legion, who judged and punished them in this manner. The legions, with their swords drawn, surrounded the tribunal. From thence the prisoner was by a tribune exposed to their view, and if they proclaimed him guilty, cast headlong down, and executed e'en by his fellow soldiers, who rejoiced in the execution, because by it they thought their own guilt to be expiated. Nor did Germanicus restrain them, since on themselves remained the cruelty and reproach of the slaughter committed without any order of his. The veterans followed the same example of vengeance, and were soon after ordered into Rhaetia, in appearance to defend that province against the invading Suevians, in reality to remove them from a camp still horrible to their sight, as well as in the remedy and punishment as from the memory of their crime. Germanicus next passed a scrutiny upon the conduct and characters of the centurions. Before him they were cited singly, and each gave account of his name, his company, country, the length of his service, exploits in war, and military presents, if he had been distinguished with any. If the tribunes or his legion bore testimony of his diligence and integrity, he kept his post. Upon concurring complaint of his avarice or cruelty, he was degraded. Thus were the present commotions appeased, but others as great still subsisted from the rage and obstinacy of the 5th and 21st Legions. They were in winter quarters 60 miles off, in a place called the Old Camp, and had first begun the sedition. Nor was there any wickedness so horrid that they had not perpetrated, nay, at this time, neither terrified by the punishment nor reclaimed by the reformation of their fellow soldiers, they persevered in their fury. Germanicus therefore determined to give them battle, if they persisted in their revolt, and prepared vessels, arms, and troops to be sent down the Rhine. Before the issue of the sedition in Illyricum was known at Rome, tidings of the uproar in the German legions arrived. Hence the city was filled with much terror, and hence against Tiberius many complaints that, while with feigned consultations and delays he mocked the Senate and people, once the great bodies of the estate, but now bereft of power and armies, the soldiery were in open rebellion, one too mighty and stubborn to be quelled by 2 princes so young in years and authority. He ought at first to have gone himself, and awed them with the majesty of imperial power, as doubtless they would have returned to duty upon the sight of their emperor, a prince of consummate experience, the sovereign disposer of rewards and severity. Did Augustus, even under the pressures of old age and infirmities, take so many journeys into Germany? And should Tiberius, in the vigour of his life, when the same or greater occasions called him thither, sit lazily in the Senate to watch senators and cavil at words? He had fully provided for the domestic servitude of Rome. He ought next to cure the licentiousness of the soldiers, to restrain their turbulent spirits, and reconcile them to a life of peace. But all these reasonings and reproaches moved not Tiberius. He was determined not to depart from the capital, the centre of power and affairs, nor expose to chance or peril his person and empire. In truth, many and contrary difficulties pressed and perplexed him. The German army was the stronger, that of Pannonia nearer. The power of both the Gauls supported the former, the latter was at the gates of Italy. Now, to which should he repair first? And would not the last visited be enraged by being postponed? But, by sending one of his sons to each, the equal treatment of both was maintained, as also the majesty of the supreme power, which from distance ever derived more reverence. Besides, the young princes would be excused if to their father they referred such demands as were improper for them to grant, and if they disobeyed Germanicus and Drusus, his own authority remained to appease or punish them. But if once they had contemned the emperor himself, what other resource was behind? However, as if he had been upon the point of marching, he chose his attendants, provided his equipage, and prepared a fleet. But by various delays and pretences, sometimes that of winter, sometimes business, he deceived for a time even the wisest of men, much longer the common people, and the provinces for a great while. Germanicus had already drawn together his army, and was prepared to take vengeance on the seditious, but judging it proper to allow space for trial, whether they would follow the late example, and, consulting their own safety, do justice upon one another, he sent letters to Caecina that he himself approached with a powerful force, and, if they prevented him not, by executing the guilty, he would put all indifferently to the slaughter. These letters Caecina privately read to the principal officers, and such of the camp as the sedition had not tainted besought them to redeem themselves from death, and all from infamy, urged that in peace alone reason was heard and merit distinguished, but in the rage of war the blind steel spared the innocent no more than the guilty. The officers, having tried those whom they believed for their purpose, and found the majority still to persevere in their duty, settled, in concurrence with the general, the time for falling with the sword upon the most notoriously guilty and turbulent. Upon a particular signal given, they rushed into their tents and butchered them, void as they were of all apprehension, nor did any but the centurions and executioners know whence the massacre began, or where it would end. This had a different face from all the civil slaughters that had ever happened. It was a slaughter not of enemies upon enemies, nor from different and opposite camps, nor in a day of battle, but of comrades upon comrades, in the same tents, where they ate together by day, where they slept together by night. From this state of intimacy they fly into mortal enmity. Friends launched their darts at friends, wounds, outcries, and blood were open to view, but the cause remained hid. Wild chance governed the rest, and several innocents were slain. For the criminals, when they found against whom all this fury was bent, had also betaken themselves to their arms. Neither did Caecina nor any of the tribunes intervene to stay the rage, so that the soldiers had full permission of vengeance, with a licentiousness and satiety of killing. Germanicus soon after entered the camp, now full of blood and carcasses, and lamenting with many tears that this was not a remedy but cruelty and desolation, commanded the bodies to be burnt. The minds of the rest, still tempestuous and bloody, were transported with sudden eagerness to attack the foe, as the best expiation of their tragical fury. nor otherwise, they thought, could the ghosts of their butchered brethren be appeased, than by receiving in their own profane breasts a chastisement of honourable wounds. Germanicus fell in with the ardour of the soldiers, and, laying a bridge upon the Rhine, marched over 12,000 legionary soldiers, 26 cohorts of the allies, and 8 regiments of horse, men all untainted in the late sedition. The Germans rejoiced not far off at this vacation of war, occasioned first by the death of Augustus, and afterwards by intestine tumults in the camp. But the Romans by a hasty march passed through the Cæsian woods, and, levelling the barrier formerly begun by Tiberius, pitched their camp upon it. In the front and rear they were defended by a palisade, on each side by a barricade of the trunks of trees felled. From thence, beginning to traverse gloomy forests, they stopped to consult which of 2 ways they should choose, the short and frequented, or the longest and least known, and therefore unsuspected by the foe. The longest way was chosen, but in everything else dispatch was observed, for by the scouts intelligence was brought that the Germans did that night celebrate a festival, with great mirth and revelling. Hence Caecina was commanded to advance with the cohorts without their baggage, and to clear a passage through the forest. At a moderate distance followed the legions. The clearness of the night facilitated the march, and they arrived at the villages of the Marsians, which they presently invested with guards. The Germans were even yet under the effects of their debauch, scattered here and there, some in bed, some lying by their tables. No watch placed, no apprehension of an enemy. So utterly had their false security banished all order and care, and they were under no dread of war, without enjoying peace other than the deceitful and lethargic peace of drunkards. The legions were eager for revenge, and Germanicus, to extend their ravage, divided them into 4 battalions. The country was wasted by fire and sword 50 miles round, nor sex nor age found mercy. Places sacred and profane had the equal lot of destruction, all razed to the ground, and with them the temple of Tanfana, of all others the most celebrated amongst these nations. Nor did all this execution cost the soldiers a wound, while they only slew men half asleep, disarmed, or dispersed. This slaughter roused the Bructurens, the Tubantes, and the Usipetes, and they beset the passes of the forest through which the enemy was to return, an event known to Germanicus, and he marched in order of battle. The auxiliary cohorts and part of the horse led the van, followed close by the 1st Legion. The baggage was in the middle, the 21st Legion closed the left wing, and the 5th the right, the 20th defended the rear, and after them marched the rest of the allies. But the enemy stirred not till the body of the army was entered into the wood. They began lightly to insult the front and wings, and at last with their whole force fell upon the rear. The light cohorts were already disordered by the close German bands, when Germanicus, riding up to the 20th Legion, and exalting his voice, "This was the season," he cried, "to obliterate the scandal of sedition. Hence they should fall resolutely on, and convert into sudden praise their late shame and offence." These words inflamed them. At one charge they broke the enemy, drove them out of the wood, and slaughtered them in the plain. In the meanwhile the front passed the forest and fortified the camp. The rest of the march was uninterrupted, and the soldiers, trusting to the merit of their late exploits, and forgetting at once past faults and terrors, were placed in winter quarters. The tidings of these exploits affected Tiberius with gladness and anguish. He rejoiced that the sedition was suppressed, but that Germanicus had, by discharging the veterans, by shortening the term of service to the rest, and by largesses to all, gained the heart of the army, as well as earned high glory in war, proved to the emperor matter of torture. To the Senate, however, he reported the detail of his feats, and upon his valour bestowed copious praises, but in words too pompous and ornamental to be thought dictated by his heart. It was with more brevity that he commended Drusus, and his address in quelling the sedition of Illyricum, but more cordially withal, and in language altogether sincere. And even to the Pannonian legions he extended all the concessions made by Germanicus to his own. End of section 17.